Hello, 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 folks. It's a Monday. This is weird, but we are here. How are we all doing? Hey, Sirius, welcome. Hearing weird sounds good to me. Sounds good to me too. Hope everyone had a good start to their week. I think I did. Started on a new development project at work, so those are always fun to start something fresh and new. Hey, Madeline. I'm thinking about getting some new emojis for chat as well. Um, Looking at a few different options. We'll see what I decide on. But I think I know what I want. Right, we'll get started in about 1 minute here. Not sure how many people we'll have tonight, considering this is an unusual day for me. It's at a maybe not the best time for folks, but at the very least, we will finish the Traversy demo or the Traversy tutorial, and folks can catch it on the VOD later if they would like. And cross fingers, today's stream will not be as long as yesterday's stream. That's the hope, anyway. Hey, Poppy. Right, we're gonna switch it over to with Cam. All right. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Madeline says, thanks for being here for us during the break. Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, definitely wanted to keep it going. Wanted to, keep the energy up for 100 devs. And I think, all of the stream team, me and Rufio and Vero, I think we all worked together really well to do that. I'm glad we all kept streaming during the break. Um, I think keeping up that energy is really important. And, like any supportive community, when one community member needs a little help, the other community members should step in and pick up that slack. And so I feel like that's what we did for Leon, and I'm sure he would do. He does the same for us all the time, right? He's extremely helpful, and we owe that to him. So um, yeah, and I'm glad that I'm glad that you found the motivation to keep going with 100 devs, Madeline. Absolutely. Community taught, indeed. That's a wonderful phrase, isn't it? Oh, Pappy, you just finished part one. Wow, I commend you. That's a long one. Did you watch it at two times speed? Hey, KT. Hey, full stack. Hey, K&H. So K&H, my secret is I found 20 minutes today where I was able to take a nap, and that helped a lot. Nice 20 minutes is like the perfect amount of nap time because it doesn't make you like to the point where you wake up and you have no idea what's happening. It's just enough to like be a little bit more refreshed. So yeah, a 20-minute nap, a good sleep last night and a 20-minute nap at one point today when I was able to really helped. So that's my pro tip for the day is 20-minute nap. Hey Ellen. Hey Honda. All right, so we're not going to have as much preamble with things today. However, for anyone who is just coming in fresh for the stream today, and maybe didn't make it through part one. Yep, Rascal, I was just about to mention that exactly. So I do have the part one um, code available as a GitHub repo. Um, the caveat with that, so it's right here on the screen, and Rascal has put the link in chat. Um, and obviously you can also just find it on my GitHub. The caveat with that is that you will need a couple of additional things in your env file. So if the couple of additional things that you'll need in your env file are a Google Client ID for OAuth, an OAuth client ID, and a secret key. The Google they literally call it a secret key. So you'll need those two things for your env file, and I'll show you those in a moment. And so if you don't know what those are, I would suggest catching up with part one. Oh, that's my dog. Sorry. Catching up with part one, and then or at least that part of part one, and then rejoining this stream. Dev Mozzie, I'm still watching the first part. I'm halfway through, then I'll watch this one next. Absolutely, yeah. You can literally catch the VOD while it is while I'm streaming live. It's recording the VOD while I'm talking here, and you can drop off the live stream and catch that at any point. Absolutely. My dog is, yeah, he was just looking for the right place to lie down, distracting me. Technodally says the same thing. Yeah, so Technodally, as long as you've gotten through the Google OAuth portion of the previous part, and you have gotten your client information and your secret key, you could always just get this part one code off of my GitHub and just drop in your keys and your database string into the env file. Install your npm packages, and you would be good to continue with us today. No worries, Champo. Yeah, catch the VOD later. No worries at all. KT says Discord came through in the clutch for me today. Spent all morning trying to figure out an error in my passport file. Fresh eyes in Discord spotted it right away. Absolutely. Thank you, 100 devs. Yeah, if you're getting an error and you're not able to solve it, there's tons of help channels. Just add a plethora of channels on the Discord, right? With folks that are willing to step in and take a look at your code. There's a part two. Yes, Ty. There's a part two. I got 2 hours left for part one. Looks like I got some work tonight. Yeah, unfortunately, you do. Hey, Mavi. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, if you do download the or if you fork my code or download it out, it doesn't matter to me. If you take this part one code and you want to use it, you will, don't forget, you will have to do your npm init. And then in order to get all of these dependencies installed, you don't have to install them all individually. You can just do npm install, and that will read what's in the package.json file, and it will just install everything for you. So that'll take care of that. And then the second thing you would need to do would be to create an env file. I hope you can see that there. It's probably a little bit light gray. But notice that it's in a folder. It's in a folder called config, and the file itself is called config.env. So it's a little different than how we normally do our env files. It's in a folder called config, and the file itself is called config.env. And in there, we have our port, we have our database string, which is what we usually do. The main difference is that we have a database name in the string itself, which we've done a couple times with Mongoose. If you've watched my previous stream, we have done that. We've put the database string in the URI itself. So the database string is called storybooks, and so just drop that in there. And you don't need to pre-create a database in Mongo Atlas. As long as you have, the database string, it will create the database for you. And then you'll also just need to drop in your Google Client ID and your Google Client secret values formatted exactly like this. So you can feel free to, screenshot this if you're trying to set it up based on my GitHub code. Feel free to screenshot this and, set it up your version if you're catching up with me. J7 says, I just downloaded part 1. It added my URIs and secrets. I could solve my issue. Yeah. Hey, if that's what you got to do, if you were getting errors when you were trying to follow along before and you just kind of want a fresh start, that's valid as well. You can just, take this and then code along from here. That's perfectly fine. Mind it at all. Ty says, I like this assignment. I do too, Ty. Yeah, I do too. It's a really fun, assignment. Hey, Yellow. No worries, New Horizons. Just finished part 1 on double speed. Yeah, I would imagine watching it at single speed would take a while. Hey, Driftwood. Hope you've had a good day as well, Driftwood. All right, so I would say we'll go ahead and get started. Also, too, just FYI, you can find the full code also on my GitHub, !GitHub in chat. If you want to see all of my all of my GitHub repos. The full code is out there as well. It's called Traversy CRUD off in my repos. I would highly suggest that you code along with me today if you can, because that you'll get much more out of that than just reading the code that I've already written. Doing it yourself is always helps you learn a little better. So just my suggestion. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just letting you know the full code is out there if you get stuck and you want to compare with mine. You downloaded the finished one. No worries, Mavi. Hey, welcome, Dark Creation. Good to see you here. Yeah, exclamation point YouTube for my YouTube channel if you want to see my older stuff. The part 1 of this is not up on YouTube yet. When I do try to load that to YouTube, it's probably going to take like 8 hours to load to YouTube. It goes so slowly. So I'll probably wait a little bit to load that up. Yeah, full stack, there is so much more value to code along. Exactly. Completely agree. Hey, yada yada, welcome back. Good to see you again. Man, I don't want to be president. Not at all. Never had an interest in politics. Doing part 1 right now? That's awesome, Dark Creation. Yeah. That's rad. That's why I love the VODs. People can catch up at their own pace. I fell asleep during your stream yesterday. Began going through it all on my own and referencing my video was helpful. Awesome. Great. Yeah. That's all I'm hoping for, right? Is just to, provide a little extra context to your individual learning experience. Well, they say the meek will inherit the earth. Maybe the geeks, the code nerds will inherit the earth. I actually had a nightmare a couple nights ago where I got handed the presidential responsibilities. Oh no, that sounds terrible. Okay, well, I would say let's go. It looks like the viewer count has um, stabilized for now, so we will go ahead and get started, and maybe we'll be able to finish this bad boy before midnight. What do y'all think? I should take bets on stream length. Have you risk channel points on it? Do a prediction. Maybe at the first break. Yeah, Gibbon. So you'll need to do npm init first, like we normally do, right? We do npm init, and then you do npm install. That should install all the packages that are in the JSON file. So I become president in name only and then delegate. Okay, I see where you're coming from, Russ. All right. Well, let's hop back into it. So just a reminder of where we were when we left off yesterday. Oh yeah, I'm glad you had fun jamming with Whistleface. Whistleface was our raid target last night, and they are super cool. Super, I love it. They're a DJ. They do, fun music, and they're also a super nice person, which I think is really cool. They have an amazing mustache. They're a super nice person. So they deserve all the raids. Yeah, super great. And yeah, they make really great music. So check them out. Um, okay, so where were we yesterday? Where did we leave off? Well, we got to the point. Oh yeah, it is fitting for handlebars, right? With the mustache. Yeah, exactly. Even got the he even has the little curls at the end. So where we were last night, was we got to the point where we had made our login page. We are able to log in with Google. So clicking this button right here it brings us to the Google OAuth page. We can choose our Google accounts. And two, I want you to just look at something. So I'm sure you all have seen this page before, right? Pretty much like every app or website on the planet has a Google login option, right? Um, and so just notice that, maybe the next time you see this screen on another app, look and see up here in the URL, see if they're using OAuth or OAuth 2. Because we're using OAuth 2. But just look up in the URL and say, does it say accountsgoogle.com OAuth 2 or something different? I'm just curious, what the distribution looks like. So I know I'm going to be looking at that, on every website I log into now. Because I just logged into Mongo before this and I was like, oh, I wonder what, I forgot to check the URL, but I was like, oh, it's an OAuth screen. I know what this is now. So we can log in and validate successfully. And we have a menu bar, and then we don't have anything in here right now. You can see there's a little white text that got wrapped there. We have, some filler text in here now. We've got a title bar. We've got a hamburger menu with some animation that pops out in and out. And then we also have some menu options as well. We right now, really the only thing we can do is we have the ability to log out. When we do that, it takes us back to the login page. Hey, deep fried. Um, I would suggest watching the VOD, definitely. But because you do have to set up Google OAuth, like have to set up an API, like a key, a client ID, and a secret ID. And so if you don't have those things already, you might be well served by starting with part one, so you can spend some time setting those things up. However, if you want to dive in, I'm not going to stop you. After about 30 seconds here, that did seem like the answer. No worries, Penguin. Yeah, we have done quite a bit. Yeah, it is. It's actually 7 hours, part one. But yeah, it's a good. Yeah, we did a lot. So we did a lot of the meaty stuff in part one, like the complex components that are going to build our app. I think you'll find in part two, we're going to be doing a lot more of like setting up functionality, more surface level stuff versus like the real, uh, the bones of it. Hey, no worries, deep fried. That's why we have VODs, right? Best 7 hours of my life. Wow, that's bold. Not sure I would say that from my end. I mean, not that I didn't enjoy it, but wow, it was fun. I'll give you that. I've learned more talking about this tutorial than I did, doing it the first time. Definitely. Okay, so what did we do? So we set up our login, right? We are able to validate now. We can log in, we can log out, which is no small feat, right? Another thing, probably a really important thing that we did that might not be so visible is that we also protected our routes. And what do we mean by that? Well, by that, what we mean that if I wanted to say, try to bypass the login dashboard, if I want to try to bypass the login and just go straight to the dashboard without authenticating first, it's not going to let me do that. And the same thing in reverse. It actually, and if we look down here in the terminal, what it's actually doing is when I tried to get the dashboard route, it forcibly redirected me. So it didn't just do nothing. It tried to get the dashboard route. It ran it through some middleware that we coded. and it forcibly redirected me back home, which is really important when you're trying to make an app that is actually secure. So if I log in here, this also works in reverse. And so let's say I wanted to try to get back to that login screen while I am already logged in. I'm logged in. I shouldn't be able to be allowed to log in again. So watch what happens in the terminal when I try to go back to the home page. Nothing happens, right? You can see that all it does is just get the dashboard again. So that's really important as well. Hey, welcome, Bronchies. Half completed projects, yeah. I tend to be a little bit yeah, I tend to be a little bit flighty when it comes to projects, just building something cool and then moving on, and so I know that feeling. Unfortunately for work, I gotta, focus on something for the long term, which is difficult sometimes when it gets boring. Okay, so that's what we've done so far. So I think the next thing that we're going to, no, Crazy Horse, you haven't missed anything at all. We just went through just some review of what we did last time. Um, and really just talked about, just reminded ourselves of what we did previously, and talked for new folks about how they can jump in here. Paradise says, is that functionality in the auth file in the middleware folder? Yeah, so yeah, so you got it right on the money. Those two functions are called ensure auth and ensure guest. So they're just basically checking to see, they're confirming your status, whether you're logged in or not, and then they're making sure that you only stay in the areas where you're permitted to be according to that status. And what's really cool is that these functions that we made here can be reused over and over again wherever we need them. So the fact that we're exporting them as modules, meaning that we can just plug them into any of our CRUD operations, and it's like immediate secure. It's immediate security for our routes. Hey, Booty, welcome back. Good to see you. Okay. So let's get back to it. The next thing that we're going to do, the next thing that Traversy is going to walk us through is basically what is that called? Making our session persistent. So by that, so currently the way our app works is that if I were to stop the server while I was still on this page, restart the server and reload this page, it would log me out. And the fact that we are, making so many changes and restarting our server constantly, that'll get real annoying real fast. if we just keep having to log back in over and over and over and over and over again, right? So we're going to add a small feature that's basically just going to make sure that if we log in once, even if our server restarts, our login will be preserved as a session. And it'll recognize that session being valid, and we will stay logged in unless we log ourselves out. Hey, Fubar, welcome. Fubar, I am from the United States. And so we're following a tutorial today. So as far as justifying why I'm doing one thing or the other, we are following a Traversy Media tutorial, which we're just about to get back to. And so we're kind of just following it to the letter. There's always different ways that things could be done, right? We could say you ask a developer, as Rascal put it during the last stream, you ask 10 developers, the same question, you get 10 different solutions, right? And so we're just following the way that that Traversy Media is doing it in this tutorial. But yeah, there's definitely ways that this could be modified. And so if you would like to build the app and modify it, that is absolutely something you can do. Feel free to watch part 1 of this tutorial on my Twitch, and make tweaks to the app as you see fit. But yeah, you're welcome to ask questions as we go. Yeah, no worries, Fubar. Thank you, Rascal, there for the extra information about sessions. So it's essentially information associated with the individual user, or browser, or client, but the information itself, unlike, I assume that JWTs, I assume those are tokens. that we used in pre-passport days. It's never shown to the browser directly, so we don't need to do any extra work to save them. They were by their nature being saved. Ooh. Yeah, Passport is really nice. It just basically takes all the hard work out of setting up authentication, and we can basically set up authentication via whatever method we would like. Ooh, we got to hydrate there. Okay. All right. So I gave folks about 20 minutes to get in here, and I think we're going to get back to it right now. Like I said, at the point where we left off last night, Traversy just did a quick demonstration on how our session currently does not persist. Every time we restart our server and reload, we are kicked out. So we're going to fix that here. As always, let me know how the volume sounds for you on the video versus my voice. I did, after watching a little bit of the VOD from last night, I did bump the volume up just a titch for the video. So let me know. Too loud, too soft, I can adjust as needed, because who knows what OBS is going to do, right? It does what it wants to sometimes. Okay, here we go.
So I want to prevent that from happening, and what I'm going to do is store the session in the database. And we're going to do that with that connect Mongo extension, or not extension, package that we installed. So let me just close up what I don't need here. And let's go into our app.js. So
Gotta catch up. There we go. App.js. Gotta close some of these extra things. So how's the volume? Okay, too loud, too soft. What do y'all think? Good? Okay, perfect. Like I said, I did bump it up just a titch after listening to the VOD. Okay, great. All right, let's go. So we're in app.js. Excellent. Thanks everybody. And we're going to go ahead and use Connect Mongo, I believe, to set up that session information. I do think we may need to make a change here, but we'll get there when we get. Yeah, he does have a good voice, doesn't he? All right, here we go.
in our app.js, we're going to go up to the top here and bring in, let's say, we're going to call this Mongo store, and we want to set this to require, and we're using connect Mongo. Now we just want to add onto this, we want to pass in session.
Okay, no we don't. As I've said before, tutorials nowadays become out of date almost as soon as they're done. And this tutorial is out of date. So don't add session onto the end of Mongo store onto the end of this Mongo store variable. Okay, just don't add it, or you can add it and comment it out, however you want to do it. Just don't add session. You'll get an error if you do. So, and we'll make some other changes once he gets down to the actual function itself. But we'll get there when we get there. Hey, Cranberry, welcome. 6 months and it's toasted, sometimes sooner. Absolutely agreed. All right, so Cranberry, I don't know if you heard that. This variable that Traversy just typed, don't add the word session onto the end. So if you want to code along, Cranberry, don't add the word session on the end. That is out of date. Use everything else except the word session. Okay.
So this session right here, because you need express sessions or some kind of session middleware, and we need to pass that in here. So
Again,
just make
no
sure
longer
that's
required.
below it. And then all we should have to do is go down to express sessions where we have that express session middleware and add in a store and set this to a new Mongo store. And then this takes in an object with the mongoose.
There's going to be a change here as well.
And to get that, we can just simply take mongoose, which I don't think we brought into this file, but we will, and then dot connection, because that'll give you your current mongoose connection.
Okay, we're going to make a change here. So just follow along to what I'm doing, or check the GitHub. What he just typed there no longer works. So we're going to do something different. Again, it's just one of those things. These these tools change, they get updated, tutorials become out of date. So just follow along with what I'm doing. So we're still going to use the word store here, but we're going to, instead of new Mongo store, we're going to type Mongo store dot create. Okay. And then inside of there, we're going to type, we're not going to use Mongoose at all here. You can still bring it in. You can still require it. I think that's the next thing he's going to do. It's not going to hurt anything. You're just not going to use that. It doesn't, at least it doesn't work. At least there's probably a way to make it work, but I have another way. So we're going to say Mongo, if I can spell it, Mongo URL, oops, URL. And instead, we are just going to bring in our connection string from our environment variable file. Okay, so just say process, like we've done before, process env Mongo URI. Okay, don't need Mongoose. This does seem to work. So we can save that. All right, so just replace new Mongo store with Mongo store.create, Mongo URL, process.env, Mongo URI. And that should prevent you from getting an error here. If you tried to do it the way he did, you would get an error, and it would be a cryptic error and kind of hard to parse. So, all right, let's keep going.
Connection. So let's make sure we bring that in. I'll just put that in up here.
Again, there's no harm in requiring it, even if we're not going to use it.
All right, so now let's save that, and we're going to try this again. Let's reload and log in. So now I'm logged in, and I'm going to reload the page, and notice it didn't boot me out. And that's because if I go to my database and I reload here, you can see sessions.
Yeah, so now in our database, we should have a new, if you're just building this from scratch, I obviously will already have it because I'm already using the database. But if you go to your database, you should see a new collection now called sessions, which is automatically going to be saved there. And it's going to contain information about your session. Will it use the existing connection created using ConnectDB? Well, I mean, it will use that connection string. Yeah, so I mean, I would assume it would, since you connect the shard. I don't know. That's a good question. So you're asking if it creates a new connection just in here, or if is that your question? If it creates a brand new connection, or if it just uses the existing one? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it does ask for the connection string, so it's almost like maybe it's creating a new connection just within this. Sloop, no, you should not have lots of the same user. So let's just real quick, let's look at mine. So I have 2 Gmail accounts that I have associated. Oh, you probably can't see that. Sorry, hang on. I have 2 Gmail accounts that I've associated with the app. And so in my users collection, I only have 2 entries. I have one for my one Gmail address and the other one for my other Gmail. So if you're getting repeats, it's probably because you're that check. You should have a check built in that if the user already exists, it shouldn't create a new one. There might be a typo there. And now if you did, if your sessions are working in your database, you should now have a new session collection, and and if you log in, it'll start to populate. Your session's working good. Good. So yada yada, did you make the changes that I put in did you make the changes that I typed out versus what he did in the video? And also to make sure that you have Connect Mongo installed. So if you don't have Connect Mongo installed, this won't work. So you can always just do npm install Connect Mongo. That might have been missed when you did your initial package install. So you can also check and see if it's in your package JSON file. Your user doesn't have a last name. So in your Gmail, in the Gmail account that you used, it doesn't have a last name. Yeah, I mean the special characters might be causing some weirdness. I don't know. Okay, yeah, maybe just change it to Smith or something. Maybe try changing the last name to Smith and see if that fixes it. It might then create a new user the next time. But you could just go through and like clear out the existing users, change, make sure everybody has valid first and last names, and then try again. Uh, config.env. Yeah, so you need four things in there. You need your port, your Mongo URI, your Google Client ID, and your Google Client secret. So these are the four things that you need. Okay, good. Yeah, you can always just take a screenshot and copy. Obviously, don't use mine. Make your own, right? That's what I always say. Make your own. I show these to you to help you out, but make your own, please. All right, cool. Okay, so we've got our sessions working. Cool beans. Let's see what we do next. Part two. Yes. Hey, welcome, Jim. Oh, you were yada yada. You were missing an install. Okay, nice. Good troubleshooting. All right, so we have a new collection in our database called sessions. So let's see what else we need to do.
And there's our session. So the cookie, and if we just, can I see this? Right here. So passport, so it just shows our cookie, it shows passport, it shows the user ID for this login. All right, so that fixes that issue. So the next thing I want to do is, what do I want to do next? So we have our dashboard. Our dashboard has nothing on it. I think we're ready to start dealing with stories. I think our authentication is pretty much all set. One thing I would like to do is for our dashboard route, let's see, so rendering dashboard. Let's actually pass in the username here. So dashboard, and then we'll pass in.
Okay, so he went to index.js there. So in routes, you're just going to go to index.js. So open your routes folder, go to index.js. And what we're doing here is instead of just rendering the dashboard, we actually want to make sure that we're passing information into our rendering tool, which is in this case is handlebars. And we've done that before with EJS, right? We want to not only render a page, we want to pass some starter data into the page so that the page can render that data as HTML. So that's the same. We're doing the same thing here. We're just going to pass in, and I think that's actually an object. It's hidden behind the cursor right now, but we'll see it clearly here in just a second.
Name with request.user. And let's pass in the first name.
Yeah, so it's an object, which is not surprising. Clean up my parentheses here a little bit. Yeah, and so we're passing in a few of those profile properties that we pulled that Google gave us, and we're passing them in as a new object, a more condensed object. So we don't want everything in the Google profile. We're just passing in the things that we.
And we should be able to access that in our dashboard.
Okay, name, name, caps lock. Dang it. Come on, caps lock, turn off. All right. Name, rec, first name. Okay. An object in JS. Oh. Oh, sorry, I accidentally muted it. My bad. In my keystrokes there, I accidentally somehow muted it. All right, that's okay. You didn't miss anything. We're just going to dashboard here.
And let's see. Let's actually change this to an H6, and then we'll have an H3, and we'll say welcome name, and we'll put a paragraph and say here are your stories, because we're going to want to list all of our stories here. But let's see if that name shows up. Yep, there we go.
Okay. So let's go back a little bit there. Um, so handlebars is reading in that name value that we passed in, and it is pulling it out and rendering it as HTML, right? So same thing we've done with EJS before. In my opinion, I like the way that handlebars does it. It seems a little cleaner than EJS, but again, different strokes for different folks, right? Oh, good, Sloop. I'm glad that worked. Yeah, the special characters must have been messing with the validation. I'm glad that worked. Awesome. Way to go. Good troubleshooting. Way to fix it. All right. So now let's see if this renders. Um, Again, handlebars looks a little different from EJS, but it's essentially doing the same type of thing that EJS would do here. All right, so let's see if this works. Oh, apparently I didn't save my routes, so wait, I didn't save something. Maybe I didn't. So all right, let me try logging in again. Okay, so that worked. Now let me reload this. Okay. Maybe I logged out before. I don't remember. We'll see. We'll know pretty quick if my session isn't working properly. Um we'll see. But yeah, so now it's grabbing my name, it's rendering it, um, and that seems to be working fine. Rascal says the great thing about is that no matter the template engine, um, they're all capable of about the same things. Yes, that's really nice. Yep, I like that too. When I hit login with Google, it just endlessly loads. So check your console, J7. Um, check your console and see if you have errors anywhere on the in your browser console, in your terminal. Check and see if you have errors because somewhere a promise is not being fulfilled. Mavi says so. You never have to touch EJS again. J7, so that could be because you're now since you changed that user information, you it could be because now something might be wrong in your wait, no, it was Sloop, I'm sorry, wrong person. Um User validation failed. Uh so you just clicked on a Google account and it wouldn't log in. When you set up your Google Cloud Console, did you put that the user that you mentioned, did you put them in as a test user? Because if you didn't, it won't work. Yeah, yeah. Check that and make sure. Yeah. So you need it with the way that Google Cloud Console works. If an app is in testing mode, which all of our apps will be, we whitelist a certain number of users, and if you didn't put that specific user in, wouldn't you won't be able to authenticate them with the app. Okay, so that's working. So let's see what's next.
Stories here, but let's see if that name shows up. Yep, there we go. Okay. Before we do like the dashboard stories, I'd like to just do the general. Well, no, we can do the dashboard stories first. Let's do that. Get that over with. So in our index.js, well, actually, before we do this, we need to create our story model because whenever we're dealing with a new resource in the database, we need a model for it, right? So let's go to models and let's create story.js. And I'm going to just copy my user schema here, paste that in, and let's change this to.
Okay, so before we do this, models and schemas are fairly new, but they're a nice feature of Mongoose. So does anybody remember what did they help us do? Why are we doing this? We built one for users already. What are some of the things that having a schema and then having a model associated with that schema, what can that help us do? Keep consistency, yeah. Yeah, it's a blueprint. It's a blueprint for what goes into our database, right? Yeah, and it also we can also use it to kind of control the data types that go into our database, whether or not something is required. We can even set default values. For example, setting a date for a document is created, right? We can have things automatically be stamped with a date. We can control all sorts of different properties of the types of things that go into our database. So these schemas are really cool. They help us structure our data a little bit without being too rigid. Yeah, validate the shape of our data, right? Hey, Evan. Round two. 4 hours into round one. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, John. You're working on the to-do list. Yeah, that was a fun one, and that one's a great primer for what this for this Traversy one. Yeah, it's sort of baby steps toward a lot of the things that are done in this Traversy video. Okay, so we're gonna take our existing user schema and we're gonna modify it into a new schema for the stories that we're putting in the database. So let's do that.
Story. So for our story, we're going to have a title, which will be a string. We'll set trim any white space to true. Body, status. Oops. Now status is going to be either public or private. So I'm going to set a default for this to be public. Okay, and then I'm also going to set an enum, which will be a list of possible values. So it can either be public or it can be private. What am I doing? Public or private? And then we're going to actually have a user connected to each story. We need to know who did what. So the user is going to be a special type of a mongoose object ID. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. And then the way we connect it to the user model is with ref. So we'll have a
Okay, so real quick, talking about type. So what this is kind of neat. What he's doing here is he's basically connecting the story, each individual story, not to the like the user's name, like Joe Schmo. He's actually connecting it to the unique object ID of the database object associated with that user. So that way, there's no chance that you could get that there could be two Joe Schmoes and you could get their stories mixed up and display the stories for the wrong Joe Schmo. So if you've got 2,000 people using this app, there's a probability that two people could have the exact same Google names. But with this, by using the object ID, there's going to be no chance of that. They're going to have unique object IDs in the database. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Driftwood, it is somewhat similar to a join. If you were joining on, like in a relational database, if you were joining on some sort of a unique identifier in that database. For example, in databases I've worked with, we used MD5 hashes to make unique identifiers. I'm going to sneeze here. 1 second. Excuse me. Whew. All right. So that's pretty cool. It's yeah, and it's basically very similar to a join. And then the second item here is we're doing a ref, and we're going to make a reference back to that user model that we already created. Hey, Evan Shaw, yeah, head on back to round one. Take your time. That's what the VODs are for. Cooley, are you asking how to study Traversy tutorials? Are you is that your question? Like how best to study them? Send me some Claritin. uh, okay, so yeah, we're referencing the object ID and then linking that back to the user module. So that's what he's doing here. How to get the full benefits from the tutorial, Cooley? Code along. Definitely code along, and anything you don't understand, just definitely Google it. Google your head off when you're doing these tutorials. If there's things that you don't understand, new terms, that kind of thing, just pause the video and go to Google and say, okay, what is that? What did he just do? Because Traversy tends to go pretty fast, and he doesn't always explain like why he's doing the thing. He'll explain that he needs something, but he won't necessarily always explain why. And so sometimes that's up to you to go to Google and figure out why he's doing it. Love Googling my head off, learn a lot. Yeah, that's the best way to learn. Absolutely. It's a great way. Yo, Poppy. Yeah, I'm just helping facilitate that so you don't have to go to Google, right? But I'm not gonna cover every Traversy video. Unless somebody, unless I was getting paid full time for that. Yeah, coolly. So this is part 2 of my series on this tutorial. The first part was 7 hours long. So if you want to deep dive into this particular tutorial, feel free to catch part 1 and then come back for part 2 once I'm done here. No worries, Cooley. Good to see you. Good to have you here. All right.
Reference to the user model.
Okay, so it's
and
not
then
true.
the last thing
user.
I want is just to create it at. So we can get rid of that image. Okay, and then we can just change this to story, and we want to pass in the story schema, and that should do it.
Okay, he went really fast there. Let's rewind a little. All right, so changing, we also need to make sure that we're updating the name of the schema to story and that we're passing in the story schema. So this is creating a new model called story, which we can then reference elsewhere in our app. Okay. Oh, Cranberry, you found a way to use the same connection from the existing Mongoose connection. That's rad. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, because I think when I did the Mongo store fix, that was a Stack Overflow thing, and I just copied and pasted it. But yeah, you can definitely. I'm sure there is. Yeah, you can definitely just grab a Mongoose connection. Oh, Mavi. Okay, cool. There's a one for GraphQL. Yeah, he has tutorial. Travis, you really has tutorials for everything, and really great. Yeah.
Pass in the story schema, and that should do it. So let's close that up and let's go back to our index route here, because what we want to do is get all stories that are our own. Now I know there's no stories in the database just yet, but we'll just add the functionality and it'll just say whatever, no stories available. So in dashboard, let's first bring in our model. So I want to require bring in story.
Okay, he went really fast there again. Let's back up a little. Okay, so we're just requiring the model that we just created. But to get there, in order for us to require it, we have to navigate to the folder where it's stored, right? So we're going up a couple of folders, and then we are going into models. And inside of models, we are just choosing story. Cool, cool. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tarun. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to catch their recorded videos. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the back end. Like I say, I'm a SQL developer by day, so I work in the back end all day long, and I like it a lot. There's no stories in the DB yet. How little do you know me, Brad?
Okay, I want to bring in story, and then right before we do the render, let's do a try catch, and let's say const stories equals, and we need to make sure this is async. So stories, and then we're going to await story.find, and what we want to limit here is the user. We want to limit it to the logged in user, which we can get with request.user. That gives us all the fields, but we want to match the ID. Now,
okay, so two things there. He converted this dashboard to an async function because now we're hitting the database. We're not just rendering something anymore. We're actually hitting the database, so we want to wait for those results to come back from the database first before we render the page. Those things have to happen in sequence. We have to get our results back, and then we render the page and pass in that data. So that's why he did that. And so essentially what we're doing here is we're passing in that story model, and we're saying, all right, go into our story collection. So we don't have to, with using this model, we don't have to specify like, okay, I want the story collection, I have this structure. We don't have to do all that formatting. It's already in our model. So we can just say, hey, take everything in story and then do what we ask. In this case, we said, all right, go into story and find something for us. So we're finding something essentially with the user, anything that matches this user ID of rec um, user ID. That's being passed in as part of that object. Future, my Twitch should have all my videos listed. And my YouTube channel has a bunch of videos as well. I'm not sure why they're not showing up for you. Oh, Rascal just gave you the link there. You should see my videos there. And then you can do !YouTube in chat if you want my YouTube channel. Yeah. Thanks, Mavi. Thanks, Rascal. There you go. That should help you out. Okay. So again, we're hitting the database, and we want, and notice that the method that we're using here is not find one, right? Sometimes we might want to just use find one because we only want to find a single item. But in this case, we're using find because we want to get all the matches. If they have 100 stories that are associated with that user ID, then we want to find all of them. So that's why, you have to kind of pay attention to the methods that you're using when you're hitting the database. I literally breathe a sigh of relief every time I save and it works. Yeah, it's about the little victories, isn't it? Okay, let's see what we do next.
You have to, in order to pass in data to a template, into a handlebars template, and render it, loop through it and all that, we need to call .lean. And this actually will tell us what this does. So documents returned from queries with the lean option enabled are plain JavaScript objects, not Mongoose documents. And that's what we need in order to pass it in and use it in a template. Okay, so now what we want to do is take this render.
Okay, so I think that explanation was pretty good. Just note that this is something new for us with handlebars, is that we have to add this little additional method here at the end to convert our whatever we get back and put into this stories variable. We need to do a little conversion to make it into plain JSON. Melody Dev, my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Good to see you. How are you? Raid. Yes. Welcome, everyone. Hi, folks. We are deep into part 2 of the Traversy tutorial, and we're building a really cool app. Hey, Moke. Good to have you. Welcome. So we are building a really super cool app. Following this tutorial, I'll drop you the link. That's the link to the tutorial that we are following. So I would highly suggest checking it out. This is part 2. We're pretty far along, but you're welcome to catch part 1 and build this super cool app. It's essentially, it uses Google authentication, and it allows you to submit stories, authenticate with Google, and yeah, it looks really slick. So what did he say lean does? So what lean does is it basically, so what you get back when you're hitting the database is you're getting back a Mongoose object, and it's got extra stuff associated with it. It's got getters and setters and other things. And so what we do when we use lean is we strip all that out, and what we end up with is a nice plain JSON object, which is what Handlebars understands. Right? Handlebars knows what JSON is, and it can use it to render. However, I think if we just tried to do it without that, you would end up with something that handlebars can't interpret. So you'd end up with a mongoose object instead of a JSON object. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Melody. Once again, thank you for the raid. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. All right. So let's see what we do next.
And we want to move this up here after we fetch the stories. And we want to just pass in stories. Okay, now in the catch, I'm just going to do a
Okay. So now, if we're awaiting the find from the database, we're getting that information, we're turning it into a regular JSON object. And when we render the dashboard, now we're not only passing in the user's name, we're passing in a JSON object with all the story information in. So the results of that query are now getting passed in along as a something that will be rendered or could be used to render. So we can get rid of all this other stuff down here below the catch. And now we're going to do our error handle.
console error of the error. Now we need to figure out how we want to handle errors, and we're not using like React or anything, so we can't just simply send a JSON object or anything like that. We're going to render an error template. So under views, I know we're kind of bouncing around here, but under views I'm going to create a folder called error, and then let's create a file called 500.hbs, and we'll create a file called 404.hbs. And you can do other errors if you want.
Okay, so in the views folder, create another folder called error. And then inside of there, you're going to put two new files, one called 404.hbs and the other one called 500.hbs. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to render custom error pages when things go wrong. Notice I didn't say if, I said when. It's just expected. You're going to hit some roadblocks along the way, right? We actually got to see one of those error pages in my initial demo of this app yesterday. We got to see the beautiful 500 error page. So, yeah. All right, so we're going to build some error pages, and these are going to be pretty straightforward.
But here, I'm just going to paste this in. It's just 404.
Okay. No worries, Future. Yeah, I expect that you'd have to start from part one, especially with this particular tutorial. It's very dense. There is a lot going on. It is two hours of jam-packed information, right? So yeah, I always say there is no shame in just jumping off the live stream and going back to the VOD library and catching up that way. I remember the day I attempted this homework, not for good reasons. Well, if you struggled with it, definitely check out part one of this VOD. And we go a lot slower than Traversy does. We spend a lot of time talking about all the elements and hopefully helping them make a little bit more sense. But yeah, there's a lot going on here, and I don't blame you if you had a hard time the first time. 1 hour and 16 minutes required, 9 hours to explain. Well, it was 7, but I get your gist. D1, you're going to college. That's awesome. Good job. All right. See you, Futury. Have a great evening. Or whatever time it is for you. Okay. Good job, D1. Congratulations on college. Welcome, also, first time chatter. Gonna be a programmer. That's rad. Nice. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what a lot of the folks on this stream we're learning to be programmers. I'm already a developer, but I'm learning JavaScript. It's not something I know before. So even once you're a programmer, it's always good to try to learn new things, right? You should never stop learning. And so I'm glad that, whether you go to college or whether you pursue your learning in another way, the great thing is that you should never stop learning and always try to continue improving yourself. What languages do I know? So my day job, I work with SQL on my day job, structured query language, which is a relational database language. It's very different than what we're doing here. What we're doing here is JavaScript. CSS and HTML. So this is sort of web development language stuff. But in my day job, I work with database languages. Yeah, so a variety of different things. But there's everybody has their niche, right? And so I hope that you're able to find yours. Second, do I know PHP? I know a teeny little bit of regex, but I do not know PHP. No. Okay. The question was, how come the folders in views aren't displaying like views error layout? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, Madeline. Views, error. So I have views, errors, and layouts. So if I collapse that, that might be a little more clear. So views is the root folder, and then error, layouts, and partials should be inside of views. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So VS Code does something weird. When you're building out your folders, if you only have one subfolder inside your, so like, let's say you have a root folder and you only have one subfolder, it'll put it at like a file path. It'll put a slash in between them and it'll list them on the same line. However, as soon as you have multiple folders, it will stop doing that. And it's so weird, and I don't know why it does that. It's just something that VS Code does. Oh, D1, you do apps with Python and JavaScript. Okay, nice. Those are great skills to have. I'm sure you'll learn, a lot more skills in college, but you have a great start, it sounds like. All right, so let's build our error page. So we're just building our 404 page. There's really nothing fancy here. We're just putting in some information to tell the user what happened. So I like to make my error pages a little bit more interesting. So I'm just going to say something like, what you are looking for, but I couldn't find it. Maybe go back to the dashboard for now. All right, and then after that, we put a link back to the dashboard, and I forgot to a class of button because we're making a link button, and with Materialize, with Materialize, it's going to take this class and render it as a button, and provide a nice, lovely button to link our users back to the dashboard. And so we can just put a link back to the dashboard using this route, and it will render the dashboard for us. Oh, thanks, Rascal. So there is a way to change that weird folder behavior that VS Code has. I'm going to definitely disable that. I bet Rascal has an extension to fix that. Yes, absolutely. All right, go to dash. I cannot spell the word dashboard. Like, physically, I cannot. I have to think about it every time, and I don't know why. We're sorry, but this is not the way. Yeah, you can put whatever you want in here. It's not going to change anything. You can have your error pages be funny or normal or however you want them to be. I do hate it. Thanks, Rascal. Yeah. Okay, so that's our error page. And so now that we have this, we can render it inside of inside of our catch block, we can actually choose which error page we'd like to render.
We're not found, we're sorry, and then a link to the dashboard. And then in the 500, we'll go ahead and paste that in, just server error. Okay, so now we have those templates, and now if something goes wrong here, we'll res.render, and let's render.
Sorry, I need to go back real quick here. I put
and paste that.
Okay. So I need to catch up. I put the 404 inside the 500, so I need to switch that around. All right. And for this one, for the 500, I'm just going to say server error. You broke something, and then please go back to the dashboard. I can't spell it. Dash. No. Dashboard. Oh, for now. All right. Then either way, it's going to route back to the dashboard. Oh, physically, I cannot spell the word dashboard. So my apologies. All right.
That in, just server error. Okay, so now we have those templates, and now if something goes wrong here, we'll res.render, and let's render from the error folder, we'll render 500. All right, now if we go back to dashboard, we're not going to see any changes, and what I would like to do is loop through the stories, although I know there's no stories in there yet, and then output them in a table. All right, so let's go back to our view.
Okay, so we finished with our error pages, and I just noticed it's after 7. So let's go ahead and take a break. We'd like to take a break around if you're new here, we like to take a break around the top of each hour. On the hour, every hour, generally, we take a break for 5 minutes so you can go use the restroom, get a drink of water, or do whatever else you got to do, because we like to stay healthy and we like to take care of our bodies and our minds. So that's what we're going to do. So so now we're going to actually start setting up some functionality for pulling in those stories. So we already passed in the stories to our render. So Handlebars has them now. It just doesn't know what to do with them. So when we get back, we're gonna tell Handlebars what to do with those stories. And what we're gonna tell Handlebars to do is to loop through the stories, put them into a table, and then Materialize is going to make those stories, make that table look really pretty. So that's the cool part. At this point, it might be better to copy dashboard into your clipboard and paste instead of attempting to type it. I'm too proud to do that. Come on, Rascal. So always blame the user. Indeed, it's always the user's fault unless you can prove otherwise. Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll start building in some actual functionality into our dashboard. Okay, so I will see you in 5. I'm gonna get some more tea, I think. All right, folks, come on back. We got about 30 seconds. I hope everybody has gotten the chance to get a glass of water or get up and stretch at the very least. I highly suggest that you take advantage of these breaks and use them and do what you need to stay healthy for the long term, right? Oh, welcome, Patricia. Good to see you. All right, I'm going to pause the timer. So yeah, Rascal's right. We made our express sessions persistent using Mongo Store. We uh, passed our current our object an object containing our stories into handlebars. We've made a couple of error pages, and we are rendering those error pages when things go wrong. So yes, that's what we've done so far. Patricia, you can always, jump off the live stream and catch the VOD for this, for this stream right now. You can go to my videos and just catch up that way, like, 2x speed, and then rejoin the live stream whenever you're ready to do so, if you would like to. That should catch you up pretty nicely. Okay.
You
So, let's go to our, oh, I need to turn my camera back on. All right, here we go. We are back. Good to see ya. Yeah. Oh no, technology. I know. It's wild. Yeah. OBS has been giving me trouble lately. Whenever I open it up for the first time, it never recognizes my camera. I just have to close it and reopen it again so that I can, so that it recognizes my camera. So who knows what technology is thinking sometimes. Okay, so let's go to our dashboard.hbs. And now what we're going to do is, so since we're passing in that story object, what we're going to do is now make use of that object because handlebars has it now. It just needs to be told what to do. So we're going to take that story object and we're going to, this may look familiar, not exactly the same, but this may look familiar to what we've done over and over with EJS. What we've done a lot with EJS is taken an object, loop through it, and list it out, right? And we're going to do something very similar here with handlebars, except in my opinion, in a much clearer sort of way. We're going to make a, loop through the object and list it out. So let's see that happen. Some of these are delicate towers of cards. Absolutely. There's that one XKCD comic of like, the entire modern internet and it's like resting on a single block that's like a code base maintained for free by some guy in Idaho, right? Yeah. I can ride my bike with no handlebars. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we need to do.
dashboard HBS, and from here, I think first what we want to do is actually check to see if there are any stories. So we can do that by saying if stories. So if stories, then we'll have the table and all that. Else, and then we want to just end the if. So else, then we'll say you have not created any stories, which is what we should see now.
Okay, again, he went really fast there, but this is new syntax for us, right? We haven't really done any operations with handlebars yet. We haven't done any sort of logic with handlebars. So this is new. But if you look at it, I mean, it still makes sense, right? We're saying if stories is true, so if stories exists, if there's something in story, if it's truthy, if it has content, then we're gonna do the loop and do the rendering and stuff. If it does not, if there's no content, we just want to display some text, and then in the end, we just end our if. So it's a little bit different than what we've seen before with like EJS. However, it should still make logical sense what's happening here. Versus, I love, yeah, that's one of my favorite comics. XKCD, always there's an XKCD for everything. Absolutely, it's great. Thanks for linking that, Rascal. Okay, so you have not created any stories, and that's what we want to render. So that's now. So now, if we save this and we go back to our dashboard, that's what we should see, right? Because we don't. Well, I'm probably not going to see that. because I already have an existing database of stories, but you should see that. Yeah, Ty, somebody in chat might be able to help you with that. If chat isn't able to help, you could always compare your code with what's on my GitHub as well. Yeah, it is interesting, Honda, isn't it? I really this makes a lot of visual sense to me. You know, the way this is laid out, the fact that you can just kind of do these sort of logical operations this way. I like it so far. Yeah, I'll go back to that. Let's finish with the dashboard page here, Sirius, and then I'll go back to app.js and we'll take a look at it.
Stories, which is what we should see now. Let's reload. Okay, so you have not created any story.
Okay, so if you all reload your dashboard, that's what you should see. I will probably, if I reload this, see. Yeah, so I'm not going to see any change here because I'm hitting this if condition and I do have stories because I've already built this app and I'm hitting the same database. So that mine's not gonna look right, but yours should. Yeah, Rascal as always is happy to jump into Discord there, Ty, if you would like some help. Um, So yeah, reload yours. You will see the message. You have not created any stories. Again, I do not just because my database is already built. Yours looks like his. That's awesome. That's how it should look. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, that's what yours should look like. What's on the screen right here. Awesome.
Now to loop through the stories, which we don't have, well actually we're going to make a table, so let's first just construct the table. So we'll say table, we're going to give it a class of striped, and then let's create the heading, so the T head with the table row of table headings, of title. So we'll have title, we'll have the date, and we'll have the status.
Okay. So we haven't used tables too much, or at least I haven't. So it's important to kind of remember what the structure of an HTML table is. So we have our base table sort of container, right? We're giving it a class of striped because we want the rows to alternate colors. Then we have a header. So in that case, that's going to equate to like the column headers in our table. We have a header, and then we have a row. So the row inside of that table header. And then we're actually putting the like the actual column headers in there. This is giving me flashbacks of Shay. Yeah, some of us may not have used tables since Shay. I think I did use tables for one. I used tables for one project since then. I think it was the food checker. So I built that food checker app where you could type in a barcode and it would like display the ingredients of a given food item. And I think I did use tables for that just because it was a long list of ingredients and I wanted it to be clear, but I don't know that I've used them since then. Most things I just use a list, but in this case we want some special formatting and we want things to be really structured, so the table is a good fit. Who's this Claire? I only know Mine Wolf. Yeah. I answer by either one. So proud of us for getting through Shay How. Yeah, it's a good accomplishment. Okay.
And then this is just for like the delete, edit, and delete buttons. And then underneath the T head, let's create the T body. And to loop through those stories that were passed in, we can say each stories, and we'll just close that up. So each stories, and then we'll have table rows with that data. So let's say table row, TD, so our first column is going to be the title, which is going to actually be wrapped in a link that goes to stories slash and then the story ID, which would be underscore ID. Now,
Okay, so he did a lot there. But essentially what we're doing here is we created the table header, which has our column headers in it. Um, and so that can have, different behavior. The column headers are static, right? We don't want those to change. However, we want the body to change depending on, the count of stories that we have. And so here we're just saying, hey, for these stories that we pass in, and because we already determined that they exist, so for the stories that we're passing in, we're going to do essentially like a for each, loop through them. And then for each one, we're going to put them inside a table row and then render some data there. And then at the end, we just end the loop. So very clean, very straightforward. So inside of each of those, we're going to put a link. So we want the story to be linkable. So if I click on that, if I click on the story title, I want it to link me to the full thing, right? We're gonna have a list of stories. I click on it, it links me to the full thing. So that's what we're gonna do there. All right, so anchor tag, um, stories, and then here we can just grab the handlebars, um, basically just the ID of the, so what we're doing is we're linking to the specific story using by its ID, right? So even if two stories have the same title, um, we are going to click on it and we'll get exactly the one that we want. So you could use this for a blog. Yeah, absolutely. You could, this app is really cool because it could be really flexible. You could use it for a lot of different things. Really any type of content that any type of like user specific content, you could let users upload that content, view a list of their content, and then access each content entry. And you'll see this starts to look a lot more like a blog as we get a little farther along. Toward the end, it's going to look, I mean, it's basically going to be a blog. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a great template to build off of. Absolutely. Okay, so we linked straight to the story by its ID.
now it automatically knows that this is the story ID because we're in, where is it? We're in the loop here. So we don't have to do stories dot underscore ID. It just knows. Same with the title. So we can just put in the title like that. We don't need stories dot title. And then the date. So the date, I'm going to want to format this using handlebars helper, but for now I'll just put it right in there, the created at. Okay, and then we want the status. So here I'm going to put it in a span with the class of dash status and status like that.
Okay, so we're pulling in the created date, but the reason that he mentioned that we're going to want to format this differently is that right now it's going to be kind of a really gnarly like date time. And so we're gonna want to make it look better than it currently does in the database because it's gonna pull in the raw database formatting, and that's gonna look kind of so. And then also we're gonna put a span with a class of uh, what is it? Dash status. All right, status. Okay, and and again, if you missed the first video, if you're just tuning in now, I'm using Emmet to type the HTML a little quicker because goodness knows I need all the help I can get. So that's why I'm typing the HTML tags the way I am. All right, so we've got our title, created at, and the status.
And then this last one here is going to be the edit button and the delete. Now you can't have a delete get request, so we can't just have a link to delete. We'll have to use a form, and we're going to use method override. So we're going to do that later. I'm just going to leave this blank for now. So if we save this, we're not going to see any difference because we don't have any story.
Okay, so I'll see a difference because I already have some stories in my database from my other version of this app. I'm just sharing the database between the two. So we should see something in mine. Let's see what we see. Yeah. All right. So we can see my test values in here. You won't see anything, right? Because remember, you don't have any stories yet. So don't panic. Mine will look different here. But you can see that this date looks kind of gnarly, right? Like that's not something we would necessarily like want to display. It's got too much information. It's confusing. Um, And so we're going to be doing more modifications with this. But all of the elements are there. Hey, Nero Arc, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Hey, Akechi. Hey, Madeline. Hey, yada yada. Don't panic. Yes, so yours won't if you just started the database, you won't have anything in there. If you haven't done the tutorial before, you won't have anything in there, right? Um, so it just depends on if you already have a stories collection or not. Yeah, so Mavi, yeah, you might not, just depending on if you've already done the tutorial once before. Don't panic. Welcome, Akechi, by the way. Good to see you. Akechi, I don't remember if you were here yesterday, but definitely check out part one if you want to follow along. Um, because we're deep in the sauce right now, but um, you're welcome to tune in if you want to try and catch up.
Stories created. So I think what I want to do next, and feel free to, I mean, this is a long video, so feel free to stop and come back later if you
We did.
want.
Thank you, Traversy.
But what we're going to do now is create our add button. We're going to have a little add story button that goes to a form so we can actually create a story. So let's create the button first, which is going to be a partial. So I'm going to go to partial, new file, underscore, add, underscore, btn dot hbs. And let me just grab that real quick. So pretty simple. You just have
Okay, so we're going into the partials folder and we're creating a new partial. So we created one partial yesterday, and that partial was for a header, the header and the sliding menu bar that appear at the top of all of our pages. And essentially, what a partial is basically it's kind of like just a code snippet. It's like an HTML snippet that you can bring in and use on other pages over and over again. So it's like a self-contained bit of code that can be used multiple times. Um, it's I know Traversy is yeah, it has it on easy mode with the copy and paste, right? Oh yeah, the title is called underscore add underscore button dot hbs, and yada yada just pasted it in chat there. Yeah, and partial names by default start with underscores. Also, too, I mean, just as an aside, layout names, I believe, also do have a convention where they're supposed to start with a slash. Traversy doesn't do that here, but I was just looking at the documentation for handlebars, and I think that's kind of what you're supposed to do. Again, it doesn't change behavior, doesn't really matter. Just saying, you might see that occasionally if you work with handlebars in the future. All right, and you can also, if you want to copy and paste too, I'm not going to know. You can also go to my GitHub, go to the add button partial, and just copy and paste as well. That's perfectly fine. Um, I have the whole finished code on my GitHub. So if you got to copy and paste, you got to copy and paste. That's, I'm not going to tell on you, right? So I'm just going to put this in real quick. So fixed action button. And inside of there, we have, oh my gosh, there's a ton of classes on this. All right. We have an anchor tag with like 6 classes. All right. Button, floating, button, large, waves effect. Ooh. All right. Dot waves effects dot waves light and red. Okay. Oops, dot red. Sorry. There we go. All right, and then inside of there, we have a font awesome icon for a plus. So uh, I.fas, oops, not there. I.fas dot fa dash plus. Okay, that should do it. Cool. And then we're going to the route of stories slash add, which we don't have yet, but we will. All right, button floating, checking that, button large, waves effect. Okay. Now what we can do is we're going to essentially pass this partial into our layout so that we have a plus button on every page that needs it. I'm so glad for Emmett. Yeah, I'm just sort of, I resisted using it for a long time, just because I wanted to get good at, typing tags. But when you're as the apps we build get more and more complex, you kind of need these tools to keep up, right? So,
Have fixed action button as our class. It's going to go to stories add, has an icon and so on. So if we save that, we go to our main layout, we can insert that just like we did, where is it, main layout, just like we did the header. So we just actually copy that down and just say add, what is it, add underscore btn. So now if we go back and reload, we have a little add button here. If I click it, it goes to story/add, which doesn't exist yet. So let's create.
okay. So we just basically we just slot this right in, right? And it just works, which I think is really cool. So I'm going to save this. Oops, not there.
That next.
I brought up my start menu. Um, all right, let's reload this. And I don't think you'll be able to see because it's going to be behind my head. But just trust me, the button is there. It's in a red circle. It's behind my head. You'll have to trust me. Hey, you, welcome. Yeah, we didn't use the tools at first because we could learn how to do what they do without them. And now that we've learned, then we can, make our lives a little easier. Exactly. So full stack, I agree with you up to a point, right? When you're first learning something new, um, typing it out can be really helpful, right? Because you have to stop and think and go slow and think about what you're doing. However, copy and paste can be good when you're first starting out too, just because it lets you use these components without making silly mistakes like typos, right? If you want to be able to use the components without worrying about, the making typos, then copy and paste can be your friend. I don't know. I can see both sides. Red circle, white plus sign. Yay. Yeah. If you have a teal add button, um, I think I made that mistake actually in my GitHub version of this code. I didn't put the red class on my, so in the partial, you need to make sure that you have this last class here to make it red. So if it's teal, it's not gonna matter. If you want to make it red, you're just missing a class. Um, okay, so somebody did ask. I apologize, I forget who. Somebody asked they wanted to see app.js, to see, uh, was it the session information, or was it what was it? Who wanted to see app.js? I can scroll up and see. I have streamer brain. I can't remember anything. The store. Oh, serious? You want to see the store? Yeah. Okay. So that's the store. It's different than what Traversy typed. That's all. That should allow you to initialize your, Mongo store. So I would suggest, screenshotting this, taking a snip, and right now, yeah. So if your add button is the wrong color, then you just missed a class. You just need a red class at the end. Oh yeah, case is very important. URL is not, it's not all caps. The case does matter here. If you make it accidentally uppercase, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's keep going.
Just close that up. Close that up for now. So under views, we're going to have a few stories views. So I'm going to create its own folder. So in views, we'll have a stories folder. And let's create a file in stories called add.hbs.
Okay, so again, we're creating yet another folder. So be careful. This is where you could start getting, things at the wrong level in your layout in your folder structure. So be very careful. You're going to add a folder inside of views. So click on views. You're going to add another folder called stories. And we're going to be putting multiple pages in here. We're going to be putting quite a few pages in. Um, so you are going to be, using this folder quite a bit. Oh, you're seeing Acorn Developer. Oh, that's cute. That's a good name for a cat. Okay, so in the inside of the stories folder, we're gonna put a new page, another HBS page called add, and this is going to be our this is going to be where it starts actually getting kind of cool, as we're going to build this really neat add page that will allow us to add stories that are going to get story elements that can have HTML formatting, so um, bold, italic, strike through, those types of things, and it's going to be a WYSIWYG editor, which is a really fun abbreviation meaning what you see is what you get. So we'll see the editor here in a little bit, and it's actually, it looks really cool. So my cat's name is Kubernetes. I love random cat names. Yeah, when you name your cat after like developer tools, that's great. So for those of you who are new here, and there's several new folks here tonight, I have a channel points reward when you get to a certain point. I have a channel points reward that will, I foster kittens for the Humane Society. So I have a channel points reward where you, yes, you, can name one of my foster kittens and see the kitten on camera. So keep that in mind. Save those channel points, name a foster kitten. I don't really know what an IRL stream is, but I do stream twice a week. Normally, I stream on Wednesdays and Sundays. You can see my schedule on my channel. Today's stream is a little unusual. I don't normally do Monday streams, but I'm just finishing this tutorial tonight. Yeah, I assumed IRL is in real life, but I don't know what I don't know what that means. I'm not I'm not super Twitch literate, I guess. Waiting for a cat with a mustache. Yeah, Madeline. Definitely name a kitten. We just adopted a kitten that's missing a leg and named her Purple Heart. Oh, IRL stream is like walking around town. Okay, you probably won't expect that from me. Um, I normally just focus on programming topics, but we do have fun sometimes. Sometimes we have just chat. We have just chatting type of streams sometimes as well. I'm so confused. I must would like to see your dog more. Okay, I can. That's something I can do. He's snoozing on the couch here, right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and build our ad story page. Yeah, I'll find a way to show him on camera a little bit more, because he is very cute and he knows it.
So this will be our add form, and I'm just gonna grab this because it's not much. It's not difficult. So it's just a form. It's gonna make
Okay, it's not difficult, and he copies and pastes like 30 lines of text, right? um, so yeah, there's actually a lot going on here. So we should talk about it. Um, so you can feel free to copy and paste this as well, but we're still going to go through what's here. So obviously, at the start we have our H3. You can grab this from my GitHub if you would like, because he took the easy route, so I can't blame it. Can't blame you if you do. But in here, what he's essentially doing is he's creating a couple of containers, and the top. So I think there's going to be 3 containers. The top one is going to be for we're going to have several different forms here. Um, and welcome, Jackson Studios. Good to see you. So what do we know that's cool about forms? Using forms when we're sending things to and from a server. What do we know that's cool about forms? Why do we like to use forms instead of just say like why wouldn't we just use an input box? Why do we like to use forms? 12. Yeah, you can put CRUD methods. They handle CRUD methods by default, right? Yeah, it's built in. It's built in. You don't have to do fetches or anything like that. Forms already know how to handle certain methods, not all methods. Not natively, they physically cannot handle all methods, but um they can handle posts and deletes, right? Which is very helpful. Yeah, and you don't have to do any extra formatting. It just packages it all up and sends it up to your server for you. So yeah, it's that's the cool thing about forms is which is why here essentially if you look, what he's doing is essentially just building out this entire form for one single input, right? Just one single input is building an entire form. So instead of just using an input box, he's building a form around it so it'll package everything up and send it up to the server. Thank you for the follow, Pat Tillman. Welcome to the chat. Should I learn how to code to get a better life? I would say having coding skills can help you in a lot of ways. Um, just being technologically literate in general can help you in a lot of ways. I think knowing how to code is not going to hurt you in any way, certainly. And you can leverage that ability to help you get a better job, help you do some side projects, maybe get some freelance clients, that kind of thing. So it can open more doors for you than you might have otherwise, right? It's just more options in your life, potentially. So I would say yes. In general, yes. All right, so we got a div with class of row, um, row, and we have an input box. Okay, input, and then we also have a label associated with that. Okay, so let's fill that out. We have a form, and with that action, so when we're creating a form, that what that action is doing is essentially declaring the route that we're going to be sending. When we submit this form, um, we're telling it what route to go to, and our server is going to be listening for that route and then know how to handle it. So, and again, here we can say, like we mentioned, we can set a method. Oops, have my don't have a closing quote there. So we can set a method, and in this case, our method is going to be post. Um, we're giving a class, and materialize will handle that class. We have a row, and then and I'm missing a div here. And I have another div with a class of input field. Okay, that's wrapping this. Right, input field, and then my input type is going to be text. I'm going to give it an ID of title so we can target it later. And we're also going to give it a name of title. All right. And then we can also, what we can do with input boxes is we can attach labels to them just by declaring which input they belong to. So this will have a label of title, and then again, materialize will also know how to handle that in a certain way. So that's going to set up that. And I guess here too. So this form does have multiple parts, but um, again, the form is still serving the same purpose. It's help packaging up what we're submitting. Hey, Ceci, welcome. Cecifar, welcome to the chat. Um, do I know if there's going to be a third cohort? And if so, am I going to follow along with that too? If there is another cohort, I will. My current plan is that I would start over with that, and I would continue streaming along with the class topics. I would just go back to the beginning and start over. There's a lot of things that because I wasn't streaming at the beginning of this cohort, and so there's a lot of things I never covered. Um, and also too, I mean, like with anything, there's things that looking back at my very old streams, my first streams, there's definitely things I would change or do better. And so I would take that opportunity if it was offered to me. Um, and I think if you are wondering whether you should join the cohort, you can join right now and join the catch up crew and catch up that way. That's never a bad option. Yeah, like Madeline says, there's no plans for it at the moment. Leon has a brand new baby, and I'm sure that's just throwing his world into a tizzy at the moment. However, you can join the catch up crew. I can tell you with authority that there are many people that are literally starting like right now, today, this week, from zero, and they are working their way up at their own pace. So you can start at any time. Yeah, no worries, Ceci. Okay. So we have another, so this is our title, and then below that we're gonna have another um div for our status. So remember, we can set these stories as public or private, depending on whether or not we want them to be visible to other users. So if we have a private story, maybe we only want us to be able to see it and not anybody else. If it's public by default. Then anybody else who logs into the app, it will be listed on the public board, and anybody else can see it. Um, okay, so I'm gonna kind of like copy this row div here. I'm going to copy this and put it down here. So again, in a second div down, we have a class of row. We have a class of input field. This looks, but what's in here looks a little bit different. So in here, we're actually going to have a select tag. So what does a select tag do for us? What is that going to create for us? What do we do with a select tag? Here's a little HTML pop quiz. Oh, it's not a div, sorry. It's a select. Did that wrong. All right, there we go. It's gonna have an ID of status and a name of status. Name, okay, and then in there. Yeah, it gives you it creates the shell of a drop down. Yeah, it creates a shell of a drop down, and then inside of there is where we put our options. Right. And we're gonna have a few options here. Boop, boop. I think he's actually going to delete the third one. We'll see in a second here. Public, and I'm just going to put public and private in there. Public and private, and then we can also set as Crazy Horse mentioned, we can set a default selection just by typing the word selected here. So we want public to be the default, and that will be the default option that is shown to the user when they first see the select, what appears in the box when they're looking at this selection. So we want public to be the default. That's what they will see. And the text itself is going to say public. For our other option, we're going to say private. And then we also want to add a label for our selection box. So I'm going to say label for status is going to be status. Let's see what that looks like when we load the page.
A post request to /stories, and we have a title, has a name and ID. We have a select field here. We actually don't need unpublished.
Yeah.
So just public and private. Public is selected by default.
Okay. And I have fix that capitalization there. So he just went over that really fast, right? But I wanted to spend a little bit more time on what's actually happening there. Yeah, so unpublished, you'll get rid of unpublished. That's why I didn't put it as an option, because he just deleted it. So I knew that was coming. I remembered that was coming. That's why I didn't put it. But good eyes. Yep. Any other time I would have appreciated the correction. I just knew that one was coming. We got yeah. You had no way of knowing though. All right. So that takes care of status, and then we have a few other options here. So again, we're just creating more rows, and so we're gonna have another div of row. So I'm just gonna copy the first one and drop it down here. So we have another row, we have another input field, and in here we're going to have an H5, and we're gonna say tell us your story. Boop. And in there, we're going to have a text area. Um, so you may have used text area before, but we're going to set a few properties on that. We're going to give it a name of body, and we're gonna give it an ID of body as well. Now, by default, if you're using Emmet, it's going to try to populate a few, this columns and rows to try to determine how much space it should occupy. However, we're going to overwrite that pretty much immediately. So I'm going to just remove these extra options because we're going to be using another, like an overlay to basically just make it look completely different. So this doesn't matter. So it's just going to have these two properties of name and ID. And how is text area different from an input box? What do we know? What's the difference between an input box and a text area? What are they? How are they different from each other? Yeah, that's one thing. Yada yada. Yep, it accepts multiple lines of text. What else? What else can you do with a text area that you can't do with just an input box? Like from a user perspective, what can a user do with a text area that's different than an input box? Ah, yeah. KT got it. So by default, if you have a text area, you can click a little, like you can put your, yeah, you can widen it. You can put your mouse on the very bottom corner. You can drag it and you can make it bigger, right? So next time you're filling out a form on a website, look at the difference between input boxes and text area. See if you can spot the difference when you're filling out like just a regular form on a website. Um, because with text area, yeah, you can drag that corner of the box and make it bigger, and that's default behavior for text areas, which I think is pretty cool. So it lets the user have more space enter text. Yeah. Madeline, so what's the point of that feature? What's the point of which feature are you asking about, Madeline? Night Owl. Oh, welcome, Night Owl. You saw it, but you didn't know what for? Yeah, yeah. So that's what that little, if you, next time you see a text area on a form, look at that. Look for a little triangle in the bottom right corner, and you can change the size by dragging it. You can change the size of the box. Yeah. So why would you want to expand a text area? Well, let's say you're submitting a form on a website where they're asking for like a paragraph of information. If you need more space, you can just make it bigger. Like because the creator of the form can set the size by default. We just saw that. You can set the rows and columns that it occupies. But sometimes you just might need more space and you don't want to, scroll. You just want a bigger space on the screen. So you drag it, you have more space to type. Yep. My dang medical history. Welcome, Jay Zilla. Good to have you in the chat, my friend. All right. So we have our title. So we have several components to the form, right? We have our title. We have our status, which is a selector. We have our large box where people can type their story. So that could be very long in itself, right? To complete our form, what's the last element that we need in order basically to tell the form that we are ready to submit that data up to the server? What do we need to actually fully complete our form? Yes, we need a button, and particularly a button with a type of submit. And that type is important, right? Because that form has certain built-in actions that it can perform, right? And we're going to perform a post action. Um, but we need to set the type appropriately in order for the form to know what to do. There's a few different things we can do. In this case, we want to say this is a submission, so package this information up, and please send it to the server, but via the route that we specified. Yeah. So I think that's why I'm spending so much time on this, because forms are going to be a really powerful tool for you as you're building your apps, so that you don't have to manually format everything when you send it up to the database. Forms can do a lot of this natively. Um, and they're super powerful. You see them everywhere on the internet. Once you start seeing them, you'll never stop seeing them. They are literally everywhere, and you need to know how to use them and how to get the most out of them. So that's why I wanted to spend a bit more time on forms specifically. So yeah, we're gonna add our button, and again we're gonna have a row. I'm gonna copy and paste this. We're gonna have a row. Um, we're gonna have an input with a class of button, and the type is going to be submit. The value is going to be save. Uppercase. Save class button. Okay, and then we're going to have a link here as well, and it's going to be it's going to go to the dashboard route. Okay, so and the class is going to be button orange. So we're going to have a dashboard button as well. Well, I guess it's going to be the same thing. Well, no, this is the cancel button. I'm sorry. We're going to have that's why I was confused. We're going to have two buttons. One for save, one for cancel. Yeah. All right. So a going to have button and orange. Okay. And we're going to go to the if they want to cancel, we want to route them back to the dashboard. I spelled it right the first time. Good for me. All right. And cancel. Okay. So if you'll notice, when we built this button, we built both of these buttons very differently, right? So this first one, the cancel button, we built kind of manually using an anchor tag. We had to specify the route, and we had to specify what the button is going to say. However, for the submit button, completing the form, we only had to give it a type, because by default, that button is going to say submit on it, just because we said that's the type of button we want to have. So that it's kind of it's the mixture. It's the difference between built-in and custom functionality, right? Sometimes that can be really confusing. All right, so we'll save that.
We have the body, which is a text area, but I'm going to show you how we can implement something called CK Editor. And then we have a save button and then just a cancel that goes to the dashboard. So let's save this and let's create the route to show this. So we need the stories route file now. So under routes, let's say new stories.js. I'll just copy what we have in index for now. And let's see, we'll just get rid of the second one here. And we'll keep, we don't need ensure guest because the login or the home is the only thing that's going to need that. We will keep ensure auth.
Okay, so they went kind of quick. He went kind of quick there. Let's back up a little bit. All right.
And let's see, we'll just get rid of the second one.
Okay, so essentially what he's done here. So we created a new XJS. So we created a new file called stories under the routes folder, right? Because we're just creating a new route to our stories pages. And you're in Spain, always custom. And in stories, we're going to get rid of these dashboard routes. Make sure you don't delete the module.exports at the bottom. Keep that, but just get rid of these additional routes here. So we're keeping this basic one here. We're going to modify it and make sure that your export statement is still down at the bottom. Okay.
Here. And we'll keep, we don't need ensure guest because the login or the home is the only thing that's going to need that. We will keep ensure auth. We'll keep the story model. And then let's see, so this first one here is going to be show add page. So it's a get request to stories/add. So let's put that here. So just /add here. Ensure auth. And then we just basically we don't even need to pass anything in. We just want to render that template. So we can get rid of that. We're going to render stories/add. So pretty simple. Now,
okay. So before he moves off of that, So, again, we're just processing the route. This basic slash stories is going to be handled by our server. Our server is going to see this slash stories, and it's going to say, oh, I know where to send that. I want to send that to the stories routes file. And then once it goes to the stories routes file, we're going to have multiple different routes that can do other, more detailed things. And so that's why we're just saying to slash add here, because our server is already going to be listening for the slash stories route, and then we send it here, and then the additional, everything after the second slash here is going to be handled by the individual routes themselves. And so we're using ensure auth here to basically validate that the user is not trying to access this route without being logged in. So that's what that's for. And then all we're doing is we're just rendering the add page that we just created.
In order to use this file, we need to, just like the others, we need to bring in the route to the app.js.
Yeah, so that's what I was just saying, is that we want a base route in our app.js file, which can then punt it over to this file to handle the secondary routes. So inside of app.js, I'm gonna save this real quick. We're gonna put our base route for slash stories, because we're gonna have multiple pages with the slash stories route, and then doing other detailed things after the second slash. So app.js, under routes, we're just gonna add an additional route. We have auth, and I think we're going to create a new one here for stories.
So let's change this to stories. Okay, so we'll link that. And now if we go back and we click on this, it brings us.
Okay, so you can save that. So now our server is listening for the route. So if we go back to our app and we click on the plus in the lower right hand corner, that plus button that you created, let's see if it works. Oh, okay, that's fine. Probably have a typo somewhere. So failed to look up view stories add in the view directory. Okay, it's all good. Okay, so it's in the right directory. And let's check my routes. Res render stories add. Checking against my finished code, just doing a quick comparison. Let me know if you see a typo. Oh, I've got an extra forward. Okay, forward slash. Ah, yes, I think you are right. Right? Forward slash. Let me just double check. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this is, I think that's it. So right here. So stories add, I need to take this slash off. Yeah. Line 10. Yep, you're all right. You got it. Okay, let's try again. Hey, there we go. All right. So we can see it looks a little funky. The formatting's a little off. Um, you know, um, but overall, it's starting to look decent. Yeah, no, no, no. The formatting's gonna look a little weird at first. We're gonna fix that. But what's cool is what's happening by default. See, look what Materialize is doing, right? When I click on title, it like does that cool little animation and it like moves the title up. I don't know. It's just neat the kind of things that are built in, and we have the buttons have that hover effect built in. Um, it's really cool. And yeah, we can, so this is still a default text area, so I can demonstrate what text areas can do by default. Whee! This is not Materialize doing this. This is default HTML behavior, which is pretty cool for a text area. Yeah, so you can try that. And you can see when I make it really small, it puts a little scroll bar in there. And if I were to, make this teeny tiny and then, start adding more and more rows, oops, boop, boop, boop. So if I make like a bunch of rows, it puts a scroll bar in there and I can scroll up and down. Again, that's not materialized, that's default, which is pretty neat. So that's why text areas are cool. But yeah, obviously we're going to get rid of this and we're going to replace it with something else. But just FYI, that's something you can do on most web pages. Yeah. All right, so now that we got this working, let's go ahead and take a break. It's break time. This is a good place to pause for a moment. So let's pause. Dorito, yes. Let's pause and take 5 minutes. I'm going to feed my dog, and I will see you all back here in 5. All right, let's reset and start the timer, and I'll see you back here shortly. Pause, indeed. All right, folks, we got about 30 seconds left in the break, so make your way back when you're ready to do so. Yeah, Rascal pointed out where the error was. We just fixed line 10 of the code there on the. All right, I'm pausing the timer here, and we'll get back to it. Hey, Madeline, you just debugged all by yourself. That's awesome. Yeah, savor savor the last minute of that break. Hey, welcome, Cranberry Wine. Good to have you here. I hope you're having a good day today, Cranberry Wine. We certainly are. We are finishing a really cool app. Yeah, it's been 2 hours already. Pretty wild. Got about an hour left in the tutorial to go, so we'll see how long that takes us. All right. So we've got our page rendering, right? We're able to render. We've got our text area. Let me turn my camera back on. Right. Yeah, we have several. Yeah, we have several. We have several cranberries in chat. That's awesome. Cranberry cat, cranberry wine. Yeah, buddy. Dog just finished his dinner and came in. Okay, so let's see what we need to do next.
Us to the page. Now, this looks really weird. The select isn't even really showing up because with Materialize, you have to initialize it with JavaScript, just like we did with the menu. So let's go back to the main layout. And right here, this init, I'm just going to copy this down, and we want.
Sorry, my dog sometimes coughs after he eats. Eats too fast. So real quick there, we're going to the layouts folder and then we're going to the main file. And what we're doing there is we're just initializing some of the additional features that we added.
Form select init, and we're going to grab query selector, and we want the ID of status, which is
okay. So what we did there is handlebars requires you to initialize a lot of these actions that need like animation. So right now, if we try to use the, so like we notice that the element that's missing here is our selector, right? That's not an error. That's just because we haven't initialized it yet. And so we need to do that. So inside of our, main HBS file, we are just going to initialize that. So we initialize form select, and we essentially what we're doing is we're attaching this action. We're attaching this form select action to our selector that we already built. Status. All right, and rid of the dot there because it's an ID. So our selector with the ID of status, we're giving it this form select action, just like we did with the side nav on our menu bar. All right, I'll save that.
which is that select form. So now if I go back and reload, nothing. What did I do wrong?
He has an extra parenthesis there.
Parenthesis. Okay,
Yeah.
so now.
So now we should be able to see the selector here. And so as soon as I reloaded, after I initialized it, suddenly I can see the selector and I can use it. So when I do that, we've got these nifty animations, all this built-in, cool built-in functionality. It looks very beautiful and slick, and that's because of Materialize. So I can choose. So I can see that public is selected by default, which is what we said when we built the selector. We said public should be the default selection. However, I can change that to private if I would like to. Traversy makes mistakes too. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we need to do now.
Our select list. So for the text area here, I want to make this into a WYSIWYG editor. We're going to use something called CK editor, which we can get the CDN for from CDN.js. So if we search for CK editor, right here, we're going to grab not this jQuery adapter thing, but this right here, CK editor.js. I'm going to grab the script tag, and I'm going to put this in my main layout here. I'm going to put it right under the Materialize.
Okay, so we used Materialize. This is how we brought in Materialize. We brought it in as a script at the bottom of our layout, right? And so under there, we're just going to add another script, and I'm just going to paste this in, and I will paste it in chat for you as well, or you can grab it from my GitHub if you prefer. However you'd like to do it. I'm going to grab this script tag from the other file. Yes. And grab materialize. Additional script that we need is CK editor, which is going to allow us to create a fancy schmancy text box. Okay, so there's that, and I'm going to drop this in for you. So that's the script tag for you. And what this is going to allow us to do is create that WYSIWYG editor like we talked about earlier. That'll allow the users to format text if they would like to do. Okay.
And this is actually really easy to set up or initialize. We just need to go down here and say CK editor dot replace, and in here the name of the field we want to replace, which is body, because if we look in our add right here, text area has a name of body, so we want to replace that with the CK editor. Okay, so back here, replace, and then we can have an object with a plugins value, because there's a lot of things you can add. If you want to look at the docs, you can, but we want the WYSIWYG area, so what you see is what you get area. We also want the toolbar and basic styles and link. We want to be able to do links. So let's save that, and let's go back and close this up and close.
Okay, so I'll give you the list of plugins here. Well, actually, let me make sure it works first, and then let me make sure it works first. And see. Okay, wait, maybe I missed something. Hang on. All right.
Close all this. Let's go back here and reload. And now
okay,
we have.
I did miss something. All right, hang on. Let me check my oh, toolbar. Toolbar. I misspelled toolbar. Thank you. Typo. Wizzy. Yeah, what you see is what you get. Area. Toolbar. Misspelled. Thank you for catching that. Basic styles and link. Okay, let's try it again. If this works, then I'll paste it in chat for you. There we go. There's our WYSIWYG editor. And you can like, if you wanted, I would kind of like an underline feature here and like maybe some additional things that you could do. Maybe some like custom, like line spacing or something like that. So I've been meaning to look at the additional like plugins that you can add. Because you could put a lot more here, I think. That would be really cool to have like the ability to underline, paragraph formatting, line spacing, that kind of thing. So, but anyway, the basic stuff is here. So that's all that Traversy is going to be putting in. And so now the cool thing about this is that you can type stuff, right? And it's going to format it with HTML. And then you can also, see the formatting in the editor itself, right? So I can see if I italicize something, I can bold things, I can add links if I would like to. I can drop in a URL, make a link. It's really, really robust, actually. Link info, see the target, display text. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So CK editor is separate. And it basically, it just allows us to replace an existing part of our page. In this case, we replace the body of, so if we go back to our HBS file here, remember for our text area, we gave it an ID of body. And so essentially inside of our, remember our views folders are like the sandwich ingredients, and then our layouts are like the bread. And so inside of our bread here, we have some additional scripts that are going to do some additional processing of the body. And so we're replacing this thing with the ID of body with this more robust editor. So this is separate from Materialize, at least the way that I understand it. It's its own sort of a text editor overlay. And you can do tons of stuff with it. I think I mean, I'm sure I've even seen this before being used on web pages. And so now you know what it is, and now you can use it for yourself, which is pretty cool. Will it be stored in the database with bold and underline? That's a great question. So it's actually going to be stored in the database with HTML tags, and we'll see that. We'll see that just a little bit farther in the tutorial. We'll actually see those tags in the database. Oh my goodness, it's a raid. Holy cannoli. Freckle Bites. Hey. Welcome, Freckle. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you all. Hello. My name is Mayan Wolf. It's good to see you all. Today we are building a really cool full stack CRUD application using JavaScript and handlebars with MongoDB as a backend. So since there's a lot of folks that just popped in here, I want to show you the finished version of the app. We're rebuilding it I like to do educational streams where we talk about you know how to we're learning how to code, right? We're all learning how to code together, mostly JavaScript, and some other cool stuff as well. However, I do have a finished version of this app. We're also, the coolest thing about this app is that we're using Google authentication. So if you ever wanted to learn how to, authenticate with Google, um, then this tutorial is probably for you. Hey, folks. Oh my goodness, yada yada. Thank you so much for the sub. Spend those Bezos bucks. Spend Jeff Bezos's money. Use your Prime subscription on your favorite streamers. Doesn't have to be me. Just spend it on somebody. Um, Thank you so much. Much appreciated. So yes, so if I click this login with Google button, what we see here is that it's bringing up the Google login screen. And how cool is that? We are authenticating with Google itself. Oh, yeah, Yada, you gave out a sub. Thank you so much. KNH24, you are the lucky winner, my friend. You have a sub to my channel. Do I have a YouTube channel where I post these tutorials? That is a great question. I do. Do exclamation point YouTube in chat. That is the chat command that will give you a link to my YouTube channel, and you can see all of my older streams. You can also catch my uh, past VODs on Twitch for 60 days. So you have 60 days to catch up on my older stuff if you would like, and then even older things are stored on YouTube with no ads for you. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody's having a good day. And thank you again, Freckle, for the raid. Uh, Freckle Bites, hi. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. What were you working on today, Freckle? If you're still here, what were you working on today? But yeah, so we're using Google authentication. So you can see I've got two Gmails here. To log in, I'm going to authenticate directly with Google. And then when I do that, it's really zoomed in. When I do that, it gives me a list of stories. I can edit these stories. I can save them. I can view stories from myself and other users. You can see that 3 of these stories are submitted by my current account, and then 1 is submitted by my alternate account. Um, and oh, Twitch graphics stuff. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. I love how creative some people get with their Twitch graphics, and like some folks have such like beautiful and complex overlays and things for their Twitch channels. I do not, as you can see. I'm pretty bare bones, but we still have a good time anyway. Yeah, and so and we can see that I can edit my own things, right? I can edit my own stories, but I can't edit the things that were submitted by other users that are not me. And so we're doing a lot of we're doing not only authentication, we're doing user specific actions um, that are that allow us to assign certain capabilities to ourselves and not to others. We're also protecting our routes to be secure, to protect our app from attacks. And so yeah, we're doing authentication, we're doing security. It's pretty cool. We've actually did a lot of those things in my last stream. So if you check out my Twitch channel and you look for yesterday's stream, that's where we did a lot of the authentication focused stuff. Today we're looking more at functionality, using Materialize to make our menus and our to make our app look beautiful and do cool things such as this WYSIWYG editor that we just built. So, and real quick too, I do want to show you what the back end of this looks like as well. So we're using MongoDB as our back end, MongoDB Atlas here to access the data. So we're doing several things here. We have a database called Storybooks, and inside of Storybooks, I have 3 collections, one of which stores user data, and this is all coming from Google. So Google is sharing this. We set up Google OAuth, as you saw that Google login page earlier. We set up Google OAuth, and we are storing that user data that comes back from Google. We're storing it in a MongoDB. And another collection that we have in there, so we're storing user data. We're storing session data to allow our sessions to persist. So if our server restarts, we don't want to get logged out of the app every single time. So we're storing session data, and we're also storing the individual stories themselves. So we have multiple collections here in MongoDB, which are working together to give us the information that we need to make our app run. It's very exciting. It's very cool. And this app is a great template for building many, many other things. So Fixer, are you saying that the Twitch stuff the Twitch stuff that you guys were working on was all in CSS and Tailwind? Wow, that's really cool. That takes some skill. You must be very Freckle, you must be very good. Um, that sort of thing. I am impressed if by your CSS skills. I do not have those skills. I am not good with CSS. Hence why I'm glad we can use Materialize to make it look pretty for me without me having to try. Handlebars and Materialize are handling are doing the heavy lifting on the front end for me here. I am not good with front end. I am a SQL developer. If anybody's curious about SQL, I am a SQL developer in my day job. I'm learning JavaScript and web development in every night basically. But during the day, I work exclusively with SQL and with relational databases. So I do have an intro to SQL stream on my YouTube if anybody is interested in learning about SQL, the basics of it. King.gg co-founder, designer, and CSS wizard. Ah, that's so cool. Very cool. That's all. I love seeing really like skillful CSS. It looks like magic to me. I need to learn Bootstrap. Yeah, I will. I will at some point. I just tend to build really plain looking apps. Like I like the plainness of them. Um, it's just that, but that's just me. I'm used to working with backend, so a lot of the tools that I use when I work with backend code are very not pretty. So I'm just used to that look. Hey, Charlie Gunthers. If you're stuck, you can grab the code off of my GitHub, !GitHub, and you can you can always compare your code with mine. Um, it's a Traversy CRUD auth is the repo. You can always double check. Charlie, are you stuck on part 1, yesterday's stream, or are you stuck on today's stream? Okay, so let's pop back in. Thank you again for the raid. That's amazing. Thank you so much for popping in. We're actually following a tutorial today because we're pulling a lot of things together. And so today we're following a Traversy media tutorial on how to do this. And so if you want to follow the tutorial yourself on your own, here I'm going to put a link in chat for you. Yes, and as somebody typed in chat there, !Leon, that is the link to essentially the course that I and many of the other folks in chat here are participating in, which is called 100 Devs. And it essentially teaches you how to be a web developer for free, no obligation, no subscription, no pay. It is taught entirely on Twitch. There's a really robust and active Discord with a lot of helpful people where it's community taught, community led. It's just all lessons for free on Twitch. And you can check out the website, leonnoel.com, 100 Devs, if you want to learn more about that. No pay, no scam, no fees. It's just free education for the masses. So I'm not the leader of 100 Devs. I'm a participant, but I am a community streamer who's associated with 100 Devs. Marble Rest says, I have a theory about Traversy. He created realistic voice emulation um, before Siri and Alexa. That's why his voice is so monotone. That's funny. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on mute real quick. My dog is chewing on something, and I just want to make sure it's something he's allowed to be chewing on. So, 1 second. I'm glad I checked because it was something he wasn't allowed to be chewing on. He had a piece of plastic and was chewing on that when he had a perfectly good chew toy just sitting right there. So sometimes that happens. Okay. Uh, oh, the 1 hour 50 mark of Traversy's video. Okay, well, so Charlie Gunthers, we are going to get there in just a little bit. And so, yeah, there's this tutorial, like many tutorials, is out of date very quickly. Um, and that's just the nature of the beast, right? Code changes a lot, unless it's SQL, which doesn't change very much at all. But you know, JavaScript is just by its nature, it's constantly changing and growing, and so the packages and things associated with JavaScript are also constantly changing and growing. And so there are many points where we will be making changes to the base code to fix bugs that pop up in the tutorial. So Charlie, I think once we get there, we'll fix that. So if you want to hang around for a little while longer, until we hit that hour and 50-minute mark in the tutorial, we will implement a fix for that issue that you're having. We interrupt this stream to verify that the dog is okay. Yes, he's currently chewing on something he's allowed to be chewing on, which is a chew toy. So we're all good there. All right, so let's keep going. We just created our WYSIWYG editor. What you see is what you get. And this text editor is allowing us to do live formatting on text, which is then stored in the database with HTML tags. So it can then be rendered as HTML with the appropriate formatting. So that's what that's doing for us. All right, go ahead and start it up again.
Have an editor. Now, if you put something in here and you hit enter, it'll automatically put paragraph tags in, so it'll format it automatically. Now, we want this to work. Remember, this is making a post request. If we go back to the add template, it's making a post request to /stories, so we want to create that. So let's go back to our stories route. And
okay, so we're going to be in our stories route folder, which is stories.js. That's inside of our routes folder. And so we're going to add some stuff here.
And let's see, let's just go right under, I'll just copy this. So let's say this is going to process the add form, and it's going to be a post request to stories. So we want router.post to just / which represents stories, and ensure auth. And let's get rid of this. And we want to try catch. For the error, I'm just going to console error, and then res.render error /500.
Okay, so here since we're posting, we're interacting with the database. So we want to turn this into a try catch block because when we're interacting with the database, this turns from a, oh, this needs to be also don't forget to change this to a post. Because this is a different type of request. So when we're interacting with the database, this turns from a regular, like just a regular function to what kind of a function? What is it? What kind of a function does it become? When we interact with the database, we want to be what? Async. Yes, exactly. So we want to be asynchronous because we need to wait for the request to complete with the database before we perform additional actions. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to, and I think Traversy is about to change this to an async function. We're going to console log, but console error. And we're going to render, if this fails, we want to render our pre-coded 500 page, which is stored in error 500, right? And we're going to do some stuff in here. Yeah. Hey, Adil, coming in there with the right answer on that first time chat. Sorry, Abdil, welcome. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. Henrique says, Traversy helped me so much with web dev. Love his tutorials. Yeah, they're really good. They cover a lot of wonderful topics. I freaking love this tutorial. But the reason I'm reviewing it on stream is because he doesn't spend a lot of time talking about why things are happening, right? He just kind of goes through and says, do this. And so what I like to talk about on my streams is adding a little color and saying, like, look, this is why we're doing this particular thing. And this is what it means. So I think that adds more context to the tutorial, which is already very good. We're just adding a little bit of background. Yeah, no, but it's great. I friggin' love this. Okay.
Now in here, we want to create the story. So remember, request.body, if you've worked with Express, you know this, request.body is going to give us the data that's sent in from the form. However, in order to use request.body, we need to add a piece of middleware, which we haven't done yet. So in our app.js file, let's go right after we initialize this, and we need to add the body parser middleware, which is app.use. To accept form data, we want to do express.url encoded, and we're just going to pass in this extended and set that to false. And then I'm also going to accept JSON data, although we're not doing that, but I'll just add in express.json.
Okay.
So now we should.
All right, I'm going to pause that for a second so everybody can catch up. URL encoded and extended false. I think we have used extended true before to like take in arrays and that sort of thing, but since we're just passing in strings, I think that's probably why that's set to false. Express, oops. Express.json. For all you new folks, I make a lot of typos, but you'll get used to it. All right. So that's our middleware. So we went kind of fast there, but he went back to the app.js, so our server, right? Went back to our server, and we just enabled a couple of additional pieces of middleware here that's going to help us parse that information that's coming up from the form data that we already created. All right. So, oops. Oh. Oh no. Isn't it working? Okay, let me reload it.
To accept form data, we want to do express.
Okay, there we go. I don't know what happened there. It just decided it wasn't going to work anymore. Okay, cool.
.url encoded, and we're just going to pass in this extended and set that to false. And then I'm also going to accept JSON data, although we're not doing that, but I'll just add in express.json. So now we should be able to get the data from request body. Now this.
Okay, so now we're back in our stories folder, and we're gonna get now we can pull the data from request body. And Muleman says, oh, welcome, by the way. Traversy added a bunch to this project. I remember doing this, just looked at my repo from 2017, and what you showed has a bunch more features. Yeah, he mentioned that at the beginning of the tutorial. He says basically this was a old tutorial that he has completely redone and updated. So it might be worth, going through it again, and especially learning Google OAuth, which I think is really cool. That's awesome that you did this, back a long time ago. And now, even now, this tutorial was done in 2020 and it's out of date again, right? It's just the internet just moves so quickly, right? Or coding just moves so quickly. The tech industry moves quickly. Yeah, it's wild.
Obviously, this doesn't include the user, and the user is part of the story schema. So we can get the user from request.user. So what I'll do is add on to this a user value and set that to the request.user. All right, or request.user ID. Okay, so yeah, so that'll get added to.
Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. What? Sorry. I'm sneezy today. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, we're taking in the body, and we're grabbing the user ID.
That. And then we need to create it, so we need to await. Let's make sure we add a sync up here.
Yeah, there we go. Now we're making the
So
function
we want
async.
to await, and we'll use our story model, and we want to just call create, and we're going to pass in request.body. So that'll create it, and then we just.
Okay, so a couple things here. So we previously created our story model. So this is the first. So we're calling it again. We already called it once when we grabbed the list of stories to do a get. So we can use this, can go both ways, right? We can reuse this model over and over again multiple times to do different things. So that's a good demonstration of that. So here we're using a different method to create a story. And so here we can just really just pass in the body, and that's going to populate all of those fields that we previously defined just by magic. And it's going to go into the database and have the right structure. So that's the magic of creating these models, meaning that I can just pass in the body and it just goes boop and populates. And here what we did is we essentially added a value of user to the body. So previously the body really just had the story info, and then we went ahead and added a user value to the body as well. So now when we pass the body into our story, it's going to contain all the data that we need. HJ, so you just redeemed an IRL word ban. So what word did you want to ban, HJ? I want to make sure that that wasn't a mistake. You're welcome to do a word ban if you would like, but which word did you want to ban? Uh, full stack. What was your question? Make sure I'm catching you there. Yeah, HJ, you may have accidentally redeemed some channel points there, my friend. You redeemed a word ban. That's not the first time that's happened. Sometimes folks redeem things accidentally. You can use it if you would like, um, or I can refund it to you later. I opened Twitch and went to dinner. I'm happy to. Yeah, I will return. I will return those channel points to you at the next break if that's okay. I'll return those channel points. Sorry about that. Gotta love the misclicks. Indeed, it happens. It's okay. All right.
Want to redirect to, let's redirect to the dashboard. All right, so we'll save that. And then
Okay, so at the very end there, we added a redirect to go back to the dashboard. And the reason, why we do that is essentially once we submit a story, we were on the ad page, right? We were on the ad story page, and when they click that button, we want to not only post the story to the database, they don't need to be on the ad page anymore, right? They're done. They've added their story. We want to send them back to the dashboard so they can see it listed out. So that's why we do that redirect there at the end. Okay.
let's go back. Let's reload this ad page, and let's say Gen Story 1 and public, and then I'll just say this is my story.
Okay, and we're going to do the same thing. We'll see if it works. All right, so I'm going to put in it. I'm going to reload this to make sure it grabs everything we changed. All right. Stream test story. I'm going to just leave it as public. Test story body. I'm going to bold the word body. So we'll look at this in the database and we'll see what it does. I'm going to do some formatting here. We'll do a strike through. We'll do italics. We'll do the whole shebang. So a few different types of things there. Let's see if it actually saves. Oh, and I also need to, dang it, I didn't save my story. I didn't save my JS file. I do that a lot. I didn't save. So I'm going to save. Boop, boop. All right. Now I'm actually going to need to reload again. So I'm just going to copy this. Um, and all right. One more time. All right. There we go. And we'll see if that works. Okay, so the redirect definitely worked, right? The redirect definitely worked. Um, oh, HJ, I'm glad you're making use of the captions. Yes, that's a great. I'm glad you mentioned that. So HJ mentioned that I do have captions enabled on my stream. So if you would need captions, but you don't see them currently, you should be able to hover your mouse toward the right of the stream window, and you will see a little like icon pop up on the screen with a closed caption symbol. You can click that and you can get captions if you would like them. Okay, so the redirect worked, and I can see that my new story is listed right here on my dashboard. Now let's take a quick look at that and see how it looks in the database. So I'm going to go back to my MongoDB here, refresh it, and it might be behind my head. It is. All right, let's make this bigger. Perpetual problem. My head is in the way. Um, So with this last one, just real quick, look at the, I don't know if you can see that, but look at the tags that it's applying to this. So I'm going to put it in chat so you can see. Um, so that's how it's stored in the database with all that formatting that I did. There's a bunch of tags and things and special characters that are being applied to that. Just for those 3 words, all those tags. Yeah. So if you're getting an error, um, there's a couple things we can check. So double check that your method here is post. Make sure that it says post here, router.post. You might have left it as get, which I definitely know from experience. Oh my goodness, we have another raid. This is the 3rd raid for this stream. Wow, this is wild. Welcome, raiders. Good to see you as always. Thank you, CM Griffin. I know that we've raided you a few times. It's awesome to get a raid back from you. Thank you so much. CM Griffin is a really skilled coder. They do a lot of fun projects. They're online a lot. Um, and oh man, just another grats. Thank you so much for the subs, for the gifted subs. Be sure to, if you received a sub from just another grats, please be sure to thank them for your sub. Thank you so much. Again, welcome to the Raiders. Sam Griffin. Let me just do a shout out. I want to do real quick shout out. I want to shout out both Raiders here. Shout out CM Griff thing. Right, I think that's right. Yeah, okay, I got that one. And then I want to shout out Freckled Bites as well. Copying them my action list here. Shout out them as well. Sorry, I forgot to do that earlier. Okay. Popping off tonight, indeed. We are having a great time. We are building an app that uses a lot of fun things, including Google OAuth. So I can show you how that looks. You've probably seen this on a lot of web pages. You click a button, and then you are taken to a screen where you're able to log in with Google. And so we've implemented that in our app today. Where you can just click your Google account and be authenticated and taken to your homepage. We've also done things where we've protected our routes, done various other things with authentication, and we are using Materialize to make our front end look pretty because I am not nearly as skilled. I'm not skilled at all with CSS, unlike someone like Frecklebites who rated us earlier, who would be someone to check out if you want to learn more about CSS. So if you got so Driftwood, if you got a 500 error, I would make sure that you don't have any typos here in your router, because if you're getting the 500 error, right, it's making it to the router. So that's a good start. If you're getting to the router, it's going through the router and it's hitting the catch. So you have an error somewhere here in your try block, I would say. So just double check that. And also too, if you would like to see the repo for this project, you can go to my GitHub, !GitHub, and um, !GitHub, and you can see the finished code there. It's under the repo called Traversy CRUD auth. And link it here. The finished code is here. We are following a Traversy media tutorial, who's a great teacher, and I'm just adding some additional context to the tutorial as we go through it. Again, welcome to everyone here. All right, let's keep going. I know that we got some folks working through some errors, but yeah, also check and make sure that what you're passing into the parameters that you're passing into your function here are that they match throughout, right? So when you click on it, it should highlight all instances of rec, and then all instances of res. When you click here, those should match. So, and also be very careful that you're posting instead of getting, that you have, that this first function still say get, and this should say post.
I hope you like it. Actually, you know what? Let's make this a longer one.
He's just testing a longer story here.
Now, if I copy it right from the website, it's going to format it for me. So I'm just going to paste it in. Let's see. Let's paste it in a text editor. I'm just going off screen here, and I'm just going to paste it in Sublime Text real quick, and then copy it again, just so there's no formatting to it. And then I'll paste that in here, and hopefully that gets rid of any formatting. I mean, usually you're not going to paste stuff in here, but we'll go ahead and save this. So we get redirected. Wait, something went wrong. Okay, so we had some kind of error here. Let's check our console. Validation failed. Status.
So I'm going to pause real quick here. So Madeline, that's correct. That's the behavior you would expect. It's not clickable yet. We haven't made it clickable. And the date is going to be obnoxiously long, and you're going to have the status. So that's all you should see on your dashboard, FYI. So sounds like you got it right there, Madeline. But let's let Traversy do some troubleshooting here.
Public. Status was undefined. Wait a minute. Status name. Okay, that should have got sent.
Just a reminder that everybody can make errors.
Enum value. Did I mess something up in the model? Oh. Well, we can see that that's working.
Okay, so his mistake was in his story model. So that's another thing to check if you're getting errors at this point, is to make sure that your story schema here is correct. Because I made that mistake when I was building this for the first time. I had made a mistake here. I copied and pasted from the user model, from this other model. I copied and pasted, and I did it wrong. I got mixed up in these names here. And I copied and pasted wrong. I had the wrong properties in the wrong places, and so validation failed. So check your console. If you're getting errors, check your console, see what it says. If it says something like story validation failed, then you have an error somewhere in your schema. And so his error was that I believe he had spelled public wrong. And so it failed because of that. It gave me time to catch up. Oh, okay. And Driftwood, you found your error. Good. Because what Driftwood there was mentioning is that they forgot to. So whenever you create a model like this, right, we export it, and then we also have to require it wherever we want to use it. So in this case, we wanted to use it in our other file, and so we had to require it there.
All right, let's try that again. There we go. So
Okay, so this is what, at this point, hopefully this is what your dashboard should look like. It's what, it's what mine looks like at this point. We've got the story name, we've got the date, we've got the status, just those three things. And then hopefully you've got an add button down in the lower right-hand corner. And somebody mentioned that their add button wasn't working. So you just double check in your partial file. So in your list of partials, check your add button and make sure that you have everything sort of formatted correctly there. So that everything about this is correct, and that you have the correct route, and then you can check your routes folder and look at make sure that you didn't accidentally delete your git, because that's something that could have happened. If you were trying to copy and paste, you might have accidentally deleted your git, which hooks to that add button. So confirm that.
it's submitted, and now we're seeing it on our dashboard. So we see the title, the date, which I want to format, and then public. Okay, and if we go to our database, stories, and there it is.
Yeah, so if we look in the database, we'll see our story data is being saved. And also too, again, that's hard to see, but here we can look at this one. We have this special object in here, this user, that's storing specifically an object ID that links directly to an existing user in our database. So this is a one-to-one relationship. We can never have, this cannot be duplicated, right? It's the unique object ID. And so that's how we can tie our stories to our users, which I think is really cool. Because again, like we said earlier, you could potentially have two users with exactly the same name, like two users named Joe Schmo, especially if you're making an app that would be used by thousands of people. And so it's very important when you're thinking large scale, with your app development. It's important to think about things like this. How can I make sure that my data is unique, and that if somebody, because we hear about this occasionally, right? People are using an app, and suddenly they're able to see data. I think there was a big scandal with Fallout 4 when people were submitting support tickets on the support forum. They were able to see everybody else's tickets, not just their own. They were able to see everyone's tickets and even resolve them, because there wasn't the appropriate relationship in whatever database they were using. They didn't have the correct relationship between the submitting user and the ticket itself, right? So they're trying to display tickets for a specific user, but something wasn't coded right, so it was displaying every ticket. So that's an example of how that sort of thing can happen in the real world. Third try, nice. But yeah, so this type of thing can and has actually happened. So that's why we need to, learn about it now and create some good habits.
So yeah, so it's formatted with paragraphs, which it should be. But it shouldn't have any styling or anything. Good. And the user that's the user ID right there. So now we're able to add stories. Let's just add one more. We'll say Gen Story 2. Okay. And now I just want to check to see if I log out as Jen and I log in with a different Google account. Welcome, Brad. You have not created any stories. Good.
Yeah. So Driftwood, what do you, so you're setting the rec body user equals rec user ID. That's set in the try block here. Yeah, and that's why we're setting that, because we want to grab specifically, we're essentially, what we're doing is we're taking in the request body as is, which only can, at that point, at the point when it comes in from our add form, like, remember where this is coming from. This is coming in from when we click on add. And when we click on add, we really only have we're really only passing in the title, the status, and the body, right? The body of the story. So when we click save, that's all that's in there. However, we know that we want to add the user ID to our database object. And so that's what we're doing. We're saying, all right, create a new key here in our body and grab the user ID that's currently logged in. Yeah, so we're adding a property to the object called user. Exactly. Yep. And then our body, which now contains the user ID, is being passed up to our database through our story model. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So we'll take a break here in just another minute. I'm just going to finish this section, which Traversy's almost done. Yeah, we're almost to the end of this section, so we'll finish that up and then we'll take a break.
And I guess we'll create one for Brad. Okay, good. So I think the next thing that I want to do is, let's see, you know what? Let's format this date, and we're going to.
Okay, so we're going to pause there for just a second. Last thing I want to do here is I want to log out and I want to log back in with my other account. So my other account should only really have one story associated with it. So we'll see how that looks different on the dashboard. Yeah, so if I log in with my other account, we can see that I no longer see, whatever 5 stories or whatever I had before. It's only bringing back the stories that are associated with my account, with my current account, I should say, the account that I'm currently logged in with. Um, yeah, so that shows me that my dashboard is only showing me what I should be seeing. So if you have 2 Gmail accounts or more that you've associated with this app, I would suggest trying to switch between them and seeing how your dashboard looks different and loads the things that are associated with your account. So feel free to test that out. And then, like Traversy said, when we come back, we're going to be making this date look much cleaner. And I think that's going to take, I forget what we're using for that. But yeah, he'll walk us through it. And we're going to make this date look more palatable to our user. Also, there's a big thunderstorm going on outside, so I apologize. If the stream suddenly cuts off, it's just probably because I've lost power. Yeah, it got real dark real fast, and I can hear some thunder, so we'll see how this goes. But all right. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take 5 minutes. If you're new here, which many of you are, great to have you. If you are new here, what we do is we try to take 5-minute breaks every hour on the hour, because we like to be healthy and we like to keep our minds and our bodies healthy as well. So go do what you need to do, get a cup of water, walk the dog, whatever you got to do. I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Right. We go. Oh, no worries, yada yada. Thank you again for the subs, my friend. Go ahead and get ready for bed, and yeah, keep yourself healthy. And two, again, you can always catch these VODs on Twitch and YouTube. That's why they are there. So if you ever got to drop off, take care of yourself first, and I'll see you again, I'm sure. All right, 5 minutes. I'll see you back here soon. Hey, folks, you've still got 3 minutes left. Don't panic at all. I'm just trying to refund those channel points for HJ. I've done it once before, and I can't seem to remember how. If anybody knows off the top of their head how to refund channel points, I could just Google it. Just thought I would ask. Um, but yeah, I'm getting those refunded for you. Very easy. I just forget how to do it. Okay, thank you for that, Rascal. I believe I have refunded those channel points to HJ. Thank you so much for that direct link because the Twitch docs were not helping me at all. So, yeah, the reward queue, that's right. Okay, so come on back, folks. Um, we have got, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pause the timer here. So come on back if you're coming back. But again, if you have to do something else, that's totally fine. That's what the VODs are for, right? Um, Yeah, I was able to find it with the link that Rascal gave, but it was yeah, the Twitch, the official Twitch site documentation was not helping at all. Um but yeah, definitely Rascal's link got me there. So thank you, Rascal, and thank you, Chris, for also sharing an alternate way to get there. I'm gonna have to bookmark that link because yeah, occasionally folks, I feel like it's a little confusing. Those rewards will, pop up in chat and then you don't even know that you've clicked on them. So that's not the first time that's happened. Definitely. So, all right. Let's go ahead and get back to it. I'm going to turn my camera back on. It is really raining outside, like a lot. And there's thunder. It's the whole shebang. Big old storm. Craziness. All right. But we're going to keep trucking. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we are going to format our date. So let's see how to do that.
Do that using Moment.js, which we already installed, and we're going to create a handlebar helper. And every time I say that, I think of hamburger helper. But we want a helper that we can wrap around the date and format it. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So we're going to create, let's just close these up, and we're going to create in the root a folder called helpers. And then inside helpers, we'll create a file called hbs.js. So any hamburger.
Okay, so inside at the root, we've gone back all the way down to the root now. So I've just created a new folder here called helpers, and then inside of there, we're going to put a folder called hbs.js. And we're really, we're going to be putting a few helpers in here, but moment is the first one. A few hamburger helpers. with moment being the first.
Helpers, any handlebar helpers that we're going to create will go in here. Now I want to bring in moment because we're going to be using this to format the date. And then we'll just do module.exports, and we'll just have a bunch of functions here. So the first one is format date. Okay, so this is going to be a function that takes in the date and then whatever the format that we want. And then we're just going to return from it moment. So we're using moment here. Wrap the date that's passed in, and then with moment we just say dot format and then whatever the format is. So that one's pretty simple. So
Okay, so what this is doing is using moment to just format our date, and we're going to be creating essentially a function that's going to format the date in a custom way. So this is not the end of this. This is just what we're exporting essentially.
So let's save that. Now in order to use this in our template, we need to register it with handlebars. So we need to go to app.js and go down to, I'm going to put this right above handlebars. So we first need to bring it in. So it was called what? Format date. Actually, we're going to use destructuring here because we're going to have a bunch of them. So format date. Require helpers HBS, and then we need to add it down here. So in the
Okay, so again, we're using destructuring here, and he said the reason that we're doing that is because we're going to be bringing in a bunch of different functions from the same location, and so that's what destructuring helps us do here. Instead of having to list each one individually, we know they're all coming from the exact same place, so we can destructure them sort of in this object here, and bring them all in at once. So destructuring can be really useful when you remember to use it. I don't always remember to use it, but it can be a real help. All right, so bring it in from HBS, and then we also need to add some stuff to handlebars, which is hence why my handlebars is formatted a little bit differently, because I already knew we were going to be adding more stuff. So I put things on separate lines. But yeah, so that's what we're doing here.
this object that's passed into this exphbs, we want to add helpers, and then that's an object. Just make sure you put a comma after it, and then we want to put in our format date like that. And then
okay, so real quick, so what we've done essentially here is we have added a sort of sub object. So be very careful with your formatting here. So what this is going to look like is this helpers, and then we're going to have multiple items inside of this helpers object, right? So it's a sub object in here, and for now we're just adding format date, but we're going to be adding other things as well. Okay.
we can go into our dashboard, and this created app, we can put format date, and we don't need to put parentheses, so just a space, and that's passing created app.
Okay. Also here, so previously we were just passing in created at, just raw, right? Just however it comes from the database, we're just slapping it on the page. But we can call this function that we've created, this format date, but we do it a little bit differently than you would just in vanilla JavaScript, right? Really all we're doing is we're just saying format date, and then it's just implied that it's going to be applied to this created at. So that's a little different, right? We don't need any parentheses or anything like that. We just, it just says, all right, format date applied to created at. And we'll see some more instances of that as we get a little farther, particularly when you have multiple arguments that could be passed into a function. It's kind of interesting how that works. So this is a simple example, but we'll see a little bit more of that as we go. So just something interesting and different that Handlebars does that we may not have seen before. So it's important to take note of that. So there is a space in between here. We're passing in format date. We are applying it to created at, to our date, to format it the way we would like to.
At in as this date. Now we also want to pass in the format, so we want to put a space after created at and whatever the format we want. So I'm going to go ahead and just put in some quotes and then paste the format that I want. So just want the month, day, year, and the time. So we want to put this in, and you can look at the Moment.js documentation if you want to use some other type of format. So
Okay, so here we have our function here, format date. The first argument for that function is the date, and we said that when we set it up, right? The first argument is the date. The second is the actual date format, and so that's what we're doing here. Is we're saying, all right, date, and then we set the format as a string. And I'll paste this in chat so you have it. Do y. And yeah, so comma h ss and then a. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and pay. I'll put this in chat for you. Shell and the Ghost. That's a great name. I love that. It's awesome. Also, too, I want to make sure that like my stream isn't glitching out or anything. Can somebody just post anything in chat? I'm kind of worried that chat is not working, or at least that I'm not seeing it. Oh, okay, good. Because OBS was starting to do some wonkiness on my side. Anything in chat. So I just want to make sure you're still there and I was still seeing your messages. So thank you. Welcome, SDK. Thank you for helping out. Okay. I don't mind if we're not, if you don't say anything. I just wanted to make sure that OBS was not glitching because it's scaring me a little bit. So thanks, everybody. Okay. All right, so we put in that format. I pasted it up a little up the above all the above all the nonsense here. So if you want that format, you can grab it there. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for Shell in the Ghost. Thank you so much for subscribing with your awesome name. Thank you. Yeah, I love that. People are so creative with their Twitch names, Discord names. I love it. And you subscribe with Prime, Shell and the Ghost. Yes, like I always say, spend those Bezos bucks. Don't spend your money. Spend Jeff Bezos's money. Absolutely, do it. All right, so we've got that formatting in there. So we're passing in all of the required arguments to the function, and that should be good.
let's save this and let's go back. And now you can see we get June 18th, 2020, gives us the time. Good.
Yeah, so now our formatting looks a lot prettier. So let's try that. I'm going to save and reload. Hey, there we go. That looks a lot more human readable, right? A lot more friendly to the average user. Yes. Thank you, Shell and the Ghost. Bezos Bucks goes to a deserving streamer every month. Wholesome, intelligent content equals winner. Oh, thank you. That's always my intention. For wholesome, intelligent content. For the win, indeed. I agree with you, my friend. All right. So we've got our dates formatted. Perfect. Let's see what we're going to do next.
So the next thing I want to do is the public stories. So we have this link. It goes to just /stories. So it's a get request to /stories. And this is where we want to show all of the stories that are public. So let's see.
Okay, before we do that, I just want to remind you what that looks like. So in the finished app, we go to public stories, and this is actually a pretty cool page. It is it's a list of stories that are public, and they're all on cards, right? So they're all on cards. And if I click the read more, if I had a long story, so if I had a long story, it would cut it off. and I could click read more to read the whole thing. I could also click on the username to see everything that they've written. So if I click on this account, I'll only see one, right? But if I click on the other account, I'll see all of them. If I click on read more, I will see like kind of a almost like a blog page, right? Somebody we were talking earlier about whether this could be used as a blog, and I think it absolutely could. This looks very blog like. You got a nice big picture of the user here, time written, title, and the full body of the story. So if these were longer, you would see more. Now, the one thing if you're eagle-eyed, the one thing you might have noticed is that my new story, the one I just submitted, is here, but it's got some very ugly HTML tags. So if I read more, we can see that they're formatted here, but on the card they aren't. And so we'll fix that later. That's something we're going to fix at a later date. But this one kind of went in unformatted properly. So yeah, but that's just because it's it was submitted through the incomplete version of the app, right? Yeah. Spend those Bezos bucks on this Bezos app, so giving his own money to himself. Well, hey, at least we're not injecting new money into the system, right? We're just cycling it. Need an image upload and it becomes full blog material. Yes, I agree. I mean, it does support links right now, right? So you could link to external image sites like Imgur or whatever. But yeah, if you wanted to add image support, this would be a fully fledged blog site. Absolutely. Okay, so this is what we're going to be building. Sort of this card display with all the stories listed. Um, so let's do it. All right, so we were in dashboard HBS.
We'll go ahead and create the view. So let's go into views, stories, and I'm going to create a new file in here and call this index.hbs. So
Okay, so this is in views, our views folder, and our stories folder. I mentioned we were going to be adding multiple things to this folder, right? So we're adding something new here. We're adding index.hbs. Okay, so inside of stories, index.hbs. Right, there we go. HTML canvas for the image upload. Yeah, you could do that. All right, index.hbs, and we're going to be putting some stuff in here.
So this is our stories. And we might as well just add this HTML while we're at it. So let's put an H1 here, stories. And we're going to have a class of row. And what we're going to want to do is loop through the stories. Because when we create the route, we're going to render this template and we're going to pass the stories in. So let's say each stories. And what's cool about this with the each is you can actually put an else, meaning if there are no stories. So we don't have to put an if beforehand. So let's just end this with each. And in the else, we'll just put a paragraph that says no stories to display. And inside the each here, we're going to want to style basically cards that hold the story, the title, and at least a portion of the body. So I'm going to put a class in here of call S12 and then M4. So we're going to have three 4-column divs. And for each one, we'll render a card. And I'm going to have a class of card image. We don't have images, but what I'm going to put in here is an icon if it belongs to the user that's logged in. So we're going to have to do some trickery here, and we're going to use a handlebar helper for this. So I'm just going to, for now, let's just put a comment here, and let's say to do edit icon, because that's going to be a helper.
Okay, and I think this is where someone mentioned earlier that they got stuck. That this edit icon, and I do have a fix. So we will have to make a change here. Google is weird about displaying these profile images sometimes, and so I think we will be making a change here. I need to double check my finished code. But I think we just need to add, we may be adding something additional here. So we'll get there soon. We're not quite there yet. We're about 10 minutes away. But once we do, this will be another place for a change. So just don't let me forget to check that when we get to edit icon. We just need to do a little extra here. say potential change edit icon. There we go. Oh, do I have something spelled wrong? Oh, each. Yeah, sorry. So on line 13, we're ending the each here, not the else. Thank you for catching that there, Driftwood. Thank you. All right.
Now we're going to go outside of the card image and do a card. We want card content, and then I also want the center align class here. And inside here we'll have an H5 with the title. So we're in the each loop, so that's going to give us the story title. Then we'll have a paragraph, and inside this paragraph we want the body. Now we're going to have some issues with this, with the body. For one, it's going to be way too long for the one where we added the long text. So we're going to need a helper for that. Also, it's going to render the paragraph tags, so we want to strip those out as well. So we
Okay, so yeah, we're going to do two things. We're going to be stripping out the extra HTML, and we're going to be shortening the body. So we're going to have a couple helpers for that as well. Handlebar syntax is PHP. I don't know. Yeah, if anybody is familiar with PHP, they might be able to answer that question. I am not. Other than a teensy bit of regex.
do have some work to do on this after, but I'm going to save that for a little later. So after that paragraph, let's put in a line break, and then we're going to use the class of chip. So in Materialize, a chip is kind of like a badge. It has a background color and it has some rounded corners. And this is where I want to put the user image and their name. So let's put an image tag, and we're going to get the image from the user. So story.user.image. Because remember, we have access to the the user fields because of that relationship that we created within the model. And we're going to populate the stories with the user data. And then we'll have a link. So this link is going to go to /stories/user/ and then we want the user ID. So we're going to say user._ID. And what that route's going to do, we haven't created it yet, but when we do, it's going to show all the stories of a specific user. And inside this link, we'll just show the display name. So user.displayName. All right, and now after we want to go out.
Okay, so I'm going to pause that real quick to let folks catch up and also kind of remind us of where we are. So what is the chip, right? So what is the chip? If I'm looking at the finished app, the chip is essentially this little pill-shaped thing right here. This is a chip. And so we were able to put in an image, which is the profile image, and we were able to put in the user ID as well. And what we did was we not only put in the user ID, we turned it into a link. So you could click this and go to and go to a link that we're going to specify. Now, let me just double check my code real quick. I just want to see where I need to make a 2 seconds. Checking the finished code here. Just to see. So under stories, so many folders. So many folders. All right, we're in index.hbs and okay, so I didn't make the change here, so it must be elsewhere. All right, I honestly don't remember. Too many files. All right, well, we'll find that later, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, so thank you Rascal for answering that question about PHP. So the double bracket, double curly brace syntax is fairly common and does exist with some templating libraries usable with PHP, such as Mustache, which Handlebars is comparable with, Twig and others. Okay, thank you for that, Rascal. All right.
Side of the card content, so that ends here, and we want a card action class, and let's also actually add the center align. So this is going to be the read more button. So let's say a class btn, and we'll make it gray, And this is going to go to slash stories slash and then the ID of the story, so underscore ID, because it's just going to go to the single story page. So here we'll just say read more. And
Okay, so this is just creating the gray button that's at the bottom of each card. And again, we're just linking to a route. In this case, we're linking to stories. And then we are linking to the stories associated with specific ID. Why we're passing that in. We're giving a classic button gray, and the button title is just going to be read more. I know this is kind of squished on my half of the screen here. So again, if you need to, you can always go to my GitHub, !GitHub in chat. And the finished code is, I can actually just link you to it here. Here's the whole finished code. So if you got to copy and paste, if you're getting an error, typo somewhere, you can always go there and grab what you need. Right. Yeah, I know it's probably kind of hard to follow when we're getting so like nested, right? And it gets squished against the right side of the screen. So hopefully that helps.
I think that should do it. So we'll save that. Just go down here, make sure we have no errors. So we'll save that, and then let's go to our stories routes. So we want to go to routes and then stories.js, and we want to create the route to a get request to slash stories, just to show them all. So let's go down here. I'll just copy this. Yeah, so we'll copy that and we'll go right here. We'll say show all stories. So there's basically two things we want to do here. We want to fetch the stories and we want to render them in the template. So the route is going to be a get request to stories, ensure auth. We want to make this async since we're dealing with Mongoose, with the database. And we'll just get rid of this for now. So we want to try catch. And for the error, same thing we've been doing. We'll just...
Okay, don't forget to make that function async. That's easy to miss. He did it really quickly. Just make sure you make this async because again, we're hitting the database. And so that is going to be necessary. So inside of here, I'm gonna go ahead and add my try catch error, catching up with Traversy here. Console error. Okay.
Console log the error, and we'll go ahead and res.render error /500. Now in the try, we want to fetch the stories. So we want to await, take our model and call find, and we're going to get all the public stories. So let's say where status is equal to public. And then I'm going to populate, so I want to add on to that populate with the user models because I want that user data like the name and stuff like that. That's not part of the story, that's part of the user model, so we want to make sure we populate it with that. And then we can sort, so I'm just going to go ahead and sort by created at.
Okay, so yeah, Strain, you're right. Brad even forgets to make it async like 3 times in the video. You're right. He forgets it every single time and adds it again afterwards. So what we're doing here is, again, we're hitting the database. We're doing a find. And note that we are using this find method. So we're expecting to get multiple results back here. If multiple results are available, it will return multiple. And what we're pulling back is every story with a status of public, right? This is the first time we have used the actual status in any context other than just choosing it when we create a story. So we're bringing back all stories with a static of public. And then what we're doing is we're essentially also grabbing the user data as well so that we can, fill it in on the card, right? So we're doing a couple things here. I'm going to put these on separate lines. So we're still chaining the methods. They're just on separate lines because it makes it easier to read, like Traversy is doing there. Sort. All right. And then we also want to sort those cards so that when they render on the page, they're in order of creation date from newest to oldest, I believe is how he's doing. So that way we don't do any sorting on the front end. We're doing it all as soon as we bring the data back from the database, we're just immediately sorting it.
So created at, let's say, descending. Oops, descending. And then we just need to add that lean so that we can pass it into our template. Okay, now we'll res.render.
So for those of you who weren't around for the first time we did this, that lean, which you may not be familiar with. So what lean is doing is it's taking it from a mongoose object and converting it just to a plain JSON object. Otherwise, Traversy mentioned handlebars. If we try to pass handlebars a mongoose object with getters and setters and extra things in it, handlebars isn't going to know what to do with it. It's expecting plain JSON. So that's what we're going to give it. That object to lean object. Exactly. That's literally what's happening. That's a great analogy, is that we are trimming the fat. So if you think about meat, right? We're trimming the fat to make it lean. Yeah. Where the fat is all that extra stuff. We're trimming the fat to make it lean using this lean method. Yeah, great analogy. Do I have a typo? Oh yeah, you're right. Exactly. Hey, Archie, coming in hot with correcting my typos. That's awesome. No, I dig that. You're immediately observant. You're coming in there, you're just like, whoosh, typo. Yeah, nice. You're still fresh. Your brain's working on all cylinders. Nice. We need people like that coming in. Fresh eyes. Also high. Okay. So we're sorting. We have our lean here, populating user. All right, perfect. Oh, today had the same typo. Soon it will be cooked.
And we're going to render the template that we just created, which is stories index. And we just want to pass into that stories. Okay, so we'll save that.
Okay, so we're rendering like he said, we're rendering the template that we just created. So stories, index, and then we're passing in this stories object. So it's very similar to what we did previously somewhere else. Lost track. But anyway, we essentially, we're just creating a stories object that we could just pass into the render when we render the page itself. So I believe that we did the same thing for dashboard. Create a stories object, you pass it in as an object, and then handlebars handlebars pulls it apart into its individual components based on what we tell it to do, how we tell it to render that. So that's all that's happening there. Your own personal debugger, yeah. Leon, it's a long tutorial. Me, does this count as my 100-hour project? Honestly, you could use this as the base for your 100-hour project. You can make it do something completely different, but like use the scaffolding to build something really cool. I think I'm definitely going to use Materialize on mine because I just love that flat look, the Google look. Very plain, easy to read, very bold colors, and just easy to tell the visual elements apart. Yeah, it looks really great. So I'm definitely going to be using this again. All right, so we're passing in stories. I'm going to save that.
Now we already have our menu that goes to /stories right here. So let's click it, and that didn't work.
Typo.
Router.get. This should actually be just stories. Oh, we don't need to put stories in here. It's just / because.
Okay. Yeah, so there is a typo. So he did have a typo here. So watch carefully here. We need to, so this should just be / not stories. Okay. So that was a typo. That's why that didn't work. Arky says, I like Brad because he leaves in things that he breaks. Yeah, he's not editing out those mistakes, right? He's just like, he's showing that everybody can make mistakes and everybody will make mistakes. What's important is how you handle those mistakes, right? Managing frustration is something that we talk about a lot. Can you manage that frustration? Can you work through it and put in the time? Because you will be frustrated at many points in your career and you just got to manage it. Exactly. Professional mistake fixer. Yeah. So let's try this. See if I made any typos. That's very possible. It's happened before. All right, I think I've saved everything. Okay. Okay, nice. We are cooking. It looks a little wonky, right? It looks a little weird. That's okay. It's a little weird, but we're getting there. The basics are there. Oh, you got an air cranberry? It's beautiful. Yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know why this one is all the way down here. I have no idea. Um, but okay. So cranberry, you said you got an air. Um, oh yeah, learning to pull what you need out of Stack Overflow. That's also a skill. Yeah. Learning to navigate Stack Overflow is should be taught as like a college level course. You were watching the VOD and it switched to the live stream after the ad. Well, hi, Chrysanthego. Good to have you here. Yeah, I don't know why that happened, but hi. MySpace debugging user required. Can I show index? Yes, I can. All right. Um, so it's a little scrunched, right, on my screen. Um, let's see. You probably want to look at the loop, right? So we start. You were mentioning each and else, so we start with an each, right? Octothorpe each stories, and then the closer. So we have an else statement here, and then we end the each. So watch that and make sure that you don't have else here instead. That might be your problem. I don't know for sure, but um, the end tag here is each. Oh, good, you found it. Awesome, nice, good work. Okay, so this looks wonky, right? So we're gonna fix it. We're gonna make it look better, slightly less wonky. Because right now we can see we have all these HTML tags hanging around. The cards are expanding to fit the stories, which would be fine if we were just using like quotes or like short snippets of text. The cards expanding would be kind of cool, right? But we don't want that in this case. We want them to be a fixed size, so we're gonna fix that. Looks like a bunch of definitely human stories, not robot stories at all. Yeah, definitely human. No robots here. So, real quick funny story. So, I work remote and so I've never like up until a few months ago, I had never met any of my coworkers in person, and a lot of times we would do video calls with no camera. We would all just mutually agree that we would keep our cameras off and we would just do, voice calls only. Um, and that worked great for us. But I did always joke. I was like, I'm not sure any of you people are real. Are you all just like, chat bots or something? Because I never see your faces, and I only talk to you on voice and or text chat on Teams. So I just assumed that they were fake until I actually did meet them. I did meet them in person a couple months ago, so that was fun. My story boxes are giant, covers the entire page. Yeah, we're gonna control that size here in a little bit. Uh, that was how it was in an IT company that you worked with. Yeah. So I am a developer, and so that I think that's fairly common. Um, we just we don't got to see each other's faces. We're looking at the product. Let's look at the end result, right? We don't got to see each other's faces. We don't want to know what we look like. Madeline asks, how many women are on your team, Mayan? That's a great question. So the team I was hired onto was all male except for me. Um, and they had actually had a bad experience with a previous employee, just a bad relationship with a previous coworker who happened to be female, who wasn't really able to perform up to the standards of the team. And so there was maybe a little bit of a initial sort of like, oh no, it's another woman, like how well is this going to go, right? And but now we have a great relationship. We talk about movies and memes. and we all work really well together. We have a great sense of humor. We all work really well together. Super close knit team. Um, and also we've recently merged with another team that is all female actually. So we have a lovely balance now. It's pretty much 50-50. And it's really cool because we're all like doing the same things. We're all doing exactly the same things. And the female team that we merged with is actually more experienced with the things that we are doing now without being too specific. Like the development tasks that we are doing now, that team is more experienced. So we are all sort of looking to them for, how do we do this? Can you look at this for me? Like, can you help me? And so that's been a really good experience merging with that team. So now, like I say, we're pretty much 50-50. Um, yeah, I was the only woman. I was. Yep. That's not unusual for me. It's not entirely unusual for the industry. But now we have 50-50 type deal, which is cool. And also the architect. So the database architect for my employer is preparing to retire very soon. And so the replacement that we've just hired on is a woman as well. So she will be the master architect for the whole like database structure at my employer. So yeah, there's tons of opportunities for women out there. If I know a lot of people have concerns about being female in the industry, and those are not entirely unfounded, right? But a lot of it depends on your workplace and the types of relationships that you can cultivate with your coworkers, and the types of managers that you have that will, allow or disallow certain types of behavior. And I'm fortunate that my workplace is a good one. So I have a great relationship with my coworkers, and uh, yeah, a great team to work with. But yeah, excellent question, and I like to answer it when it comes up, um, because yeah, team dynamics can be very different depending on your workplace. But mine is a good one. All right, so let's keep going, and let's see what we do next. So I'm hoping that next we're going to clean up these cards a little bit.
Let me save that because in our app.js, where we link all of our routes, we already have slash stories. So let's try that again. Let's reload and let's go public stories. And there we go. Now, right off the bat, you can see the problem here. So this one, I mean, these are just short text, but this body has a bunch of text in it, and it's just way too long. Also, it's showing us the tags. So I'm going to create two new helpers. One is going to strip the tags out, and one is going to truncate the text. So let's jump back into our helpers file, which is this HBS file. And I'm actually going to paste.
Right, so we're going back to that helpers file that we created, and we're gonna add something. We're gonna add an additional helper in here, an additional hamburger helper, um, which is going to assist us with formatting these cards.
These in just because I don't feel like typing them out. So the truncate, just save that.
Okay, so again, Traversy's getting a little copy paste happy here toward the end of this stream. But what we're adding in here is essentially just a truncate function. What it's doing is it's creating it's checking the length of the string, and it's truncating the string, creating a new substring, and then returning that string at the end. Regex galore any minute now. Yeah. Um, so yeah, so first thing we're doing is we're just chopping these strings down for display. And so I can paste in I can grab this and paste it in chat for you. Or again, you can always get it from my GitHub. Uh, Sorry, I gotta find it. Helpers. So many folders. All right, and we're looking at truncate helper. So I'm gonna grab that. Hamburger helper does have pasta. See? There you go. Bobby says, I'm suddenly relating to Brad quite a bit. Yeah. All right. So enjoy that. You're going to have to format it, but hopefully it'll work for you. Um, since I have it on the clipboard, I'm going to paste it in, but we can talk about it a little bit. So we're passing it. So this function has two arguments. It has string and length. And so what's happening here is we pass in a string, but we also have to specify the length that we want that string to be. But that means that we can control the length. So depending on your cards, depending on how you want your app to look, you could change this length to be longer or shorter depending on what you're trying to do. So just FYI, we do have two arguments here, one of which is length. Um, and so essentially all that's doing is just setting a new string. Um, and it's basically just creating a substring and checking to see if the length is greater than 0, doing some other stuff, I don't know exactly, and it's returning a new, at the end of it, it's returning our new string that we created, and also it's concatenating there the ellipses dot dot dot, right, to show that there is more there, and then returning the result as a string at the very end.
So truncate function, it takes in a string and it takes in the length. So basically, how long do we want this to be? 150 characters, 200, whatever. And then this logic here is just going to cut it to that length, and it's going to add on this ellipses. Ellipses, is that what this is called? 3 dots. It's going to add that on as well. Okay, so we're just doing that with the substring method, and then we're just returning that new string. Now for the strip tags, I'm going to create this.
Okay, so yep, as somebody called it earlier, we're going to have a little bit of regex here. And what's really funny about this is I actually had to do basically exactly this regex for work. Like before I even touched this tutorial, I had to do this regex for work, for like an actual on the job task. And I think I used this exact same like regex command here, which is just friggin' wild. So I'm going to type this one out just because it's shorter. But so we're doing strip tags, function. It only takes one input. So right, because we're just taking in a string as input. And so I'll tell you in a minute, once I finish typing this out, I'll tell you how I actually had to use this same function. So, and it was for a very similar purpose to how we're using it now. So knowing the real world applications of some of this stuff can be helpful as well. So question mark, colon, dot, type, slash, n, right? And then, is that a star? I think that's a star. I might double check this. Angle bracket slash GM, and then boop, boop. Okay. And then essentially all we're doing is we're just saying, hey, replace all this stuff with nothing. Take it out. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We have another raid. What is even happening? Wow. Hi, folks. How are we doing? This is the 4th raid for this stream. Wow. I feel so blessed. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, is it Chi Chi Impact? Is that how you say that? Welcome, Chi Chi. Welcome, Raiders. Let me just do a quick shout out for them. What were you working on today, Impact? What were you working on today? Lead code. Oh, that's rad. That is rad. All right, so I just did you a shout out for you there. Pretty much all I do. Oh, you're the top lead coder in the world. That's amazing. Lead code is hard. Yeah. Well, today we're building an app. And we're building an app that uses Google OAuth. And it allows for you to post, just stories or sort of blog type content using multiple accounts. And we're just practicing authentication, multiple routes. We're also practicing using Materialize to make beautiful front end content. Yeah. Last time I did OAuth, I had a terrible time. Yeah, well, we're using Passport, which makes it fairly easy, reasonably. So yeah, we're using Passport to help us out with OAuth 2.0, and I can show you how that looks. If you're not familiar with OAuth, essentially it's just takes you to a Google page where you can choose from your accounts and log in with Google and then get redirected back to your content. So pretty cool, pretty fun. And using Passport, you can set up all different kinds of authentication, right? You don't have to use Google. You could use something else like Facebook or GitHub. Um, I think GitHub uses Google intrinsically, but various other, you can use tons of strategies. Oh, you do front end? Oh, you used to do front end. Wow. So we've had a couple of front end raids today. I was saying that I really respect people who are good at like CSS because I am not. Uh, yeah, and I should introduce myself. I'm Mayan Wolf. I am a backend developer in my day job, but at night I stream and I learn full stack development with 100 Devs, which you may have heard of. It's a free online course, no payment, no subscription. You just learn on Twitch, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm learning full stack development through 100 Devs, and then I have a day job as a SQL developer. So during the day, I work with relational databases and SQL. And I was just getting ready to talk about, oh, you have a bunch of 100 devs peeps? Yeah, that's rad. Yeah. I'm in that, and I'm already a developer, and I am learning so much from 100 devs, right? So it's not just for new people; it's for established coders as well. Yeah. So I was just getting ready to actually tell a story about how I had just used. So we're following this Traversy media tutorial. If we're pretty far along, but I will paste the link to the tutorial if you'd like to build this app as well. You can always also go back to part one of this particular stream, which is 7 hours long, um, and on my Twitch channel and build it with me. But I was just getting ready to talk about how I used regex in relationship to SQL at my day job. Um, so we're taking in a bunch of data from sort of like an online form, and we're storing it in a database, right? In a relational database. And so we're doing that, doing like ETL, extract, transform, load, and we're taking this data out of the source system, transforming it and loading it into the target. Um, and so this data that was coming in from this online form from the source is very raw. And a lot of the like it's a quiz, it's like a survey thing, and so a lot of the questions have HTML formatting like list tags and paragraph tags. And so I actually had to use, I think it was exactly this regex string to strip out the tags. um, and I was able to strip out the tags from 7 million rows. So this is it's a fairly large table, 7 million rows of data. Um, Used regex to just strip out all the tags, and it only missed 100 rows, which out of 7 million, that's pretty good. It only missed 100 rows, and that was because the tags weren't formed correctly, right? They were like partial tags, they got cut off. The source data was bad. Um, and so that's actually pretty cool. I was able to apply regex in the real world, not just in like a project, to do real world work. Kind of want to go paint this in a cave somewhere for future generations. The weekend says regex is something I learned and forget in 2 days. Absolutely, you shouldn't memorize regex. Like of all the things you should memorize, regex is not one of them. You should just Google what you need and then use that. Shell says I use regex and SQL at work when looking for needles in massive payloads in BigQuery datasets. Yeah, yeah, that would be useful for those types of things as well. Absolutely. He says, finally caught up from the VOD, been a fun ride and ready to copy paste a little. Absolutely. Uh, yeah, pretty good accuracy. Yep, I would say missing 100 rows out of 7 million is pretty darn good. I was happy with it. I was like, nope, I'm not trying to get any better than that. I'm gonna leave it. We're pushing this one to the test environment. We're gonna see if the end users won't even notice, and I'm not gonna say anything. So we'll see if that comes up in the issue log when we push this to testing. It's up to the users to point it out. Yeah. And there are tools out there that can help you, learn regex as well if that's something you would like to do. Yep. Yeah, you can learn some of the base logic without memorizing it. Sure. Absolutely. Okay, so that's my real world anecdote with how we can actually use some of these things outside of Code Wars and Leet Code. How sometimes these things come in handy in real life too, right? Yeah, and and same thing as Shell and the Ghost said as well. Yeah, um, yeah, and regex can definitely be super efficient when you're trying to do complex operations with strings. So close to not making a typo. Okay. So let's see what we're gonna do next. We might be, I think we're about ready for a break. But let's see what comes next here. So we stripped out the tags, right? What we've done is we made our cards smaller, and we're stripping out the tags. So I'm gonna save this because I didn't save before. So let's see what's next.
This helper, so this strip tags takes in an input, and then it uses dot replace and regular expressions to just replace any HTML tag. So this is just a regular expression that's going to look for anything with the front and back brackets, angle brackets, and replace it with nothing. So that's all that's doing. So now we should be able to use strip tags and truncate. Although before we can use them, we have to register them. So we got to bring them in from the helpers file. So we have strip tags and we have truncate, bring those in, and then add them here.
Okay, so again, we're going back to our app.js file and we're adding them to our list of helpers. We already put format date in there, and we're just going to add these two. So strip tags. And I think we're also going to need to require these as well, which we haven't done yet. So he's kind of doing this out of order. Oh, wait. Oh, he did that up there. He just did it really quickly. Okay. So we need to put them into our destructuring here up here, because they're all coming from the same place. So that's why we can do this. Um, so put them up here, and then we can add them into our helper list down here. So we're going to do strip tags, and we're going to truncate. Truncate. All right. That will allow handlebars to make use of them.
Strip tags, truncate, and now we should be able to use them. So we'll go back to, where is it, index HBS, and go down to where we have the body. So the body is right here. And what we want to do is wrap this in both of those both of those helpers. So the first one is strip tags, and then the way we can use both of these is with parentheses. So if we put parentheses here, we can then inside here pass in truncate. So it's going to strip tags, and then it's going to truncate it first. So we start within the parentheses, and then it's going to strip the tags from that.
Okay. So here, we are finally using parentheses in relation to handlebars, which obviously we hadn't done that earlier when we were just wanted to do one function at a time, right? But here we want to do two. And so we are kind of using parentheses to enforce sort of an order of operations, right? But what's interesting to me is that he chose this order for the functions. So truncating first with all the tags in place, and then doing the strip tags. So I don't know, I might reverse that order, right? Because you might want to strip the tags first and then truncate so that when the stories are displayed, they look, um, they look like an equivalent length. Um, but I don't know. We're gonna leave it as is. It doesn't hurt anything. You might try reversing that and see what you get. Um, yeah. Welcome, Dazzlars. Um, I'm afraid I don't speak German, but welcome to the stream.
So let's save and let's go back and reload. All right, so it stripped the tags, but it didn't truncate. And the reason it didn't is because we didn't input the second argument. If we look at truncate,
Yeah, so truncate, as we mentioned earlier, truncate has two arguments, right? So we put in the string, but we didn't input the second argument, which is the length. So that's what we missed there. So we're gonna fix that.
it takes in a length, and we didn't put that in. So let's add right here 150.
Okay, so again, we're passing in multiple arguments to our function. So we can just pass in the length as a number right here, and that should fix that problem. Oh, thanks, Chelsea. No worries. Yeah. Doing the, streaming this sort of thing helps me learn just as much as it helps you. Just talking about this sort of thing really reinforces it for me. So this is my spaced repetition. um, just repeating these concepts is really helpful.
Okay, so we'll reload that, and now we get a max of 150 characters. It adds the dots on the end, and that's
Okay, so let's see what it looks like in mine. So we got all these ugly tags here. Um, let's see. Hey, that looks better. Okay, and I've still got some like weird special characters in here, but it did strip out the HTML tags. So I'm not sure what these are in this particular story, but the tags are gone. So that's working as intended. And now my cards are a fixed size. They're limited in their character length, and the tags are gone. Uh, New blank space. Oh, you mean like new blank space at the bottom of the page? Yeah. Yeah. So this is just some sort of weird. I'm sure if I Googled this, I could figure out what this is, but um, oh, it's a white space character. Okay. Thank you for that. Coming in hot with that first time chat. Thank you, Pink Freudian. Welcome to the chat. And thank you for saying what that is. New blank space. Okay. I wonder what caused that. I don't know. It didn't, that didn't happen here on any of these other ones. But so let's just test really quickly. Let's test making a longer story. So I'm just gonna add one real quick and then we'll take a break, I promise. Um so so we'll just do gonna like oops. I could just copy Lorem Ipsum, but I'm just gonna do this. Right. Make something fairly long. I could just type gibberish as well, but testing the doubling principle here. So this should be long enough now. Um, and we'll see how that looks on the public story. Okay, so that appears to be limiting correctly to 160 characters and then putting the ellipses after it. Yeah, so I wonder if maybe adding extra enters, like hitting like doing multiple carriage returns, is might be what is causing these characters. I don't know. I need to Google some regex to get rid of these as well. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's regex out there for it. Yours is flowing out of the box. So it shouldn't be doing that. The card should be flexing to fit the size of, the story. Um because we didn't actually restrict the card dimensions at all, right? We just restricted the dimensions of the content. Um Time for a lore Mipson generator. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure why it's flowing out of the box, but maybe that's something maybe you can do a little troubleshooting over break because it is time for a break. We're going to take 5 minutes. We're making really good progress here. Um, yeah, I think we're gonna keep on trucking for now. I'm feeling good. I hope you are too. So let's keep on trucking and keep adding functionality to our app. So 5 minutes on the clock. And let's start that timer. Go get a drink, use the restroom, whatever you need to do, and I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Again, exclamation point GitHub in chat if you want a link to my GitHub. And I can also, I'm going to link the finished code if you want to do some troubleshooting. So there you go, finished code. You're welcome to do some troubleshooting on your own during. See you in 5. Oakley dokley, folks. Come on back. We got about 45 seconds left in the break. And Charlie Gunther's, I promise, we will get to fixing the profile pictures. I encountered the same problem there, Charlie. And I was able to resolve that. So I just need to remember where I put the fix. So I'm sure I'll spot it. And yeah, I'll take a look for it and I'll let you know where that goes, and we'll put in the fix when we get there. Um, yeah, that because I found that same issue there, Charlie. All right, so let's go ahead and pause the timer, and we'll go ahead and get back to the tutorial. So you want to just take a quick look at my finished code, um, trying to remember where that fix is. Oh, it's in the show HBS. Thank you, Rascal. Um, So it's yeah. So we have to make a change when once we get um there's a new file we're going to create called show HBS, and once we get there, that's when we will put in a fix that should fix that profile image issue. So it's a little farther in the tutorial. I apologize. I know I mentioned it was sooner. Um, but yeah, it's about adding the rascal right. It's about adding a just an additional attribute to an image tag, which will stop that issue with Google not properly displaying the profile pictures. It's just something that Google is blocking it, and it's one of those things where it works at first. Um, it seems to be working perfectly fine, and then in my case, I came back the next day, and none of the profile images would show up anymore. It just broke overnight. But once I added this referrer policy fix, it seems to have fixed it permanently going forward. So we'll get there and we will add it once we get to the show HBS file. So yeah. So and in Jacktree, if you encounter that intermittently, this referrer fix might also stop that from happening again for you. Okay.
That's that. All right, so that looks good. Now, I think the next thing I want to do, since we're doing the helpers here, is add the edit icon helper. So I'm logged in as, who am I logged in as? I'm logged in as Brad. So if I look at public stories, my one story here should have an edit icon. So let's go back to the helpers. And for the edit icon, let's see, do I want to paste this in or I guess, yeah, I'll just paste this in.
Another
You guys
copy
can
paste.
copy it. So, and I'll just explain it. So this function here, it's going to take in a bunch of things. It's going to take in the story user, okay, because it needs to know what the user of this particular story is. It's looping through all the stories. We need to know the user for each one. We need to know which user is logged in and looking at the stories. We need to know the story ID. And then floating is just so we can have an edit icon somewhere else, because with these cards, it's what the icon or the button we want to put here is actually a floating button in Materialize. When we view the single story, we want an edit button as well, but we don't want it to have those floating classes. So that's why I have floating here, and I just have it set to true by default. And then here, we're just checking the story user's ID. We're just converting it to a string, and then we're seeing if it's equal to the logged in user's ID. And then if it is, we just continue to check to see if it's a floating icon or floating button, whatever you want to call it. If it is, then we just have these classes here. Okay, if it's not, then we don't even have any classes on the link. It just wraps the icon.
Okay. Yeah, so what's happening here is essentially what this is going to do is it's going to check each story that's listed on that public dashboard, and it's going to say, hey, did the user who's currently logged in, were they the one that wrote this story? And if so, well, let's look at it. What happens if not, right? If they are not the one that's logged in, literally an empty string is going to be returned, and so nothing will be displayed, right? No icon. However, if they are, so if the story user ID matches the ID of the logged in user, so again, and we're looking at the MongoDB ID here, so they're unique values. If those match, then do another if. So we have nested if statements here. We're nesting our ifs. And so if that's true, then check to see if the button should be floating. If that's true, then return some HTML. And so essentially just saying return a link to the specific story so that when you click that edit icon, it's going to go to the story so you can edit it. And give it some specific class values that Materialize is going to interpret and create a floating edit button. And then inside of that, make use font awesome to create an edit icon, right? If that floating value is not supposed to be true, then just return a flat button that's not going to be floating. So how that looks is, let's just go back here. So this is what the floating button looks like. And I think yeah, and so if I click here, this is what the flat button looks like. So it's not floating; it's just sitting, in line with the story title, same icon, same colors, just slightly different formatting. Okay, so that's what that's doing here. I'm going to pull a Traversy here and copy and paste, but I will, I feel like we've walked through the what actually is happening here. So I feel like it would be very easy for me to make a typo on this particular helper. So that's why I'm going to copy paste. But all right, so after strip tags, we're going to drop this in. And I'll drop it in chat as well for you. Of course, it's going to mangle the formatting, but you can grab that and drop it in as well. Just put it after the strip tags function. All right.
Icon, and the link is going to go to the edit page with that particular story ID. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. And if the logged in user is not the story owner, it's just going to return nothing, and we're not going to see the icon. So let's save this, and then let's go back to app.js and bring in edit icon and register it down here.
So again, we do the same thing as before. We have to bring it in to our handlebar helper. So we have to tell our code where to find it. So we find it in that particular folder, edit icon. And then we put it in the list of things that handlebar is allowed to use. So edit icon, cool, saved.
And then we'll go back to our, where is it, index HBS, where I have this, right now I just have a comment there. So we want to get rid of that. And we're going to pass in edit icon. Yeah, so we have edit icon, and then we're passing in.
Okay, so as a reminder, this function has multiple arguments. So we're going to be passing in multiple things here as arguments to that function. All right.
User. Now this is a little tough to understand. So if I just say user, it's going to pertain to the stories user, okay, because we're in the loop. And that's what I want, right? I want the story user. If we look at the function here, that's the first param. The next one is the logged in user. Now, in handlebars, if I just go up here and say user, that's going to be the logged in user because I'm not within this loop. Now, if I want to access that user from within the loop, what I can do is a ... So basically I'm saying go up one level out of this loop and grab the user. So that's going to be the logged in user. The next parameter that I want to add in is the story ID, which I can get with _ID because we're already in the stories loop. There's also a floating option, but I want it to be true in this case, and that's what we have as the default, so we don't have to explicitly set that. So let's save this. This might.
Okay, so yeah, we might get an error here. That's okay. Let's just talk about that real quick. So I hope that makes sense what he said there. So right now we are in a loop. We're looping through the story object that we have passed in, right? We passed in an object which contains a bunch of stories. And in there, we do have a user value. It's attached to the specific story. However, what we're doing is we're comparing the user value from the story, from that story object, comparing it to the user who is logged in. And so in order to do that comparison, we take the story.user and we compare it to the logged in user, which can be found by backing out of the loop, grabbing that user value. So they're two completely separate user values. And we just compare both IDs and check them against each other. Um, yeah, it's a little confusing to look at, but that's essentially what's happening. Okay. Um, Ismail says EJS EJS greater than handlebars. Yeah, so we were actually talking about this a little bit yesterday. I actually prefer handlebars. But that's the cool thing is there's so many templating engines out there that you can really find one that fits your fancy, right? Yeah, and I know Rascal definitely agrees with you there, Ismail. I don't, but to each their own.
Might not work, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so, well, that's not what I expected, but cannot read property ID of
Okay, so I'm gonna see if this will work for me. So Traversy has a typo here. He has a typo in his code. Um, let's see if it works for me. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Try it. Okay, so I got undefined as well. We shall see if I may have a typo somewhere as well. We'll see.
undefined. No, that is what I expected. So I don't think we don't have access to this global user. We have access to request.user within our routes, but in our template, it doesn't know what user is. It knows what this one is because it's in the loop. So what we're going to do is go to our app.js, and I'm going to set what's called a global variable. Not like
Okay, yeah. So there's a missing element here. So we all should get errors. We all should get errors here. So that's expected. Um, but we do what we're going to do here is something that we don't do very often anymore. It's something we used to do a lot, right? When we were first learning JavaScript, we would set global variables all the time, but now we normally don't do that. We a lot of the time we will declare variables within a function. And what's the word when we control where a variable can and can't be referenced? What's that term? Control that where, yeah, where and how a variable can be used. Yeah, it's scope. Exactly. Scope. Indeed. Yep. It's so we're controlling the scope here. And so for this particular action, edit icon user ID, we can't access the user. We have the wrong scope. So we need to make an edit to our app.js file, and create a global variable that can reference user and pass it in. So that's
like
what
an
we're going to do.
environment variable, but an express global variable. So we'll go, let's see, we'll go like, go right under the passport here. Say set global variable. So in Express, the way that we can set this is first, we need to set it as middleware, so app.use. And then we're going to pass in a function, just a middleware function, which has access to the request and response object of the cycle and next, which we need to call after we're done. And what I'm going to do here.
Okay, so real quick pause. What is the purpose of why do we call next here? That's not something we see all terribly often, but why do we call next? What do we use that for? It's a good thing to remember. The keyword here is that this is middleware that we're creating. So why do we need next? We know what rec and res are for, right? But what do we need next for? What does that help us do? Right. Yeah, exactly. So we can call next to basically say, when we're done with something, we can call next in the middleware to go on to the next piece of middleware. It's literally going on to the next thing. And somebody mentioned like sort of like then, yeah. So we're saying like when we're going through we're going through all going through all the middleware, we're going to the next, just okay, trigger the next middleware. Go to the next one. We're done here. Um, yeah.
Here is set a global variable by saying res.locals.user, and I want to set that to request.user, because with the passport, with the authentication middleware, we have access to request user. We've been using it in some of our routes. So this is a middleware function, so we have access to it here. And what I'm doing is setting a global variable.
So what we're kind of doing here is we're kind of making use of the order in which we're executing this middleware, right? So we're initializing passport, doing our session stuff, and we have access to this user value that's coming from passport, from our authentication. So we have access to, in the message that's coming through, we have access to this user variable, or this user value. And then what we can do is then assign it to a global variable that handlebars is going to be able to access. So that's what we're doing here.
So doing this should allow us to just access user from within our templates. All right, so we'll set that, and we'll set it to null if it doesn't exist. And then we just need to call next. So now, if I save this, I'm hoping this will now work.
Okay, so, and then at the end, you can see that we call next in order to trigger the next piece of middleware, so make sure that we don't break the sequence. So I'm going to save this. And two, so note that null, that he made null an option here in the middleware. However, if you do that, it will actually break the app. And so one change that I did make, this is the functionality change that I made to the app, one of the very few ones that I did make. Let me just look back at my code real quick. Sorry. In my model for building the uh, user, just gonna, I need to find it. Sorry, it's so hard to find anything. Okay, sorry, it's in the model for story. All right, so in the model for story, I did make user a required field. Because if the user is not present, so if it comes through that middleware as null, the app will break. The app is expecting it's expecting to pair every single story with a valid user. And if that user does not exist, the app will break. And I know that because I broke the app when I was trying to build it. And I was going around in circles trying to solve this problem. Why do I keep getting, errors, errors, errors? And it was because at one point I had a very small typo where I had spelled user ID wrong. And so it wasn't passing it through at one point. I don't even remember where. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, I was passing user ID into the database. I wasn't passing it into the database at all. It was not being stored. User ID was not being stored, and so the app wasn't getting what it expected, and it was just freaking out. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to update our story, our story model, and I'm just going to add one field here, and I'm going to make sure that the user is required. So I'm in the story model, and I'm adding the required field, and I'm going to put my reasoning in here as well, as a comment. So just saying, adding this, so that way it'll change. It'll fail sooner. It'll fail at the post. So when we try to post a new story, if the user is not present, it will fail, and it then should render the error page and behave appropriately. So yeah, the app will break if a user is not present. So I'm just adding a required field there, and I'll go ahead and save this. Um, it's a delicate tower of cards, I know. Yeah. So this is a little extra change that I made. Okay.
And it does. This is not right,
So he has
but
a typo elsewhere, but I think, let me make sure. Did I save? See if I still get an error here. I don't remember if I saved my other folder, my other file. There we go. Okay, so I have that same typo, probably because I copied and pasted, but it did render. And we can see, so even though the edit button is not rendering properly, it's only appearing where it should be, right? It's only appearing on the appropriate stories. So that's good. It's a start.
We're not getting an error. What did I
Not getting
do
an error,
here?
yeah.
Let's see. Oh, you know what? We have to actually use triple. Where is it? Index. For edit icon, we have to use triple curly braces here.
Okay. So in index.hbs, we have to, so that's, we kind of talked about this yesterday a little bit, as far as the double mustaches or handlebars or whatever you want to call them, double versus triple. And you know what the triple allows us to do is kind of bring in those HTML tags that we're giving it, right? We're giving it a string with HTML tags, bring those in and render them out properly. So that's what's kind of happening there.
In order to parse that.
Yeah, so now it can read that the string that we're sending it, which contains HTML tags, it can read that properly, or it's expecting it now, and actually render the button. So let's try that. Ah, that looks much better, doesn't it? Triple stashes. Yep, that fixed the problem. Whoop. There we go. So just a very small change, which completely alters the behavior, right?
There we go. So basically, if you want to parse HTML with handlebars, you need to use that triple curly brace. So this edit icon does look a little big, and you'll notice in the helper here, I have a class of FA small. That's not an actual like font awesome class. That's something that I'm just going to add to our public CSS here.
Wow, so we got like a little whiplash here. We actually have to do some classic vanilla CSS. So in case you've forgotten, your CSS is in your public folder, static, right? Our static folder. And we have our style, we have our CSS. We only have two things in there right now. We're going to add a couple other things just for styling purposes. So just as a reminder, your CSS is in your public folder. We actually got to do some now.
So let's say FA-small, and I forget what size I made this. Let's give it a font size of 16 pixels, and we're going to add important.
Okay, sorry, real quick. So
pixels, and we're going to add important.
Okay, so what we're doing here is, why are we using, any guesses, why are we using font size here? It's a button, right? Why are we using font size? Any thoughts? Why would we use font size for our button? So that let's remind ourselves of what we're editing here. We're editing this right here, this little doobie right here. What are we? We're editing this guy. I should have said Rascal isn't allowed to answer. Yeah, so essentially, remember, we're using that's, you're okay, Rascal. It's okay. Um, we're using font awesome, right? We're using font awesome, which, as Rascal said, font awesome uses fonts to render icons. So this is not an image. This little edit thingy right here, this is not an image. It's a font. So that's why we're using font size to control how big it is. So it's not an image, it's a font, it's an icon. And so that's why we're using font size instead of, I don't know, like width or whatever. And we're using the important tag because we want to override whatever Materialize is trying to do. So Materialize has a bunch of built-in materialize is a bunch of like built-in, things that it's doing, styling things that it's doing. What we want to do is override in a few cases, and this is one of those cases. So important flag is just going to override everything, and do this as the most important thing. Mavi, your ISP decided it's IP refresh time. Oh no. Oh, font A, yeah, FA small. Yeah, thank you. Typo there. Sorry about that. Yeah, it should be FA small. Yeah, FA small, FA small. Perfect. So that should make the edit icon a little bit smaller. Yeah. Thank you for catching that, Jack Tree.
And reload. Okay, so now it's a little smaller. So now we have an edit button on whatever story is ours. If I log out and I log back in with Jen's account and I go back to public stories, now the edit icon is on these two because these belong to me. Now, if I click edit, obviously this does nothing because we don't have that route yet. So I think that the next thing we should do is create that functionality. So we do need to render an edit page here. So I think what we should do first is go to our routes, stories routes, and create a route to show the edit page. Now when we show the edit page, obviously we have to pass in that particular story because we want to show the values within the edit page or within that form. So let's see, let's copy this.
Okay, so we're going to route to the edit page now. We're just building out, we keep building out these connections to the various parts of our app. But each time we create a new page or each time we want to create a new functionality, right, we need to create a route so that our server knows to direct traffic accordingly. So that's what we're going to do. We're creating a route to hook up to that edit button. So once you click it, you get routed to a special page that allows you to make edits to an existing story and then essentially do a put request to edit that story in the database. So not posting a new one, but the U in CRUD doing a put request. So that's what we're gonna do. All right, so we are in our stories. We're in routes, and then we're in stories. And at the very end here, we're gonna go ahead and add a new route. I'm gonna copy and paste, like he did. I'm just gonna copy and paste existing route. And then make edits to it. This is so cool. I need to figure this out on my 100-hour project. Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, great. So we're getting to a part where maybe some folks had some trouble. So let's see if we can figure that out.
Okay, so we want to show the edit page, and it's going to be a get request to stories / edit / and then the ID of that story. So here it's going to be edit and then the ID parameter, ensure auth, and then we
okay, so again we're passing in a parameter here. So this ID, the colon ID, is going to be replaced by whatever the specific story ID is that we're trying to edit. And so we're going to tell our little function here to grab this parameter out of that path and use it to make sure it's getting the right story. Hey, Botanizer, welcome. So it's actually !Leon. I'll do that for you. So the main instructor of 100 devs, his name is Leon, and so yes, that's why the command is Leon. No worries, Botanizer. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here, my friend. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and set up this route. We're gonna grab the ID, and we're gonna make sure that we want to make sure that when they click that edit button, that they are that the correct story is displayed, right?
we want to, let's mark this as sync.
And again, he always forgets to do it async,
Okay,
so
and then here we
you shouldn't forget that either.
Story, we want to await on story dot, and let's use find one. We're finding one story, and we're going to get it by the ID, which we want to match to request dot params dot ID.
Okay, so pausing here again because I want to point something out. So notice the method that we're using. So previously we had used find to bring back an entire list of results, right? So any matches. So for example, we could look up the stories by the user that had submitted them. So we were doing a lookup based on the user ID and bringing back all stories associated with that user. However, now we are specifically using the find one method, right? To only find one. We only want the specific story that we want to edit. Only that should be returned. So it's just sort of extra insurance, right? Theoretically, we should never have two stories with the exact same ID, but using find one is going to, make sure that we're able to look up and we're expecting one result back. So that's what we're going to get. So it's just a very specific, method that we can use. We know we're going to get one back. Look at all those beautiful Mongo's methods. I know there's so many, right? And I see them used in all different ways across multiple tutorials and blog posts and stuff. There's so many out there, they can just be leveraged in so many different ways. Yeah. All right, so rec params ID, okay. And we're getting, so from the request, so what are we doing here? Well, we're telling this we're telling this method here to look inside the route, look inside the request, and grab the parameter of ID, which is this right here. So that's what we're doing. Find one with the ID of whatever, and then we're going to display that.
And then we just want to add .lean because we're going to be passing this into our template.
Yeah.
Now we want to check to see if the story is there. So if not story, whoops, if not story, then let's go ahead and return res.render, and I want to return the 404 error page. So error/404. Okay, and then we'll keep going down here. Now we also, another thing we want to do is redirect if it's not the story owner, because we don't want someone to be able to, we don't want Jen to be able to go to Brad's edit page and edit it or even see any of that. So let's go ahead and say if, we'll say if the story from the database, if the story.user is not equal to the request.user.id, which is the currently logged in user. If that's not true, then let's redirect. And we'll just redirect this to the public stories, which is just /stories.
So this is something that, I mean, is probably not going to happen based on based on the way we've coded the visibility of that edit button. However, I really like that he did this because it's just extra insurance, right? We're just double checking that nobody else is going to be able to edit a story that they don't own. And so it's just extra protections. And I mean, I feel like a lot of like real life apps don't do this kind of thing. Like, best practice as far as, double ensuring that you can't spoof these types of requests and get into other people's data. And so I like that he's demonstrating this here. Good practice, just double checking. Theoretically, this shouldn't happen, but if it does, we're protected against it. So it's nice.
Okay, and then actually let's put an else here. Else, then we're going to res.render the stories/edit, and we of course want to pass in the story. So it's
okay. So here we're going to be rendering a new page, which we haven't built yet. Going to be an edit page. It's very similar to the add page, but we're passing in the singular story that we bring back from the database. Right. So that's what we're doing. We're rendering a new page called edit, and we're passing in a singular story that we've retrieved from the database after we confirm that the proper user is making the request. And Rascal says, yep, plus your malicious actors will inspect the browser network requests to see how this works, copy it, and change it to try to do things they're not supposed to do. Yeah, so the more, checks and balances you can put in place, the better. That's a great point there, Rascal. There's a lot of malicious actors out there who, inspect stuff for fun and try to poke holes in it, right?
save that. Now we need to create this stories edit. So let's go into our views folder and then in stories, and let's create a new file called edit.
Okay, so we're in our views folder. Like I mentioned, we're going to be adding multiple things to this stories folder. So inside of stories, we're going to create a new file called edit.hbs.
.hbs, and I'm going to copy what I have in my add.
Okay, and like I mentioned, this is going to be very similar to what's in add stories. So I'm going to copy that and drop it into edit. And then we're just going to make some changes to how this actually functions.
HBS because it's very similar, and we'll paste that in. Let's just say edit story, and I just want to see if it renders. So I'm going to save this and go back, and I'm going to click on one of these, and we see our edit page.
Okay, yeah, so let's test it. So I've saved. I'm going to reload here. I'm going to click the edit button, and we're basically all we're doing here is we're just testing the route, see if it's going to route to the right place. Yeah, and it did. So this looks a lot like the ad page. We're going to change this. However, see the title is now redirecting to the correct page. So perfect. Oh, I accident. Did I mute? Why is there no sound?
Now, obviously, we want
What?
to have our these,
All right.
and we see our edit page.
Can you guys still hear that? I can't. Just randomly stopped working. Might have to reload again. You can hear it? Oh, okay. I think my Bluetooth just cut out. Let me sometimes it might yeah, the video, sorry. I think my headphones just randomly stopped working. Yeah. Let me try again. Okay.
Now,
It's working again. I heard the little disconnect sound and then it automatically reconnected. So I don't know why it did that, but that's the second time that's happened during this stream. That doesn't bode well for my headphones, I guess. Okay, so we're back on.
Now, obviously, we want to have our data, our story that we're editing, which is this one here. This is the ID. We want that to show up in the form. So back in our edit, let's start with the title right here. So
Okay, so be very careful here that you're editing the right file. So make sure that you are in edit.hbs and, not add.hbs. So make sure that you're in edit.hbs and we're going to do some edits here. Just be careful.
this is pretty easy. We can just add a value, and inside here, we should be able to take our story and call .title.
Okay, so real quick, so in input boxes, specifically in input boxes, you can, if you would like to, you can set a default value which appears when the page first loads. You've probably seen that on forms and stuff. They'll have a default value kind of showing you what they want you to put in the form. And we can do that. We're going to use that in this case for a slightly different purpose. So on the edit page, rather than, we don't have to really change anything here. We can just, say, hey, for the default value on page load, just put in the value of the title of the story.
Be able to take our story and
so we can just say story.title and have that be the default. Oh, piece of shoot. I might ask you about those drivers, Bluetooth drivers, a little bit later. Because yeah, I have the Sony XM4s. So if you know any tips and tricks for that, that'd be appreciated.
call .title. And if we go back and reload, now we get the story title. For the
Okay, so let's test that real quick. Let's see. So I'm going to reload here. Hey, look at that. So by default, right? It's grabbing the title of the story that I clicked edit for, and we can see that story here. It's in the browser. This is the ID. If I were to go to the database, if I were to go to my database, I would and look at my list of stories. Let's see, 62F1. 62F1 right here. Here it is. Probably behind my head. I apologize. But let's see. So, oh, wait, maybe it's not that one. 62. One of these. Let's refresh here. Let's see. 62. What is it? 62F1C278. Okay. 62 F1C27. Okay, it's this one right here. Long story test. Um, and so we can tell it's pulling in the right one and it's grabbing the title and dropping it in the edit page. So we're essentially just going to do the same thing for the other form fields as well. Hey, Blue Illini. Yeah, we are doing some good work here. It's been fun. We're building an app that uses Google OAuth. And uses Materialize for beautiful front end, a beautiful googly front end look. So Google OAuth, googly looking front end, and MongoDB Atlas on the back end. So yeah, it's fun. We've been at it for a while, but it is pretty fun.
Select is going to be a little difficult with handlebars. If we want to have a pre-selected select, we're going to have to add a helper. But let's do the body. If we go down here, we should be able to just right in the text area.
Okay, so let's look where we're supposed to be here. So in the look for the H5 that says tell us your story, and that's where we're going to do a bit of an edit there as well, so that we can display the story body. So text areas don't have that like default value field. It looks a little bit different with text areas, so we'll see how that looks.
Area, we should be able to just put in story dot body like that. So now if I reload, there we go, good. So for the select.
Okay, so let's try that real quick. I saved. There we go. There's all that long text. And if I had additional HTML formatting on this, it would display properly in here as well. So this would look correct with the proper formatting. It would render those tags appropriately in this box. Because again, WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, right?
This is going to be a little difficult. We have to, well, not difficult here, but in the helper. So we're actually going to wrap this. We can create helpers that wrap things. So we're going to wrap the options in a hash select, and we want to pass in the story status as an argument, right? And then we want to end this after the options like that.
So all we're doing here is kind of doing some setup so that when we click that edit page, it's going to display the public or private option that was pre-selected on the story when it was first submitted, right? Otherwise, it'll just default to public, and that might not always be accurate. You wouldn't want somebody who had a private story accidentally doing an edit, just like on the title or the text, and then clicking submit, and then having it be suddenly made public, and that's not something that you would want, right, for your use. So we're gonna make it default to whatever was previously selected. So select. Okay, we're gonna need to do a little bit of additional work for that, but yeah.
This is nothing right now, but we can turn it into something by going into our HBS file. And I'm actually going to just grab this real quick.
Copy and paste incoming.
Let me grab this and go right under the edit icon and paste this in. And I'll be honest with you, this is something that I just found, I think, on Stack Overflow, because I could not figure out how to have something selected in handlebars that was, because obviously if it's public, we want public to show. If it's private, we want that to show. And I think this is a snippet that I found to be able to do that. So it takes in whatever the selected option is, and then the options themselves, which we actually wrapped.
Okay. So looking at this, like he even said, he's not sure how this works entirely. It's a copy paste job, but I mean, it is. So it's returning options, doing something with the global, doing something with this. So looking for a parent option of some kind, replacing something with regex. I don't know. Let's just drop it in. All right, I'll get it for you. If Traversy doesn't know how it's working, I'm not too concerned about it. So All right, here we go. A little bit of regex, a little bit of magic. It all works out in the end. All that to just default a selection, right? Wild. Oh, great. So, but of course, Rascal knows how it works. And so, what Rascal is saying is that this code is replacing the selected thing with nothing, and then the value with a selected tag. Okay, adding a selected adding. So we're yeah, or essentially we're clearing out the default. I think what Rascal is saying is that we're clearing out the default and we're grabbing the selected value from what's being passed in and putting it there. And Rascal hold me. It works automatically with the copy pasta spell. Indeed, it does. Yes. Yeah, so Jack Tree, it looks like, yeah, like Rascal said, the route is working. You're right. And if it's displaying in the browser, it's going to the route. So or it's trying to anyway. But the page isn't connecting to that particular edit story. What are you getting back, Jack Tree? Are you getting an error or nothing? Or um um yeah, that's interesting. It's just not rendering at all. And there's no other errors in the terminal at all. So you're seeing the route in the terminal, but there's no errors. No error. Yeah, I wonder. So did you? All right. So let me think about this. So check your. Did you? So you checked your router. You checked your like this section. So in stories.js in your routes, you check this whole router.get to make sure that it's. I wonder maybe what you might do. So Jacktree, what you might do is in your router.get for this route because you saw it's going there, right? So it's getting there. Maybe add some console logs in here at various points and just see maybe where it's getting hung up. See like console log a few of these different points. So see if it's getting like this far where it's trying to redirect or see if it's getting to the render but it's not able to do it. Maybe add a console log here in your else statement. um, yeah, check your just that would be what I would suggest. When in doubt, console log, right? Go into your router and just console log at various points, make them meaningful so that you know where it's going and where it's not. And add like 3 or 4 console logs in there and just see what you get back. Yep, exactly. Like Rascal said, console log, yeah, console log the input parameters, console log the thing that comes back, um, and yeah, and console log the conditional component. That's what I do. I do that a lot. Anytime I get stuck, and I'm not getting errors or I'm not getting errors that tell me what's going on, I just go into the function that I think might be causing the problem and I just console log the crap out of it every single step. And that will usually tell me where it's getting hung up or if it's entering a condition that I don't expect. So that's what I do all the time. Absolutely. Okay, so we've added in this additional helper, right, to set the default selected value. So let's see what we need to do next.
And then the options themselves, which we actually wrapped here, and what it's going to do is set selected on if it's public, it'll be on the public option. If it's private, it'll be on the private option. And it uses regular expression to do that. So let's save this, and it's not going to work just yet because we have to register this just like we would any other helper. So in our app.js, which is, Jesus, this is a lot of files. Um, let's see, we want to go up here and let's add in select and put that.
Okay, so again, we got to add it to our list of helpers. And I just love that Traversy at the end, he was like, oh, he's like, too many files. He realized it at the end. That's my favorite. That's my favorite part of the entire tutorial when he goes, oh, so many files. So we added in here, and then we added into our list of helpers in the engine itself. Okay.
That in here, select, and that should now select the correct option. So if I reload, I mean it's public, but I think all of our stories have been public. So let's, well, we can't change it yet because this doesn't work yet. But when we do add the functionality to edit this story, well, you know what? Let's create a new story.
Okay, so he's just going to create a private story here. But what I'm going to do is I already have, I'm going to go back to my story list here. I should already have a private story. Actually, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to the dashboard. We're going to look. So I have a private story right here. Oh, wait, I don't have the edit button yet. Dang it. Okay. Okay, let's see how he does that because we don't really have the functionality to edit from this screen yet. Oh, I bet what I could do, I could grab the I'm gonna fudge this a little bit maybe. Let's see if I can fudge it. So I'm gonna grab the go to my database and I'm gonna grab a private story. I'm gonna get the object ID of the story itself. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna go to the list of public stories. I am going to click on the edit icon, but then I'm gonna replace what's here in the browser. I'm going to replace this with the ID from my database. So I'm gonna fudge a route here. I'm gonna change it like this. I'm just gonna see if this works. It did. Yeah. So it did. So this is an example of manipulating routes to get what I want. Right. There is no route. There is no GUI route where I could do this, but I was able to manipulate the routes in the browser to get me exactly where I wanted to go. So we could put additional protections in here that might stop that. That's just an example of something that you can do. Hey, Final Flex. Yeah. I assume you're in 100 devs as well, Final Flex. Good to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Coming in with enthusiasm. I like it a lot. All right. So yeah, we can see this. But we can see that this worked, right? Because this is a private story, and our status here defaulted to private, even though normally the default is public. So this did work as expected. That looks like it is working. Everything's displaying appropriately. So I think that's good to go. So we can display the story that we want to edit, and then the next thing we're going to do is add the actual functionality to physically edit it. Okay.
So actually I want to go to dashboard and create a new one. So this is, say, Gen story 3, and let's set this to private. This is my private story. Okay, so we'll save that. So this one's private, and we'll go back to public stories, not public stories, because it's not going to show here, which is
He's
good.
finding the same thing I did.
It's private, so it shouldn't show here. What I want to do is edit, which I don't have the edit button, so I'm going to have to just manually, and these should be links. Those should be links. For the dashboard. Okay.
Okay, so a little brief detour there. So going into the dashboard, yeah, the reason those aren't clickable links is because we just have the title in the wrong place. The title should be inside the anchor tag. So we're just changing the closing tag for the anchor here to enclose the title so that becomes a clickable link in itself. So once we do that, we'll see a difference there.
Okay, so this didn't go around that. Told you this wouldn't be polished. So if we click on story 3, obviously we can't get that, but let's say stories/edit slash and then the ID. Okay, so now you can see private is selected by default. So that's all I wanted to check. Now we want to have this form actually make a put request because
Okay, so we are definitely on the home stretch now. We're within, 25 minutes of being done with this tutorial. So I think we're just going to keep on going and we're going to finish it out. But it is time to take a break. We need to, stay healthy, take breaks, and keep our mind and body healthy. So we're going to take a break, 5 minutes. When we come back, what we're going to do is probably a very interesting component to this tutorial. What we're going to do is we are going to actually learn how to use forms, which are limited in the types of CRUD requests that they can make, right? They can only do post and delete. But we're going to learn how to override that and force our forms to do other things, um, such as puts and other CRUD operations. We're gonna learn how to use something else, another tool that's going to help us do that. Method override, indeed. Final Flex, yeah. So if people are following along, I can give you the link to the tutorial there, Final Flex. Um, this is the link to the tutorial. And you can also find the finished code on my GitHub. There is a part 1 to this stream. We are in part 2. However, if you want to see part 1, you can go to my Twitch channel and click on the videos, and you will see part 1, which was yesterday. So if you want to start from the beginning, you can start there. Also, I have the finished code on my GitHub, which I've just posted that link in chat as well. So we've got the YouTube video and the link to the finished code for you there, Final Flex. All right, let's go ahead and start that timer. 5 minutes, and I will see you all back here very shortly. All right, here we go. Okay, folks, we got about 45 seconds left in the break, so fill up your water glass. Come on back. I am going to grab my tea mug, which I left over on the table. So one moment. Right, we are pausing. Yep, we're pausing the timer, and we're going to get back to it. There was a hydrate that was claimed earlier, and I apologize. I wasn't able to hydrate at the time because I didn't have my mug of tea, which I left over on the table. What is my hair doing? I don't even know what's happening. I don't know what my hair is doing. Doesn't matter at this point, but it's decided to go rogue. I think all the it was pouring down rain, and I think all the humidity just made my hair go. So that happens sometimes. All right, I'm gonna hydrate. So thank you for that. There we go. Delicious cold tea. Rock and roll. Yeah, I do believe this is the last work session. We should be able to finish this bad boy up. Um, and yeah, and about have I think about equal parts for as far as stream length, but we'll see, I guess. And thanks for popping in there, Evan Shaw. Hope you enjoy part two. Just starting the VOD. That's awesome, Twitchin. Yeah. Good job making it through part one. Yeah, go at 1.5 speed, 2 speed, absolutely. No worries, Evan. Good to see you, my friend. Missed something in the select. It keeps going to public, even if you check a private story. Yeah, so there's a couple things that could have been missed. So you might have an issue in your uh, so in your edit, make sure that you have, that you have the proper wrapper there. Sure they have the proper wrapper. And check your let's see. So check your help. Let's see. It's not in the helpers. Where is it? Ah, I'm so lost. All right. So we're in edit. That where did we just put that thing? Come back from a break and my, had a brain wipe. Like when I save, it goes public. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, if you just copy and pasted that regex expression, I don't know how that could be, messed up. Or I think it wasn't actually in helpers, right? Yeah, I was right here. I was looking at it. I was in the right place the whole time. Yeah, so I mean, I would say Driftwood, double check that you save your helpers. So make sure you saved your helpers, right? Saved your HBS file. Check that the formatting in your handlebars is correct. And then also check in your let's see, we'd also make sure also too, did you update your engine here, your app.engine? Did you update this with select in the list of helpers? And did you also put it in your require statement here? So those would be the things to check. Make sure that it's looking in the right place. Okay. So there's like 4 different places that this could go wrong. So that's definitely something that could happen. All right, let's see what we need to do next.
When we make updates on a server, updates to a database, we want to make put requests. Now we can't do that by default, right? We can't go to our edit form and say method put or method delete. We can't do that. It can be get or post. So that's where that method override package comes in. So I'm gonna try to minimize the files I have open because I know this must be confusing. So the way that we use method override, let's go to our app.js because there's some middleware and stuff that we have to actually add in. So first thing, of course, we want to bring it in. I'll just bring it in right here. So let's say const method override, and we want to set this to require method override. Now I'm going to go to the docs for this. Okay, because we need to see what we need to add as far as middleware, and there's a few ways to use this. I think, yeah, what we want to do is this right here. The way that this is going to work is in our form, we'll have our standard method equals post, but then we should be able to add a hidden input with the request the method we actually want to use, which is going to be put in this case. We'll also do a delete as well. So this piece of middleware right here should allow us to do that. And you can see the example in the form. There's a hidden input with an underscore method as the name, and then the value can be put or.
So this is what this is really interesting. What we're doing here is we're essentially adding an additional input, like an input box to our form, but it's not real. It's hidden. It's not visible to anything other than the function that we're building to parse this. And so I think that's kind of neat. We're creating an input type of hidden, and then passing in an override, a literal override method that's going to override. We can just send it. We can set the form to post, and then override that default action with whatever other method we want, which is actually really cool.
Delete or whatever. So I'm going to grab this. Yeah, let's grab this. And let's put it, I'm going to put it near the top. Let's paste that in. We'll just say method over.
Okay, so just below our body parser here, again, we're bringing, this is more middleware that we're bringing in, right? Because we're sending a message from our form. We're sending a message from our form that literally says post. What we want to do is we want to intercept that message. We want to intercept that message and say, actually, I'm going to just swap that out for you real quick. And we're going to swap it with the method that we want instead. So that's what we're going to use here. So let's see, app.use method override, and we're creating a function here, rec and res. So this is something that could come in. This is something that could come in really handy, you know, as you're building more and more stuff. So you can use forms for basically everything and just override those methods with whatever you want, right? But don't worry about the default form behavior. Just do whatever the heck you want. So type of rec.body. And so it's checking to see that the body exists. It's checking to see that it's an object. And it's checking to see if we passed in an override method at all. So you might not have passed in any override method, but it's looking for that to see if that exists in the body. So it's doing a few checks here. It's saying, hey, is there a body? Is the body an object? And did you pass in an override? So it's looking for those things. And if you did, then it's going to do some actions here. And I'm going to change this. I'm going to change that var to a let to follow the more modern syntax. So let method equals rec body underscore method, and then delete. See, so set that to the body, delete it so it's not there anymore. So it was there for a bit. We're grabbing it, we're putting it in a variable, then we're deleting it, but we're keeping it in that variable. We're storing it in that variable. So return method. So essentially what we're doing is we're using this middleware to extract the method that we're passing in, put it in a variable, and then get rid of it from the body. We don't need the body doesn't need it anymore. We have what we need, and then we're going to pass that method on and use it going forward.
Override. Okay, so it's just going to check the request body. It's going to look for this underscore method, and it's going to replace it with whatever we add, whether it's put or delete. Let's just change this to let. I don't like the look of var. So look in URL encoded post bodies and delete it. So it'll actually delete it and replace it with put or delete. All right, so let's save this and let's go to edit or edit HBS.
Oh, do I have a typo? Method. Okay, thank you for that. Got it. All right, and oh, and Driftwood, you found your bug. That's awesome. Good troubleshooting. Nice. Way to scope it out. And hey, welcome back there, Jim. Yeah, we're breaking records left and right here, my friend. Yes, we're in the we're in the home stretch though. We're nearly done. We're just finishing it out. You know, riding it out to the bitter end. We're nearly done. We're fixing up our edit page now so that we can pass in form requests as puts instead of as posts.
And so, I mean,
So here we're going back to our edit.hbs, and we're just going to add that additional hidden input that we mentioned earlier. We're going to add a hidden input here so that we can pass in alternate methods and override the default form methods.
we're going to keep just method post, but as you can see in the middleware, it's going to delete that. Or no, it's not going to delete that. It's going to replace that with whatever we put as a hidden input. So we'll go right here. So yeah, I guess we can put it right here. It doesn't really matter. So we'll put an input with the type of hidden. And let's give it a name of underscore method. And let's give it a value of what we actually want this to be, which is a put request. Now, an alternative.
So value is going to be put instead, and that will be over. So that the middleware is essentially going to grab that, and he was a little bit, I think, a little bit off in his interpretation of what that's doing. From what I understand, it's actually it's grabbing this method, it's storing it in a variable, and then it's disregarding it. So then we can pass that in elsewhere. This method override middleware only runs on post requests by default, but it works for all other input methods if you add a setting. Oh, very cool. Okay. Yeah, so there's additional settings that you can tweak here. That's good to know.
To this is to have some front end JavaScript where you actually submit it, you know, in your front end, you get the data, make a request with fetch or Axios or something like that. But this is just
And we've done that before, right? We've used front end JavaScript, so client side JavaScript, to take these types of form requests and manipulate them so they're no longer posts. You know, we can use fetches or whatever to basically, you know, get past this limitation of forms. So there's tons of different ways to do it, right? This is just one way. I think it's a pretty clean way though. Using this override, it eliminates that client side JavaScript. And it's very straightforward to follow.
an alternative so we don't have to add that front end JavaScript. I probably should have said that in the beginning. Now we need to handle this put request that this form is going to make. So we need to go to our routes, our stories route. So this shows the edit page, but we need a route to actually process the edit form. So I'm going to grab this, just copying this because it's the...
Okay, so we're back in routes now, and we need to add a specific route for this put request.
shortest. And then we'll go down here, and let's say update story. So this is it's going to be a put request to stories / and then the ID. Okay, and then let's change this to just this is going to be just /ID, but it's going to be router.put. It's going to be a put request.
Okay, so that's important there. Don't forget to change this from a get request to a put. Okay, don't miss that.
All right, let's see, we're gonna fetch, we're gonna check to see if the story is there. So let's say let story equals await. Okay, we have to add a sync here.
Don't forget to add async also.
So await, and then we'll take our story model and let's use find by ID.
So here again, we're using a different method, right? And yet another Mongoose method. We've used find, we've used find one. Here we're using a specific Mongoose method that's only going to check for IDs. And so, being specific where we can is nice because it makes sure that nothing improper is going to be passed through this method, right? We're only looking for exactly what we need.
Pass in the ID, which is from the URL, so request.params, .id, and then we just want to add .lean onto this. And then we're going to check for the story, or I should say check if there's no story. So if no story, then let's return res.render error/404. Okay, and then again, we're also going to check to see if it's the owner. I could have just copied this here. Let me just grab this part. So check to see if it's the owner of the story. Okay, so it should equal, the story user should be the logged in user's ID. If it's not, it'll redirect. If it is, then we don't want to render this. We want to update the story. So we'll set the story variable because we used let up here. So we use let story. Now we're just replacing it or reassigning it to await and then story dot, and I'm going to use find one and update. So I'm using this Mongoose method, and we want to find by the ID. So request.params.id, and then as a second argument after the object, we're going to put in the request.body because that's the data we want to replace it with. And I'm also going to add some options as a third argument. One is new, and I'm going to set that to true, so it'll just create a new one if it doesn't exist, and then run validators. Run validators I'm also going to set to true, which means it'll just check out, make sure that the Mongoose fields are, valid.
Okay, so let's pause on this for just a second. So if if we're trying to pass a story that's not logged in, right? We did this before. We just redirect back to the stories page. However, if it passes all the checks, then what we do is we are using yet another Mongoose method to find one, right? Not just find one, we're going to find one and update. So we're going to find that the story we want, one story only, and perform an update operation on it. Oh, thank you for the stretch. That. Right, there we go. Find one and update. Okay, and we're finding that story by ID, right? And we're getting that from the request. And then we are so this takes additional arguments, right? So we want to replace it, the contents of that story, with the entire body of the request. And then we're running in a couple of additional things here. So if for some reason, if we're trying to update a story that doesn't exist, we'll just create a new one. I don't know how that could happen, but sure. And then the last one here is run validators. So all of those sort of like parameters that we set for within our story model, such as, I forget even what at this point. So, required fields, all these required fields, the type, that kind of thing. We want to make sure that that's validation is being run so that there's no possibility that someone could try to maliciously edit a story and try to inject, I could see somebody trying to inject some bad code in here that might do something unexpected in our database or do something unexpected when we then try to retrieve that story again later. So essentially what we're doing is we want to make sure that those validators are being run again so that when a story is edited, it still follows all the rules that we expect it to follow. So I could see bad things happening if you allow people to just edit existing database values in whatever way they want. and you know, pass bad things in there, and you know, because best case scenario, you would get something back from the database that you didn't expect, and worst case scenario is that you would get something back from the database later that was actually malicious. So that's why we're running those validators again. At least that's why I think that's being done. Um, and yeah, so just some additional properties there. But overall, find by the ID and replace it with the contents of our edit page there.
And then finally, we want to redirect. So after that's done, let's res.redirect to the dashboard. Okay, so we'll save that. We'll try it out. I'm going to just reload this, and I'll call this, instead of Gen Story 3, I'll call it Updated Story 3. We'll change it to public. Save, cannot put stories. Okay, so let's see what that just did. So it did put stories, but we got a 404, and I think I know why. Yes, because the action should not be just /stories. The action should be stories/ID. Okay, so we need to actually put the story ID in here. So slash.
Okay, so that's what we're doing. Just make a small update there.
And this will be story._ID.
Okay, so in your edit.hbs, edit.hbs, change the form here. You know, you can leave the method as post, but we do need to update the action so that we're actually passing through the ID of the story that we're looking for, so that our function can then pull it out and look for it in the database, right? So there we go. Save. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, we'll try it again. We just submitted it to the wrong place. Updated story, public, save. Okay, so updated.
Okay, so I'm going to try that on mine as well. So private test, change it. Oh, I'm going to need to reload this anyway. So private test updated. See if that saves. Okay, yeah, so there it is. And it's been updated, and it's now also updated in the database. So if we were to look at it in MongoDB, we would see that it has been updated appropriately. What did I change? So in my edit.hbs file, so we're back on the looking at the template here that we have. In my form, so in my form tag right here, I changed it just from /stories to also include story ID. So I'll post that in chat for you there. So the action is updated from just plain stories to contain the story ID as well. So there you go. Action, story ID. So that way we're passing that ID up to the server, right? So that it can look in the database and get that story out of there, so that it can update it. So it can find the story that we want it to update.
Did story 3 and it's set to public, so it did in fact update. Okay, so we can create, we can get all the stories, we can get all the user stories for the dashboard, and we can update. I think now what I want to do, so we still have to do the delete, and we still have to do the single story. We have to be able to view that. Let's go ahead and do the delete, since we're already dealing with the method override, because we're going to have to do that as well for delete. So in the dashboard, I want to have an edit icon that simply goes to the edit page, which we already have, and then a delete icon, which is actually going to be a button. It's actually going to be a form with a button that uses method override to delete. So let's do that. Let's close this up and go to our dashboard. And we have this empty column right here, and this is where we want to put those buttons.
Okay, so we're in dashboard HBS now. And we, as we were building this before, we ended up with an empty like an empty cell in our table, right? And that's where we're finally going to fill that out with our two icons for edit and delete.
So let's do, we're going to have the edit and the delete. The edit will just be a link, because again, it's just going to go to a page. So let's give it a class of btn float. And let's see, we want this to go to /stories/edit/_ID, because remember, we're looping through the stories, so we're just getting that particular stories ID. And then let's put inside the A tag here an icon, so FAS FA-edit, and that's it.
Okay, pause there for just a second so I can catch up. FAS, and then again, we're using Font Awesome here to render an icon in a font. FA-edit. Okay, there we go. This is getting very nested here. I apologize. It's probably very hard to see. Again, you can go to my GitHub and look at this, probably in a more spread out form. So yeah, we're getting very nested here. It's doing a lot of heavy wrapping. So I hope that's still somewhat legible for you.
So if we save that, we take a look. Now we have an edit icon. If I click it, it brings us to the edit page.
Okay, so let's test that real quick. I'm gonna reload. Oop. Oh, I didn't save. Classic. All right, reload. Okay, so now when I reload that, I have this lovely edit icon. And I'm going to try clicking that and we'll see what we get. Hey, there we go. All right, so when I edit it, it goes to the proper route. It goes to the edit route that we set up. And we're also passing in the story ID. You can see the ID up here in the browser. So it's going to the right page. Now we finally have a way to get there without manually typing it into the browser, right? Or pasting it into the browser. So we have an edit icon now that's going to get us there for private and public stories. Perfect. So next we're going to add the delete button as well.
If I cancel, it brings us back to the dashboard.
Oh yeah, and let's test the cancel as well real quick. So edit, and then let's see what cancel does. Perfect. So edit brings us back to the dashboard. Oh, sorry, cancel brings us back to the dashboard. And then edit takes us there. Cancel brings us back. Perfect. Right.
All right, good. So for the delete, we're going to go right underneath the link, and we're going to use a form. Now the action is going to be slash, the same as the edit. It's going to be stories and then the ID, so _ID, and we're going to put in method equals post, although it's not really going to be a post because we're using the override. And then I'm just going to give this an ID of delete form, and I think that should do it. So inside the form here, we're going to have the same type of hidden input that we did with the put. So we want to give this a name of method _method and a value of the actual method we want, which is delete. And then
okay, so again, we're doing method override, and this time we're just making a delete method. That's all we're doing. So input type is going to be hidden again. Whoops. What did I do? What did I do?
to accept form data, we want to do
I hit a keystroke and we went back. All right, hang on. Sorry. Let me get to the timestamps. So sorry. All right, method override for delete request. There we go.
I think now what I want to do, so we still have to do the delete, and we still have to do the single story. We have to be able to
just
view
seeing if you were paying attention.
Let's go ahead and do the delete since we're already
so we can skip forward
in the dashboard. I want to have an edit icon, which is actually going to be to delete. So I'm going to go and
sorry, I'm just skipping forward a little bit to get where we were.
For the delete, we're going to use a form.
Okay.
Now this, and then the ID, so _ID, and we're going to put in method equals post, although it's not really going to be a post ID, and we're going to have the same type of hidden input that we did with the put. So we want to give this a name of method _method and a value of the actual method we want, which is delete. And then of course we need a button So let's say button, btn, red, and we want to make sure that this is a submit button. So we'll give it a type. Okay, so we're just submitting a form.
Okay, so we're doing this slightly differently than we did with the other form, right? We're doing a hidden input, and then we're just adding a button here. So btn red, setting up a submit that way. So button class red. Okay, type is going to be submit. Submit. Class button red, and then button. Okay.
And then inside here, let's put a trash icon. So we'll do FAS, FA dash trash, and let's see if that shows up. Okay, now it shows up. However, I want these to be side by side.
Okay, let's test that real quick because that's very nested and very hard to parse. So let's see if I got. Okay, good. So so that's working. We have the edit icon and we have the trash icon, and now let's see if we can move them side by side. So again, we're using method override, and we've already set it up once, right? And so we don't need to set it up again. So we're using method override just simply by adding a hidden input right here with a value of delete, which is going to make it so that we're going to overwrite whatever method is on that form just with a single input. We can overwrite it to be whatever we want. So let's see if we can get these bad boys side by side.
So yeah, and oh yeah, the button float. So I gave this a button float class. That's not an actual like materialized class or anything. I'm going to add just a little bit of custom style for that.
Okay, so real quick, we're going over to our CSS, and we want this button to not float, I believe is what he's going to.
So let's say btn float, and we'll just do this the easy way, float left, and we'll set a margin right of 10 pixels. And if we reload, there we go, so that looks good. So if I click...
All right, so float left. So we're actually using floats here. Pretty wild. Margin right is 10 pixels. Floats are a little bit of a blast from the past for us, right? All right, save, and let's see how that looks. Oop, didn't work for me. I bet I have an issue with my float PTSD. I bet I have an issue with my tag. Let me check that. So I bet I missed a button float. Okay, button float. Bet I missed a tag somewhere. Float. BTN float. Okay, so that looks fine. Real quick, let me just check against my code. So CSS, checking the CSS real quick. Button float, float left, margin right, 10 pixels. Okay, that looks fine. That must be in my super scrunchy dashboard here. Spot that. So, all right, so in the TD, so I have my link, I have my TD with my link in it, and we're going to stories edit, and we're going to ID, so that works. Button, I do have a space there, so that should be registering. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Maybe is it because maybe I'm zoomed in? I think my container is fine. So my container is just this TD here. The class of my link here is, I mean, it doesn't really matter if they don't line up. It's okay. It doesn't hurt the app. Slightly annoying. Edit and delete should be in the same container. Yeah, they are. They're both in the in this one TD. Yeah. So I mean, this literally matches my code, my working code, which looks great. So if we look at it here, oh wait, hang on. I think it is because I'm zoomed in. Yeah, there we go. It was just because I was zoomed in, so it is right. But when you zoom in, then it runs out of space and it stacks. So I was just zoomed in. It's all good. We're fine. Go me. All right, I'm gonna zoom out so it looks better. Okay, perfect.
Click delete here. Obviously, we don't have a route for this, but you can see it is in fact making a delete request to stories/id. So let's now handle that. So we'll go back to our routes, stories.js, and from here we want to create a delete route. So I'm going to grab this. So this will delete story, delete stories/id, delete ID. Okay, so the way that we want to handle this is pretty simple. We're just gonna,
So don't forget to upload. This is a delete request, so don't forget to change your router value to delete. And then update your parameter here so that you only delete the ID that you're looking for.
try catch.
And also, let's go ahead and just make it async right now.
So we want to await story.
He's not going to remember right away.
I didn't do a try catch with this, did I? We'll have to add that after for the put. So we want to make sure this is async, and we want to await, not wait, await story, and then I'm going to use the remove method. So I'm going to remove
another mongoose
the
method
story that has the ID that matches the request params.id, and then I'm going to redirect. Okay, once it's removed, we'll redirect to the dashboard. And if something,
so we're removing it, and then when we're done, we redirect. Res redirect dashboard. I'm just going to copy that from up here. Boop. There we go.
something goes wrong here, we'll just console error,
Copy
let's return res.render error 500.
All right, so catch error, console error, return res.render error 500. Perfect. Save that. So what we're doing here is essentially we are just, we click the delete button. It's pretty straightforward. It looks for the ID. It removes it from the database. It redirects you to the dashboard, and everything is fine.
And I'm just gonna copy this because I want to wrap this here in a try catch as well.
So he's just doing a little fixing here of this of our existing put request. All he's doing is just wrapping it in a try catch. Yeah, and I actually agree with you there, piece of shoot. I would probably use find by ID and delete because again, it's more specific, right? We know exactly what we're trying to do, and we are always going to be passing in an ID. We're never going to into that function. We're never going to be passing anything else other than an ID. So we might as well be as specific as possible. So I agree with you there, piece of shoot. If I was doing this, yeah, I would probably try to use as specific a function as possible, or as specific a method as possible. Yeah, that's what I would do too. Totally agree.
Actually, I'll just grab all that.
Okay, so this is, you can watch him, just wrap that. I think essentially he's just doing a try and then, just around this whole thing, and then we'll do some error handling at the end there. So careful here, boop, boop, try, and then we'll have our catch our errors. Okay.
Paste that in,
and then in the end there, yeah, all he's doing is then just rendering 500 if something goes wrong in that whole big block of code.
put that in there. All right. Did I not do it here either? Oh, this is just the show edit page. We should still wrap that.
Again, just a little bit of a cleanup here.
Grab this. Sorry guys, I know this is a lot of code and it could be a little confusing. We don't need this log. I don't know why that's there. And I know it can be a little confusing, but you have the repository, so if you need to see the code and you don't want to keep pausing the video, you can just check it out there. So we should be able to submit our delete to this route here, and it should remove that story. So let's try that out.
We are going to try that as well. This is a lot of code. The man is tired. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at all this. Look at all this that we did. All that. That's a lot, my friends. All right, let's see if we can do a delete here. You can hear him fade in the last 20 minutes. Man, what an amateur, man. Running out of energy after 2.5 hours. Rookie. I'm kidding. He's very good and I appreciate him, but still. All right, let's reload. Okay. Let's see. Which one do I actually want to delete? I'm going to delete test. Hey! Nice. It works. Cool. Go us.
Okay, so I'm going to delete this one here, updated story 3. Okay, so it goes away, good. Reload's not there. Cool. So we're now able to delete. And if you want to create an alert partial or something to show when you delete or add or whatever, you can do that. But this video is way too long, so I'm not going to do any extra. So we can delete. Now I think the last thing we need to do is just the full story, right? If we click read more, we want to be able to see the full story, and I think then we're done.
Yeah, so we're within the last 20 minutes, so I think we're just going to power through. We're just going to finish this guy, and then we're going to wrap it up for the night. I don't see us taking another break here. We're just going to finish up these last 10 minutes, finish strong, and then go to bed. Yeah, Driftwood, I think it's going to kick my butt tomorrow, too. I have a plumber coming tomorrow, potentially at 8 a.m., and it's currently midnight here where I live, so that's going to be fun.
So let's add that. So for the route, let's see, the route is going to be, it's going to be a get request to the stories/ID. So I actually want to put this up here. Let's put it right under the get all stories. So I'll copy this and let's go under, or show all stories. We'll go under that. And let's say show single story. It's going to be a get request to stories with the ID. So get ID. Okay, now we need to fetch the story from the database.
Okay, so again, we're hitting the database, so we need to make this async. He's going to do it in a minute. I just want to remind you. And we're also going to go ahead and drop in our try catch block. That. All right, there we go.
So let's say let story equals, let's make this async. So story, let's use find by ID and request.params.id. And I'm also going to populate with the user data. So I'm going to use populate user and also lean. So that'll get the story, and then let's check, see if the story.
So again, we're grabbing user data here because on this, so essentially what we're building here is when you click on a particular story and it brings it like full page, we want to show user data as well so that, you know, you see the author and their picture. So that's why we're doing that. We're just putting that into, you know, into the result, right? We're adding that into the mix, just all that data so that we can make use of it.
Isn't there. Okay, if the story's not there, then we're going to return res.render error /404, and then we can render the template, which we haven't created yet, but we will in a second. So let's say render, and it's going to be in stories, and it's going to be called show. And then we just need to pass in an object with the story that we fetch from the database so we can display the data.
Okay, so then we're going to render the last page that we're going to create tonight, which is our show page, which is also where we're going to finally do the fix for the profile images. I don't know that we have to do it in there. That's just where I did it, and it seemed to work. So I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to pass that in, and we're also going to pass in this story object that we have created. So, but keep in mind that story now contains both the story information and the user information as well. So we have kind of a conglomerate. This is no longer just the story. This is an object. So if we were to console log this, we would see that it not only has story information in it, it also has user information in it. So passing all of that into our new page so that it can.
And down here, we'll just do a console error. And then let's do a res render. I'm actually going to render the 404 because chances are if this is an error, it's just because it can't find it. So let's save that. And then let's create the template or the view. So in views stories, I'm going to add a new file called show HBS. So in this show, I guess, you know what, I'm just going to paste this in.
So yeah, we've reached the end game here. We're copying and pasting here. But we are going to change one thing on a particular image tag. So I'll just need to double check what that is. But
And if you guys want to copy and paste from the repository, feel free. I know you guys are probably tired, especially if you've gone through this whole thing in one sitting. Congratulations if you have.
yay!
So we have just some materialized classes. We have an H3 with the title, and then we're also using the edit icon helper here, passing in the story user, the user itself. We don't have to do, you know, the // because we're not inside of an each loop. This is just the global user, which is the logged in user, the story ID, and then false for the floating, because this is not a floating icon. So here we just have card content. We're formatting the date. That's actually not the formatting I want, though. I want what we did in the dashboard.
Okay, so what I'm going to do for you is I am just going to, so what I would suggest is just, yeah, grab this from my GitHub. You deserve to copy and paste a little bit, and so do I. So we're going to I'm going to go into stories here. I'm going to grab show because I want to be sure I don't miss the thing that we need to change. So we'll drop that in. I will link you to the page in GitHub where you can find this. We're going to go to views and stories and show. There's a direct link to the page, which Driftwood already got. Thank you, Driftwood. Perfect. And so you'll notice that if you just paste that in, I'm doing something additional on this particular image tag here. So this is the image that shows in the circle when you go to the page. So if we're here, if I go to read more. So it's this image right here. And what I did there was just added an additional like property on the tag. I added a refer policy because what I was getting was Google was blocking me from passing in this URL and accessing the image. Um, so Google was blocking access to this URL. And so, but when I added this refer policy, no refer, suddenly everything was fine and it started loading the images again. So, I don't know, maybe it's not a permanent fix, but Google seemed to think it was a reasonable solution. So hopefully it works for you as well. So if you copied and pasted from my GitHub, you would have gotten this fix.
So I'm going to grab this and put that here. Okay, then we have the story body. Notice it's wrapped in 3 because we want to parse the HTML. And we don't want to truncate it or anything. This is the full story. Down here we have a card. Basically this is going to be on the side. It's going to have the user's display name, the user's image, and then just we have to do that too because we want to be able to link to a page that has all of that user's stories. And it'll just say more from and then the user's first name. Now I'm going to save this. This image small is not an actual class. The reason I'm using this is because the image is way too big by default, so I just want to make it a little smaller. So we're going
to Okay, so we're just going to pop back over to our CSS here real quick, and we're going to add one more class here.
We're going to go to our custom CSS and say image dash.
Oh, right. I did it again. All right. Dang it. I keep trying to type in the wrong thing. All right. Okay, so there we go. So in our CSS, we just go image small and width going to be 180 pixels. Okay. Oh, and I actually muted it somehow too.
That should be all we need for any custom CSS. So we'll close that. Let's make sure this is saved. And our route should render this template. So let's check it out.
Okay, so what should work is if we go to the public stories and we click on the read more button, theoretically, see if this is going to work. Hey, it works. It's trying to translate it from French for some reason, but it does work, so that's good. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more so we can see that, we've got our big user icon here. We can click on more from, and this also pulls in, the name of the user. So we've got the name, we've got their image. We can click here and we can get more from. I think that's the last thing we're going to do. We've got our edit symbol here, so that's working properly. So I can edit things that are mine, but I can't edit things that are other people's. So if I click on, so let's just do this real quick. If I click on this one from other user, I can see the story, right? But I can't click on edit. I can't edit this. Out of my control. I can see more stories from them, but I can't click the edit. Brain says the experience with the handlebars makes me want to use it over EJS. That's kind of the feeling I get. But like we said before, I mean, to each their own, right? Some folks like some things, some folks like others. That's why it's cool there's so many. Oh, welcome, Beyonce. Traversy Media saved me so many times. Love that channel. Yeah, it's pretty great. We're just finishing up this tutorial now. Angle bracket present sign. 5 minutes later, I give up.
I'm going to click read more. And there we go. Let's look at the long one, which is this one. Okay, so we get story 1. See the icon. It's not floating. It's just the icon just sitting there. And then we have the date, the paragraphs, the username, the Google, whatever they have for their Google image, and then this more link, which doesn't work just yet. So that should be the last thing we have to do. But yeah, so we can see all the stories.
Nice, Driftwood. That's
You
awesome.
should probably put a back button or something, but I guess it's fine. And you guys can add on to this if you want, and feel free to even make pull requests. But yeah, the last thing I want to do is I want to be able to click on this. Did I make this a link? Yeah, so this will also go to the user stories. So we have to create this route and deal with that. So let's handle it now. So let's see, routes, stories, and so we want the user stories. So I'm gonna, what should I use for this? Show single story. I'll just copy the first one. This is a lot of code for one YouTube video. So here, this is going to be the user stories. It's going to be
Okay, so this is the last route, and really in the end, it's just going to show a limited card list of only the stories that belong to the particular user that we've clicked on. So awesome, Driftwood. I'm glad your blue link works now on the dashboard. That's rad. This should be potentially the last route that we do in the last 3 minutes here. So see how this goes.
a get request to story slash user slash, and then it's going to be the user ID. Okay. So here we're going to say get. It's already has a story, so we want slash user and then user user. Can't even spell. I'm getting so tired. So user ID, and we'll get rid of that.
Make it async. Don't forget.
Okay, so inside the try here, let's fetch our stories. Keep forgetting async.
We remembered.
So we want to await story dot find, and we want to get only where the user is equal to the request.params.user ID. Okay, and we also only want the status of public because we don't want any of the private stories to show up here. And then let's add.
Okay, that's. I want to make sure everybody can see that.
To show up here. And then.
Okay, so pausing right there for just a second because his little pop-ups block everything, so you can't see what he's typing. So we're grabbing by the user, but we're also concerned about the status of the story. We don't want to show someone. We don't want to show someone the private stories, right? So if we just went get all stories by user, we would potentially be displaying private information that the user wanted to remain hidden, right? So we also need to be concerned about the status, not just the user itself. Story plus user is stoozer, indeed. All right. So that's, I just wanted to point out that is the second parameter that's very important that we pass in. So public only when we do our find here. Very important. That would be an easy mistake to make, right? You're just like, oh, get all stories by user. Cool, I can do that. And then you end up displaying private information to somebody that shouldn't be seeing it.
Let's add populate user and lean. Okay, and then what we want to do is render we're just going to render the stories index, so it's the same template that the public stories use, although it'll only show the stories that belong to that user that's in the URL. So let's say res.render stories/index, and we're passing in stories, which again is the user stories. And then,
okay, so this is kind of a cool example where we're actually reusing something that we previously built. We don't got to build anything new, thank goodness, right? We're just reusing something we already built, but passing in different information so that it renders in a different way. So I think that's kind of cool. We can reuse, it's a template, right? It's literally a template. We can reuse it, just pass in different information to make it, be a completely different page. All right.
Here we'll just console error and res render. All right. So let's reload this. So if I click one of these names, it'll show me just the story.
Okay, so let's see if that works. Public stories. And so if I want to see only the stories by this particular author, yep, that worked. It only showed me those stories by that particular author. Let's try the other one. Yep, that worked as well. It's eco-friendly app development we reuse. That's right. Reduce, reuse, recycle is the best mantra for being a developer. Reduce your code where you can, reuse your code definitely where you can, and recycle other people's stuff into stuff that you can use. Absolutely. And so if we click a story here, we should also be able to click this more from button right here. We should also be able to click this and get the same result. Yeah. Dang right, Strain. That's a great thing to point out there. So y'all should look at that folder structure. So this monstrosity here, and think about the kind of app you could build 2 months ago, right? We've come a long way thanks to our teachers, indeed. And, having the confidence to do this kind of thing is no small feat. Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out.
From that user. Okay, if I click just Jen, it'll show her. And if I go to the read more and I click right here, it'll show only her. I don't know why. I think that translate thing's popping up because of this. But yeah, so we can see only a specific user's set of stories. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. So I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you learned a lot from it. I mean, we did a lot of different things that you can incorporate into other applications. So hopefully that helps you out. And if you want to add on to this, if you want to change it into an API so that you can use React or Vue or Angular on the front end, you can do that as well. I encourage that. I always encourage to take what you learn in a tutorial and either build something else from it or make it better, add on to it, and so on. But that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. I am really tired. I did this all straight through, so yeah, I'm a little beat. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, so yes, we are done. So great work, everyone. And yeah, again, if you encountered any errors, feel free to check my GitHub and try a copy paste. Go us, good job us. That was really hard, but I feel like it was really fulfilling as well. I feel like we've been given a lot of tools here that we can use elsewhere. Like this app that we've just built. This is a fantastic template for other things. Just for, I can see so many potential applications for this sort of thing. And now we have the structure to do it, right? Make stuff, indeed, absolutely. Make stuff, modify it. If you do build something cool with this template, please, please, please tag me on Twitter. I want to see what you build. So, I just want to see it. I look at every time I get mentioned on Twitter, for any reason, I always take a look and see, what people are building, what people are doing and talking about. So, yeah, build something cool with this, modify it, do something fun. Even if it's something just as simple as like, adding additional regex to get these tags out of here. I would like to see that as well. So, yeah, thank you so much for sticking around and hanging on with me. 90 of you, amazingly, 90 people are still hanging on, and they made it through the whole thing. So good job, everybody. Really proud of you. And thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. So appreciate you trooping. Well, again, trooping through it for your sakes, but also for mine. Every time I go through this kind of thing, I learn just by explaining it to you. I solidify those concepts in my head. I find ways to articulate them to myself while I'm talking to you. And so it really does help. I have a much better understanding of this than the first time I did it. So going through this very slowly and answering questions gave me a much better understanding the second time around. So it's definitely worth it for me as well. Renj, your streams are Aussie time zone friendly. Well, yeah, they're not my time zone friendly at the moment. But I'm glad. I'm glad you're able to tune in, my friend. No worries, Morele. Yeah, I'm I'm glad you appreciated the explanations. Be sure to check out part one from yesterday on my VODs if you missed part one. Definitely that'll give you a good foundation for what we're trying to build here. Arlen, absolutely check out the VOD. This is part two. So check out part one, which is just from yesterday. You'll be able to find it on my Twitch. So yeah, watch that first and then watch this. Awesome. Thank you so much again. Let's find somebody to raid. And I'm gonna pass you off to somebody else so I can go to bed. Okay, let's see who we've got here. We got. Thank you again for all the subs and follows. This was a really fun one. All right, raidy raid raid. Uh, let's see. Well, Whistleface is back on, but we just did them. We did them yesterday. So let's go ahead and do. Let's do. Yeah, we could do. Let's do. Yeah, we can do Oregon Curtis. Absolutely, they've raided us several times. We deserve to. We should absolutely raid them back. Or I think Oregon Curtis has raided us like 5 or 6 times, or 3 or 4 maybe. But yeah, yeah. So if you do want to cool down from coding, check out Whistleface. We rated them yesterday. Whistleface is a super cool person, super nice, and a great DJ. So check them out if you would like to. All right. Good night, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and start this raid. Hit up Oregon here. And I will see you all again tomorrow for class. Cross your fingers. Or Wednesday if not. Right, here we go. I will see you all again very soon. Have a great night.